chains to hold us down, the kings without a crown, roaming through this town, but never slowing down. Feel the soul and feel the breeze, oh yeah. No chains to hold us down, the kings without a crown, roaming through this town, but never slowing down. Feel the soul and feel the breeze, oh yeah. No chains to hold us down, the kings without a crown, roaming through this town, but never slowing down. to do. But you can swim and surf if you want to in Malibu.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone.
Hello everyone, and we're finally here. It is the final week of the LCK regular season. The best league in the world still has spots up for grabs in the playoffs and the play-ins. Degon here alongside Wolf and Woodid as it is week 13.
It's going to be a good week. It's the final week of regular season before we go into play-ins and playoffs. We have a lot of really close score lines between our teams, so every single match matters. And we have some teams that looking to get the best seed possible.
Nothing really decided yet. I think many things are going on in the playing teams. I think especially, I think it's really exciting to see how it's going to go.
Yeah, let's dive into those standings. After 12 weeks of action, only 2 matches left for every team. Gen G and Hanwha Life Esports secured their spot into playoffs last week, but T1, D+, and KT still all have chances to slide on in, whereas Hanjin Breon over on the Rise group, the Giga Chads locked it in, and DNS are out, but Wolf, they're doing pretty good.
Yeah, they are on, I believe now, a 7 or 8 win streak across both tournaments. They won the Kespa Cup, and it's a tragedy that they're actually the only team on that list that doesn't have anything to play for, but they keep playing so well.
Yeah, let's go back to it for the Legend Group, though, a team that has had a fantastic year so far. It is Hanwha Life Esports in the Saturday showdown against KT, 2 teams that have had a tough start since MSI. It was an opportunity for them to qualify not only for playoffs, but for Worlds. They were able to do so here, we did.
I think HLE has been the great team when it comes to early game power spike. I think they lead the meta, especially from Kanavi. I think all the LCK junglers kind of transformed into like aggressive counter jungling because he brought up the new meta. And now they still have the strong top side, which means that they're going to Worlds. But some question marks on the bottom lane because they are figuring out who they want to play with. So it's between Bluffing and Delight, but I still think Delight brings some kind of like different compared to Bluffing. I think those 2 players are still really good adds-up for HLE. So even though they're not like unbeatable, but like I really like their playstyle. So I can see them still being the best in LCK.
They are very inconsistent, but they're a great example of why it's really important all year long to perform. Because of their great start to the year, even though they have slipped off a little bit here at the end, they are qualified for Worlds, right? They already qualified for playoffs, and this team, I think because of their place, I think because they've dominated all year long, I'm very happy they're going to Worlds, even if their form has dropped off a little bit right now. I think they deserve that. I think they've earned that, and I think they will bounce back.
I mean, they got us 4 seed, you know, they deserve to be there by themselves.
Yeah, they earned it by making it to playoffs as the MSI champion, which leads us to this week's. That's right.
It's been a while. It's fact of the week. I'm nervous.
It's been a week, so it's time for a new fact of the week.
I don't really
All
like
right,
it.
let's introduce our competitors. Competitor number 1. Oh wait, why do I have an A?
The host worst predictor.
Worst predictor?
He's working on it.
All right, let's get rid of that. All right, let's put in competitor number 1. Who is the best predictor? It's Wolf. What does that mean?
Number 1.
His opponent, it's Wadid, who is a predictor.
Believe it or not, he does 10 every week.
He predicts. Let's take a look at this week's fact. Gentlemen, going into the final week, T1, Hanwha, and Gen.G all have a chance to finish first place in the regular season. When was the last time in the regular season the first place race included more than 2 teams into the final week?
It's a 19 summer. I think that's just because it was like messy year.
I'm going to agree. I think it was probably 2019 summer. 20 spring, a little bit more of a Dom1 flavor. Same with 21. 22 spring. I want to say Gen.G. No, that was a T1 year, wasn't it? DRX, that was the DRX 6th place. I'm going to go with
you're
A as well. Yeah, I'm A.
We both A.
Chat, were they right? The answer is C. 2021 summer. That was when Live Sandbox were the number 1 team going into the final week. Then Nongshim was the number 2 team going into the final week. D+, T1, and Gen.G. And the way it finished up, Live Sandbox went from 1st to 5th.
I can't believe.
D+ skipped past Nongshim into 1st, and Gen.G goes from 5th to 2nd. So it was D+,
That's crazy.
Gen.G, Nongshim, T1, Live Sandbox. That was a crazy
I do remember
5-team race.
There were 2 splits where Live Sandbox were actually vying for top spots. They were 3rd place, I think, in 2023 for a little bit. But that's crazy. Like, that actually happened. Because I remember that year is just a Dom1 dominant year.
I agree.
No, it was all a very close race going down to the final series. I believe everyone finished at 12 wins. It was a very, very close one. As we take a look at the POM standings, not very close is Chovy. He is the POM leader and winner because Taeyun only has 2 series left and Zeka only has 2 series left. And we don't count it for the playoffs for our POM standings for the regular season.
So he's the king.
He is
the king. You know who else is the king?
Oh, boy.
Oh my God.
Chronicler. Actually, Chronicler's still the king because I haven't won yet. There's only 1 week left. Alice had a fantastic back-to-back, or 3 weeks in a row, really. He was the highest average. He's chasing me here.
Oh, this is why I'm worst predictor.
Yeah, this is what you're
Well,
We don't count Huni.
Thanks, Hooney.
It wasn't just our opinions. It's
65%.
actually true that you're the worst predictor.
65% picked up.
But actually,
Yeah,
Huni's
6,
lost
7.
though. Like his percentage.
He's late,
Not
though,
good.
so he's off. He's off.
No,
the,
the percentage is still the
yeah,
same.
I just mean he's still.
All right.
Worst,
Thanks,
though, is you know, he actually showed up for the whole time.
All right. Not so good at predicting maybe as myself human form, but we can use our friends over at Team Snowball AI to calculate the opportunities for teams to make it on in. Hanjin Breon already in for the Rise group. BNK3X almost a lock unless things go terribly wrong. So the race is mainly between Nongshim and Kiwoom DRX for that final
Now,
spot.
these stats are based on previous results. Nongshim having a really rough time right now, losing back-to-back series DNS, losing to them in the Kespa Cup finals, not taking a single game there. Their form is really weak, and Frog is stabilized, so I think these numbers may be a little misleading. I think for me, it's much closer to 50-50 with those last 2 teams.
The reason why it's more like high stakes here is because you will be out of the year. Like, you won't be able to play League anymore. So I think you gotta be really locked in and try your best. Otherwise, you know, you're out.
Yeah, you won't be here where you can fight through the play-ins. You can see the bracket here where those seeds go. The first seed gets a huge advantage against the Legend 5th there. And
This is more clear for me. I
Yeah.
think KT now is still struggling to find their solution, and now I think it's pretty much locked in for me.
They're not out. There is a mathematical chance against Gen.G and T1. KT could do it and sneak on in. But really, T1 and D+ still fighting for those playoff buys. This is the playoff bracket that'll happen later on starting next Saturday. That's when the playoffs happen. Again, it's not a whole week later. It's literally next week.
notice top 2 get that extra bye from the first round. They don't have to play there. They'll be seeded directly. And first place gets to choose the winner of the upper round, round 1. So that is a very important spot to get. Number 1 is so important, but getting number 2 also still skips you that round.
Yeah, so being that third place legend team still gives you the opportunity to pick who you play out of the play-in stage. So that's a lot of the brackets and playoffs that will be coming up next week, and the opportunities for each team to try to qualify on in. They're going to do so on patch 2616, our brand new patch here that has a couple of champion changes, but more importantly, some system changes.
I don't see Kennen being viable, but Gwen and Azira, I could see some of them like in LEC. Gwen into Aatrox top lane and Azir with the PTA, so you basically play for all the game. But I strongly doubt that it's gonna be like available for BO3. I still think those two champions are like too slow compared to like
We didn't
recent
see
champions.
any of these champions in Kespa Cup at all. And if you take a look at some of the nerfs that we had this season, we saw both of these champions in Kespa Cup. So even though Camille, technically not a nerf really in my mind, a bit of a change to make her more viable top lane, still being played support, still finding success in support. And Poppy, even though she was kind of a bully, still getting those stats tuned down, banned very heavily.
I'm expecting more of like top Camille into Ambessa. I think it was already played even before, so I think it's still a valuable option.
Let's take a look at some of the items here that have been changed. It's a lot of those lethality items or a lot of those fighter items with Sunder Sky and Eclipse.
So I was expecting more of like Eclipse into Black Cleaver build, but players are still building Sunder Sky. The fact that it gives more tankiness in the early game, I think is still the item that you should run first. But I think they're trying to buff up for AD carries more, so that means you get buffed on Runans and Berserkers.
Yeah, so Berserkers were pretty low value. They changed them slightly. And we got both a buff to Spellslinger shoes and a nerf to Chainlink Crushers. These are the tier 3 boots for magic penetration as well as magic resistance there that you see all the time to make it more viable to play mage mid lane. They're basically trying to encourage mages not in the bottom lane, but very viable in the mid lane and less countered by that defensive crusher setup.
And now they're buffing up for jungle as well, because we don't see AP or tank junglers nowadays besides Scanner. But now we're going to see it more. So basically you deal more the damage than before, even though you have armor or AP or HP. So I think it kind of opens up a lot of picks in the jungle, including Scanner, Sejuani. And also some nerfs on Halo Blades. I think it's kind of massive. It's one of the cheat code into the early game. You can literally just run Ignite and Halo Blades and you can just win the lane. So I think it's necessarily nerfed.
I mentioned earlier the boots changes to try to push mages into the mid lane. We also have the 80 carry magic resistance change here, which makes it less likely that we'll see mages in the bottom lane. I think we saw Cypher play Mel once in the Kespa Cup. It did not work. It did not look good. But we were already moving away from that here as an overall unit in the LCK. People were stopping the bottom lane mages with the exception of Ziggs. So I think this just further solidifies that that's kind of done.
Yeah, again, one of the big things here, though, that we wanted to hit on, the support quest here we did. As roaming happened a lot earlier, this should stop that.
But the players are still doing the roams, though, as we could see in the Kespa Cup. Even though the nerf is huge, the support players are still roaming around the map. But in the fact that they are actually getting the side stone really late, and the level disadvantage is really huge. So I remember previously in the LEC, level 6 support against level 12 AD carry, that's happening right now. I'm expecting more from the players, that they're gonna slightly change their playstyle when it comes to the later on.
This was the one change of the patch I could really feel during Kespa Cup.
Oh yeah.
And we saw if your support roams are not working, you lose so much more than just potentially your bottom lane being left out to dry. You are losing so much. You're so low on XP. So I think this is a change that our teams are going to have to adapt to.
You're going to be on time, otherwise you're going to get punished.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of fights with the lack of vision in the early game skirmishing meta. As we take a look at week 13, our final week, it all kicks off with the Legend Group matchup of Gen G versus KT and Hanjin Brion up against DNS, the reigning Kespa Cup champions. What were your matches for the week, guys?
I mean, I gotta go with Dongxin versus KMDRX. It's decider for the planes. Who's gonna be out for rest of the year?
I went for D plus versus Genji. I think this one's the toughest match to call this week. I think Genji on incredible form, a really big bounce back, but D plus also so unpredictable, also on form right now. It's Saturday's showdown. How can this not be the match of the week?
Let's take a look at predictions, and it is very contested all the way on through, other than, what's that through line? Is it everyone is doubting KT?
Oh,
No
man.
KT.
Wait, we gotta check the KR site though.
No KT.
Everyone is doubting KT?
Oh my
They are all.
God.
They all don't believe in KT.
All right. Now I'm scared because I think normally KT, when they're not expected to win against the better teams, they always surprise us.
KT buff could be real. It's called doubt. And there's a lot of doubt here on both the Korean and the English side. And the battle for the final play-in spot, it's between Nongshim and Kiwoom DRX. We showed you earlier, maybe there's a world where BNK FuryX don't make it, but 6 of the analysts here on Global believe Nongshim's not going to make it.
Do you see?
And then
those
there's
two?
2.
Those are fake bro fans.
Yeah, I know.
Myself and the original
Ex-Bro
General
and
Giga
Ex-Bro,
Now-
fan Digon together
Yeah.
supporting Kiwoom DRX.
I didn't think
Now
about it
they're
like,
like-
hey, I think Kiwoom's in, Nongshim's in. I picked my matches straight up, and based on my match predictions, I think the game score is the series score is the same, the game score is the
explained
same.
to them
It just
how-
goes to
Yeah.
head-to-head, which means
Like,
that Nongshim versus
Literally
Kiwoom
says
match is
based
going
on
to be really
week
big.
13 prediction. Yes, Digon, that's how it's decided. That's how you chose
Do
this.
you remember his title? He's worst predictor. So we don't need to listen to him.
I don't.
I'm sorry,
know why we
Kiwoom
have-
fans, I am the worst predictor, but I do think that you're the team that's going to get in based on it. It's going to require a huge effort later on. Also, earlier this month, I wanted to give a shout out to Chovy, who made a 30 million won donation to citizens or residents around Korea who were in need during a heat wave. There was a massive heat wave that happened. Chovy showing off the fact that it's important to him to give back. It was something that was engraved into him by his parents, that he said in an interview. And so just showing more than just players, our players are great humans and give back in ways that they can.
It's not the first time Chovy's made a big donation like this.
He's been doing it for a long time.
He really does give back a lot. So happy to see players giving back with all the success they've had.
Yeah, so again, a role model off the Rift. He has been the key here on the Rift. 1,100 Palm points. Will he add to that here against KT? Let's find out together as we start the final week of the LCK. We'll see you after game number 1.
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
Ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026, we are here for the final regular season week. It all comes down to this. And we're going to start the week off with a AA broadcast. We've got 2 A's. That is a pretty good score if you're at school.
I have some terrible news though, Max. I have the hiccups. I've been trying.
Oh no!
I've been trying to.
Wait, do we need to scare you? Oh no! Oh no! Okay, Daniel.
Oh my god! I've been trying to hold my breath. I've been trying to. It's just a terrible time.
How do we scare him?
Maybe, maybe the predictions all being against KT. That's pretty scary.
That's true. Maybe we just KT. Okay, maybe. I'm sorry to anyone else that got scared.
Work? No.
No. So have you tried the drinking water? Have you tried the holding your breath?
Yes.
Have you tried the waiting 10 minutes and then it'll go away?
We could do that one.
Yeah, I think maybe that's the way to do it. Let's have a look at our points of the match here, though, as Daniel tries his very best to survive his bout of the hiccups. 2-0 win is going to lock in regular season first place for Gen G. They do have another series coming up after this, but they will guarantee that first spot, which is just kind of crazy. This hasn't been Gen G's best season, and yet still they're just ready and poised to lock in first place once again.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is that we're so used to them being on top. This season, this long season, has been more for struggle, more for fight, and yet they've still...
You can do this. Fight.
They've
Fight through
still managed to make it into a position where they can be the top team.
Yeah. And I think that this is something that if you're just coming in, if you're maybe one of these people that likes to watch at the end of the year, prepare for Worlds and things like this, you're like, oh, Gen G at the top. This makes complete sense. It's completely fine. But we had Harmon Life Esports win MSI. We had no Korean team win First Stand. You know, we've had not Gen G be the reigning champs here in Korea over the last little while. I mean, D+ won EWC. Heck, DNS just won the Casper Cup. It's crazy here in the LCK and just for Korean League of Legends in general. The KT versus Gen G, and man, in that pre-show I was so scared. No one predicted KT this whole week. Everyone saying Gen G will take them down, and everyone saying T1 will take them down. I really just think it's probably a KT 2-0 week. Oh God, what? Okay, I got scared, but Daniel didn't get scared. Thank you so much, production, for trying to scare him, but I think he's just been desensitized to the Lollipoppy.
I like Lollipoppy, it's a cool skin.
Oh no, well you got me.
But I think
I definitely don't have the hiccups anymore.
I think I'm okay. And I said that I didn't immediately hiccup.
Wait a second. Did Lollipoppy actually do it? Maybe Lollipoppy actually did
Maybe that's a solution. If you ever have hiccups, the original Lollipoppy.
I mean, it is the scariest thing on the planet. I think there's no debate there. I can see that yeah, chat is also experiencing the same levels of fear. I hope that everyone at home also doesn't have the hiccups anymore. As we're getting prepared to get into pick and ban for game number 1. We've had a little bit of experience on this patch with Casper Cup being on it for the last couple of days down in Daejeon. But not a whole lot has changed necessarily, but I do think that things are still very up in the air, and we are a region that is a little bit slow to progress, you could say.
I've just received the weirdest message ever.
Oh no, what is it?
Cadril saying the best way to get rid of hiccups is telling your mind you're not a fish. Subconsciously, it will fix it. I swear to God, it derives from being a fish. Just tell yourself in your head you're not a fish. I'm actually really sad the hiccups are gone now, because I would have loved to try that.
Is he okay?
I don't know, but...
Mark, if you can hear us, I just really hope that you're not trying to be a fish too hard.
Next time...
Come up for air sometimes. Try to be a dolphin. Let's try to be a dolphin.
Yeah, dolphins are fun.
Because they do still have to come up for air.
They resurface, yeah.
Yeah, that would be good. Don't be a fish, because then we might lose you forever. Okay, that was such a weird aside. I think I'd like you to focus more on the game, please, Daniel, as we've got a legend match on our hands. Gen G versus KT. And this is a grudge match. This is a big one. Chovy versus B2D is always so much fun, as of course Chovy did replace B2D here on Gen G all those years ago. And this could be, you know, one of those, like, I feel like we need to cherish every single Gen G game for the rest of the year because I don't want Keen to go. I don't want him to go to military. I don't want him to leave. But this could be his last year.
Yeah, I mean, Keen has had such a phenomenal career, phenomenal time on Gen G, and so many accolades.
Yeah.
But you really, there's always that big one on your mind.
Yeah.
And it will be extremely sad if this is Keen's last year, but if he finishes with a bang, then at least it would be a great send-off.
Yeah, it certainly will. And, you know, Flandre did it, and he was, like, ancient in sort of League of Legends years. So maybe this year is going to be the year of Gen G, but we do tend to keep saying that. Scores on our screen here as far as delayed gratification is concerned. This guy was the king of it, as in his final year, finally managed to win the LCK back in 2018. But that is a little bit of digressing. There's a lot of KT here as well, as we see Ryu pacing back and forth. Gen G, they will be on our blue side. KT choosing second pick for game number 1.
I'm interested to see what Perfect does with this. I think Perfect's been such a strong performer throughout the season for KT and often flexing his muscles when it comes to those top lane picks. We know if he can get his hands on things. I mean, that's the thing. Okay, I will say, game 1, I feel like counter pick may not be as valuable for top lane specifically because we've seen so much early slamming of Olaf.
Yeah, exactly.
But then maybe a first pick is higher prio, and then Olaf comes in 1-2 on second pick, so we'll see how that goes. Interesting, the Ezreal ban. Something that, I mean, we did see Ezreal bans, but it's been kind of here and there. Not one of those sort of staple perma bans that we've had.
The one game I think that Geo has won was with Ezreal.
That's
so
fair.
maybe that's what they're going off. The Vi, pretty understandable ban, but Cassio Ori is well and truly established here in the LCK. Wow, that was almost a hiccup.
I thought you did just hiccup.
I don't know what it was.
Okay.
Hiccups aren't contagious, right?
I don't know.
God.
Apparently, the reason the fish thing works is because hiccups are derived from when...
He's still going?
Kate said to look it up, but apparently because it derives from fish.
I mean, I guess we did all evolve from fish.
Yeah. Maybe you're just like drowning in the air because
Because we're
you have to remind yourself
we're
you're not
actually
a
a
fish.
fish out of water.
Yeah.
It
So
all makes
if
sense.
you have hiccups, then there you go. You can test the theory. But Syndra
Well,
ban coming through means I think Ryze pretty likely to be prioritized here. We often see the Syndra picked into the Ryze,
yeah.
and that will be a first pick there for Chovy.
All right.
Now for KT, will they just prio the Olaf here for Perfect in the first 2? I'm also interested to see how sort of jungle support prio. I think jungle, if I'm being honest, I don't think the changes have done that much. I think the impact on support is more prominent. The Sundered Sky change, you know, I was actually looking at the numbers. Aragon sent me some numbers over that he'd actually gone over.
Yeah.
With 50 health in early skirmishes compensates for a lot of the less healing you'd have. And it's such a big one-item spike that's very relevant. KT immediately slam the Jin Karma. And if we think about the support changes leaning more towards playing the 2v2, this is obviously a solid 2v2. And I wonder, is Gen G going to try and match that now? Lucian Milio is available.
That's so scary.
Yeah, I mean, especially in Ruler's hands. Or they're going to go and try and pick the top side of the map. That Olaf is still potentially on the cards. They go for Lee Sin Ryze, very strong combo. And obviously Canyon terrific on that Lee Sin. And they are just going to slam that Olaf for Keen here.
So the Jarvan can be an answer. I know it's in a completely different role, but Jarvan into Olaf can really ruin his day by just putting him in the naughty corner. But Kled is up and available. The Jax is up and available. Some options here for Perfect to play if he would like to. Instead, Nefiri going to be the consideration for Cuz.
Shown a lot of confidence to say we don't need to answer the Olaf now. And a big factor in this game is that going to bite them in the behind? Because when you have Nefiri, when you have Jin, these are not picks that are great at shredding through an Olaf. And if you've given the opportunity for Gen G to ban away more of these top lane answers, it means Perfect might end up in a difficult situation, or we might be very confident in what he has prepared.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for KT's composition, I'm not going to lie. But we'll see how it does come together as they lock in a couple of solo lanes after this. The Annie will be taken away from BDD. Pairings alongside the Nefiri, like Annie is definitely a great one. Some setup CC is always useful for a jungler that doesn't have much of their own, as the Bard is going to be taken away from Duro as well. I think deserving that ban more and more here as far as his Bard play is concerned. Duro was kind of one of our players that did have the Bard kind of ignored against him because he wasn't necessarily the best, but over the last couple of weeks has looked better. As Camille also going to be still taken away.
No, but this is
despite the
interesting because
changes.
they already have the Karma. So they're banning the Camille here, concerned about the top lane Camille.
Oh yeah, true.
With the changes that came through, I do think there is some struggle still for Camille because the changes made it so she could trade more frequently, but her shield early is half as big. So I wasn't sure if we were necessarily going to see it. Genji were concerned they would. They ban it away. And Kled comes through. This is Perfect's answer. Interesting that of all the typical answers we've seen in the top lane, Kled, Jax, Vayne into the Olaf, none of them were banned there by Genji in the second rotation.
Yeah.
And Perfect still gets what he wants.
They just seem to not care about it. Ruler is thinking about a Varus. We'll see which version of the Varus it is going to be, as up against the Jhin. I guess maybe you're leaning a little bit more towards the lethality version, but this would also be an option. And Yunara Lulu on the table, and Genji could just lock it away here. A lot of great wild growth targets here on Genji, so I think that the Yunara Lulu angle looks like a good one. Yunara has been finding a lot of success over the last week or so. As Effort is going to hover a Teemo and then a Nasus, I would assume. There it is.
If you think about the items that have been buffed as well for AD carries, we saw Yuntal a little bit ago, but Runan's being buffed.
Yep.
So potentially you could see a look in towards the Runans on the Yunara. We'll see what build path he goes towards. But I think a big thing for me is that with the XP changes, this is less relevant in this matchup because you are just going to be laning into the Karma. But Lulu gets such a big benefit from a level 6 being available. When I think about champions that don't want to roam, want to soak up that XP and get to that level 6 sooner, but aren't those melee engagers, I think of Lulu. And Lulu has great targets here. For me, Genji has a really strong mid-jungle. You have the setup for the Rise to allow the Lee Sin to connect his abilities. You have the Olaf and the Yunara who will scale well and be great targets to buff. And on this side for KT, they do have the Kled, which you've seen have success in the Olaf. We do have the TF, the Fairy with some good skirmishing power. But I really just feel like if they fall behind, they're really going to struggle into this composition.
Yeah.
They don't have a ton of damage. Picking the TF into Olaf feels very brave.
Yeah, brave is also very close to stupid. So we'll see whether BDD can overcome that. I was a bit worried about it as well. I mean, Jhin and TF, the two champions that I think are the most associated with, they will not be able to get through said target.
Yeah.
And Olaf is certainly one that will just basically add like a cap, right? Like, you have to be able to get through this damage threshold, otherwise it is just kind of over. But some interesting drafts, and the 1-3-1 is a thing that KT can play through, right? TF is notably very, very good at playing 1-3-1, and could also, have the Kled in a side lane as well, as we are going to do some headset swapping. And this is something that has been really brought to the forefront by the Kesper Cup finals the last couple of games. We swapped so many headsets, Daniel. Like, it was ridiculous.
That's the meta now?
That is the meta now. Cuz is like, you know what? It's going to be me. It wasn't Cuz, it was Gio, I think, that did do it. Normally it was Sharvel that we were watching. If you then saw what he did on Lee Sin in Game 1 against Nongshim, you'd be like, man, I should be swapping my headset out.
Yeah, maybe
game
Canyon
as well.
should be swapping his headset
That's
out.
what I was thinking.
He is playing Lee Sin.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to have to do that. So hopefully we do get the... Wow, that's pretty cool. She's been here supporting Perfect multiple times this year, by the way.
I love the evolution that we've had, like the fan signs with the cutout. This is just using your own hands to do the dance.
Yeah.
That's some great work.
Very good. All right, we got some giggles on both sides of the rift as far as our players are concerned as well. Smile on Chovy's face, which is sometimes relatively rare moving into games. This guy is generally pretty serious. Well, let's do it. Let's get onto the rift here for game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. onto the Rift for game number 1, Gen.G versus KT. And already we're seeing some players meet one another. BDD gets into the brush because walking over here, his doggos took a little bit of damage, but otherwise everything is calm on Summoner's Rift. And we'll see how Keen is going to be able to get through this matchup against the Kled. This has been a difficult one. Shiu's performance comes to mind about how he dealt with the Olaf with this Kled. And we'll see whether that is going to be something that KT can leverage here in this game. Because if they do just kind of snowball out of control, the whole conversation about the Olaf thing is just not going to be relevant.
Absolutely. I mean, Olaf is a stat check champion, and if you have more stats, if you are stronger, you can just deal with him. I think there is strong side lane matchups for KT with having the Kled and Olaf. We've seen that matchup go well. With having the Jhin Karma into Yunara Lulu, and notably Ruler going cleanse, which makes complete sense when you're into a TF, but isn't the highest value in lane. As much as there is some CC from G1 effort, having the barrier would give you a stronger 2v2, and so Ruler going for that for a bit of late game, and that's kind of how Gen.G have to approach this. They want to get to the later stages, they want to be powerful when we sort of get past the laning phase, and there will be pressure from G1 effort in the bot lane. It's just a matter of surviving, farming up to be strong.
Yeah. And I find it kind of fun that we've got one of the oldest matchups in the mid lane possible as well between the Rise and the Twisted Fate.
You know,
All things change, the more they stay the same, you know?
I always remember that quote years and years and years and years ago from Faker talking about if you want to be a great mid laner, you got to learn Rise and you got to learn TF. Because one of them teaches you, how to view the map and how to play the map, and the other one teaches you about combos and ability sequencing. What's funny is that both of them now have a global ultimate.
Yeah.
That you can play around.
So actually, you just need to play Rise.
That's the lesson here.
You really don't need to worry about TF anymore, and a lot of our players have taken that to heart. We haven't really seen all that much TF outside of BDD, Faker, and Showmaker, really, here in the LCK. Not many of our other players do like to play this guy. And I think once you're a TF player, you're always a TF player, is kind of how it goes. And our more cerebral mid laners that do like to play the map game, TF will always be valuable.
Yeah. So one thing that I was thinking about when I saw the patch changes is obviously Sundered Sky talked about it a little bit in draft, how in the early skirmishes you actually break even at 2 procs of the healing. I'm going to hold that thought because Cuz is looking for an angle here, but I think Chovy just walks us out.
Yeah, Dagger's both going to go wide. Really good side steps here from Chovy, who's actually just going in for the 1v2. Canyon's going to show up as Cuz able to get himself out of the way. Canyon unable to time the Sonic Wave exactly right to hit him after the untargetability. Some daggers will land, but you can see Canyon very, very confident with the health advantage that his mid laner does have. And Cuz going to get pushed away. That is going to be the steal right under his nose, or multiple noses. And just going to safeguard his way out of there. Cuz coming on over, but I don't know whether he can really contest this.
Has the smite advantage, so he's looking for an angle for that.
Yeah, Resonating Strike isn't going to quite work yet. It's a lot of damage missing, but with the daggers not landing either and BDD coming back at full health, this should be the Scuttler on the top side going over to Cuz, and that's a double Scuttle actually here for KT.
Yeah, so Chovy reset then. Went for the reset, wanted a timing to get his buys in, and it meant that Canyon didn't have the support to continue that contest. Canyon making the right read to back off, but it has given Cuz an advantage in the jungle.
That's a big one.
And so just to go back to the point I was making, it's 2 procs. When you're at 1 item, if you get 2 procs, it breaks even with the extra health the item has. So the item's still pretty strong. But a champion we saw who was heavily going Eclipse already was Lee Sin. There's a lot of contest between the two.
Oh dear, that's an exhaust onto Perfect as Keen is just going to run him down. Skull comes back though. Bear Trap on the rope is going to miss. That means that at least Keen is not going to get punished for this. And yeah, Trovy's looking for the dive. There is both summoners on Perfect. He is playing very defensively and has Cuz in tow, but there is the Ghost. They're committing to this one. As Chovy wants to deal with the minion wave, does get a little bit distracted by CS. Can never blame him for that. It is Chovy after all.
BDD just got ult.
Yeah, and now BDD is going to make his way in. Keen doesn't quite have it, wants to take down the minion, gets the Ragnarok, and now Perfect is knocked off Skull! Doesn't have the undertow though, and there is the Kled staying alive, and first blood over to KT.
Great angle there by BDD. Hits level 6, comes up immediately, and they manage to get that kill, but I still have to feel like it's not super worth it because Keen's still quite a bit ahead in farm, and Canyon's looking to pick up the dragon. That being said, Effort is trying to prevent this. If they can stop them from getting the Canna Dragon, this would feel pretty fantastic for KT.
I don't think it's going to happen, though, as Yu does land a Deadly Flourish onto Duro. Effort is trying to get some damage down here as well, as Cuz finally making his way over. 56 health on the Drake, but Canyon will be able to flash his way out of the back of the pit and gets over towards his Krug camp to stay alive. Duro as well at 100 health, but they will live. And that is the main thing, I guess, here for Gen G.
That was a delicate one. Perfect now moving down towards mid. They're looking for Chovy. Chovy does have Flash, but no Realm Warp.
Yeah, he is just going to charge on in, but there's no one here anymore.
You can see KT trying to make these proactive plays, but there is a cost to this. Keen right now really far ahead of farm in this matchup. Even with the assist gold, just not really being enough here. And the big thing is it was BDD hit level 6 from that wave he stayed for. Comes in, Keen isn't level 6, but he hits the minion to get it, an ult, but it's just not quite enough to take down the Kled. So it's still, KT get the kill, that's good, that's positive, but it's a massive deficit in the top lane despite that, which is what I'm a little bit concerned about.
Yeah, there's also the fact that a lot of the gold that KT are going to have is going to be just the TF tax, right? That is just how this champion kind of functions, and we're going to expect KT to be ahead in gold throughout this game. It's only 7 minutes, so a 300 gold lead isn't TF, you know, outside of the fact that he did get first blood.
It averages, I think it's 4 gold as you average for minions, because he cheats, he gets 6 more often, so you can kind of take away 4 times his CS, which is about 250.
Oh yeah, there you
52. Go. So
pretty close.
And it's one of these things where it's always like, well, I mean, they do have that gold. It's not like they don't have it, but that's obviously budgeted into TF strength. So I think they'll need a bit more than the 500 gold lead they have now to feel comfortable in this game. But I do like that they've been proactive. If you're going to have a composition like this, you want to make things happen, and you want to look to challenge and find angles.
See whether they can.
Plays.
Because currently moving up towards his Krug camp, I'm pretty sure. We'll see whether he gets a punish towards Keen. He does have his Ragnarok back, but doesn't have Flash just yet. And his exhaust is still on the way. So, yes, he does have a severe CS advantage, but might be a gankable option if they can play around that ultimate effectively.
I think it's really hard when the ult's there. Just hard to keep him locked into the play. He can just pop it and run away.
I like that rhyme. That was very good.
Thank you. Grub's gonna be picked up here by Gen
Oh, did you watch Grug? Was that an Australian show? Never mind, I'll hold that thought as Ruler is just getting the curtains called to him as the flash gets him out of the way and didn't quite have vision, I don't think, as the last bullet is used on the wave.
Those were some phenomenal reads, though, from Jiwoo. The one he caught him as he dashed.
Yeah.
So, Ruler down everything. No sums, no ult. Perfect, though. Also,
he's down a dinosaur.
Yeah, not in a good spot here. BDD not in a position to move yet either.
Yeah, Canyon just going to make his way over. Takes a couple of turret shots. Is now perfect. Is looking for Skull to make his way back in. I think he might have it in this skirmish. His health bar does get back up decently high. Q lands though, and down goes the Kled. No Skull in sight.
This was so beautifully played by Keen and Canyon because they kept their distance to not give him the free remount. And they just played the time, played the clock, knew that there was no backup coming, and eventually the kick, the CC into the execute means they can take him out before a remount comes, before he can flash and then ult away. Just a patient play, and it's just really putting Perfect in a bad spot.
Oh, speaking of bad spots, Cuz is going to be caught on his little invade here. Krugs are going to get delayed for a few moments as Ruler and Duro really respecting Cuz's positioning here, backing away from that turret, not wanting to get dove or anything like that, especially with the Kled able to make his way down this lane. Yes, he doesn't have teleport yet, but he wasn't actually seen on the top side of the map yet, so they could have been going for something with that charge. Now that they've seen him, they can feel a lot more comfortable.
If you look on the minimap, you can actually see Keen was coming down to the bot lane to cover that. Chovy also moved over with a Realm Warp, so Gen G, despite Canyon being on the top side, the solo lanes had made moves to cover and prevent, counteract any sort of dive that KT wanted to go for. And they have moved back to their lanes now and are looking at the top side, but they did mitigate any attempt from KT if they're going to try and dive Ruler and Duro.
Yeah, it was nicely done. As now, Ruler and Duro just chilling out underneath this turret. Nice little Q to connect here from Effort, and there is still a pretty big lead here for Jiu. Actually, 12 CS is not a bad margin here for the Jin. And so KT being able to find some advantages here in this game. It's just not quite enough to really move the needle too far, right? We're seeing a 200 gold lead and a Drake advantage here for Gen G. Next Drake, speaking of which, is going to be up in 3 seconds' time. Cuz just went home, but Cycle Sword is now done. Canyon at the same time finishes the Eclipse. I think both of these junglers looking to fight.
Yeah, and it's, you know, the Eclipse, they buff the damage on it, an extra 2% max HP damage. The burst available to Canyon right now is kind of crazy. He has to be respected on this item spike.
See whether they do. Going to be moving in. They get the bad news that item is completed. Cuz though, still feeling confident as we can see. Effort moving on down as BDD has got the gold card. And there's the ulti. Phenomenal Wild Growth is going to interrupt Cuz as the curtain has been called. And Duro was able to avoid that last shot. So Jiu's like, well, I pressed my ultimate button. I'm going to go back to lane now. And Duro just going to be able to avoid Cuz's daggers here as he looks to try and get some support down for Ruler at the same time. And it looks like KT will get the inside track on this Drake and look to start it up.
Yeah, I think a lot of tools burnt there by Gen G to keep Chovy safe. KT go aggressive, find an angle. And it's the fact that it was the kick away from Canyon and the Wild Growth, and Chovy flashed anyway. I think for me, maybe it was just the right call just to commit the flash early from Chovy, keep all those other resources if you did want to fight. But the end result is KT will pick up that dragon. Canyon is trying to challenge the top side of the map, but there aren't any camps for him to take. And now the bot lane's vulnerable because they went for this heavy lead on the top side. Keen does have TP if he wants to move, but it looks like Chovy and Canyon are running down now. They have the Realm Warp that will get them there pretty quickly if anything happens.
Yeah, it's a bit scary to try and go for a dive given the fact that Chovy does exist with that button. Doesn't quite have level 11 just yet, so the Realm Warp is still only level 1.
I think
but still.
every single time that you see KT set up for a dive in the bot lane, get the members there, look in position, and then they have to back off because Gen G moved to respond, it's just really hitting KT and how they want to push the pace of this game forward. So Gen G keeping a good mark on them and stopping this dive from happening.
The one thing that I do want to say, though, is that an Infernal Soul really helps KT
Oh, yeah.
in this game. They need damage. That dragon should be able to get them there if they can manage to keep picking these up. First one going over to Canyon maybe isn't even a big deal because they get 3 of the Infernal Drakes if they're able to monopolize the dragon taking as this game goes on. Great Deadly Flourish here onto Chovy, who gets taken down to 50% health. They're not really fighting over too much, though, as Cuz goes down very low, just fighting with Canyon. That Eclipse you were talking about, paying dividends right now.
Oh, Cuz might be in trouble if he finds him.
Yeah, I think Canyon just going to go into Effort for now. Finds a lot of damage with that Resonating Strike. Snare does come down, but now Keen is moving in. Gives him a safeguard target as now the gate comes down. BDD trying to get himself out of there, gets the flash out of the TF, and they will just back away.
Really well played there by Gen G. Keen didn't even ult, didn't exhaust, didn't flash. They knew BDD was going to flash over the wall. They took that. His Destiny is gone as well, and they're satisfied with those resources not being available. BDD's ability to impact the map has been reduced as a result of them burning both of those cooldowns. And Herald up in a minute is what I expect Gen G to be playing towards. Also, Mikhail's Rush, it's been picked up now by Duro, which is a great answer to that TF.
Yeah, huge deal. The biggest thing, though, here in this game is the Olaf. This Viking is just absurd. He went back, finished his Hex Plate, has the Steel Caps as well, and he is 50 CS up, or at least was. 45 right now, and as he starts to batter down this wave, it's only going to get worse. Perfect does have one item, but doesn't have any shoes. And yes, he's riding a dinosaur. That feels pretty good. You can go a bit faster with your charge and stuff like that, but this is going to be a big advantage for Keen. Steel Caps are so powerful into the Kled.
I feel like it'd be pretty uncomfortable just barefoot in like the stirrups, you know?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just like, I don't know. I feel like I'm not very good at barefoot just in general. You know, I'm a shoe wearer.
Yeah.
It's been difficult for me here in Korea because it's a shoes-off country. Whereas we just wear our shoes everywhere in Australia.
Really? I thought
Not
Australia would be
intense.
more sandal-y sort of vibe.
Oh yeah, we do that as well, but I don't really do I guess I should say flip-flops here on this this broadcast, but that's not the name that we have for them. As Perfect taking some damage here. We'll see whether Skull does get evicted from the lane. And not quite looks to be the answer.
I think of all the situations that could arise from this game, I think Kled being this far behind on Olaf is probably one of the worst for KT's chances in it.
Yeah.
We've seen as well that Ruler's been able to pick up some gold, and even though he's 10 CS down, he's pretty even in terms of gold there. I think KT's timer is ticking, and things like the Herald are big objectives you really need in your pockets and not in your opponent. You can see Canyon's already started up, but KT are trying to push him away.
Yeah, Canyon not going to be deterred, though, as we can see. All three of them not actually able to move up towards this Herald. As finally, Shelly will just lose patience, goes back to her house. Cuz just trying to fish for some of these daggers. Perfect will be able to get back down here towards this bottom side. It's over a 50 CS gap now.
1,500 gold is a crazy lead to have already.
And they have the same scoreline. It's ridiculous. My gosh. Okay, well, Cuz just going to have to bounce out of there. I think that Gen G will be able to take this Rift Herald. They've invested enough to deserve it at this point, but you can see BDD moving over. Does now have the Destiny up and available once again. Kind of thought that Gen G were going to be able to take this Herald before that came back, but it's not actually going to mean anything as it turns out.
UCG were able to get some damage on the mid lane tower, but Gen G securing the Herald. I'm not really losing too much.
15 seconds on the Drake as well, Dan.
Yep, something to look toward. If they can use the Herald, they can use it as a combat Herald. They can use it to put pressure mid, so they can force KT away. I think they'll definitely want to slam it before they fight. One thing with having the Herald on Lee Sin, it feels a bit uncomfortable that it takes up your trinket slot, which is also your mobility.
Yeah.
But it looks like they're just not even interested in the Dragon. I mean, at the end of the day, it is only a second Dragon for KT. If they can find a way to get a lot of gold on the top side of the map, then that trade-off can really be worth it for Gen G.
Yeah, I think Gen G just realizing that this one they don't necessarily need to fight for, maybe Soul Point, something that they want to try and deny, and instead get themselves more of a gold advantage, which they have built up for themselves thanks to Keen, basically, on this Olaf being pretty much unstoppable. And getting towards that item number 2 as well. Stridebreaker is such a big deal on this champion.
Oh, the Tiamat just to clear out all the little ones.
Yeah.
The 56 gold. Some efficient camp contesting from Keen there.
And if Cuz is there, there's even more little ones because there's little doggos as well. Oh, Tiamat value just out of control. 1,000 gold, though, is not the kind of thing that KT want to be staring down the barrel of because they want the advantage here in this game.
Yeah, the top tower is picked up there, and then actually they've reset from that side of the map. You can see Chovy moving down behind Keen to put pressure on this bot lane tower, while the bot lane and Canyon throw the Herald down mid. So 2 lanes where KT is really feeling the pressure right now and struggling to respond to either. Chovy now hovering in the river so he can assist either lane with a Realm Warp if needed.
Yeah, he's just sort of making sure that they have everything under control. And Keen will just be able to eviscerate this wave and go about his business. This CS margin is just extending over and over again.
Then you look at the
Currently
timing.
62.
BDD finally pushes the wave in, and Chovy's made his way up there with the Realm Warp to pick up the wave. So it's not even like they missed anything. It was just a really heads-up play from Gen G, good assignments, and playing through those 2 lanes, really shutting KT out of this game.
Yeah. And now Canyon going to go in, going to go out. Not going to get snared as the Destiny Gate did come on down here from BDD. Keen looking for a bit of an angle. Chug, chug indeed, Mr. Olaf.
Ruler has Cleanse and Duro has Mikhail's, and they felt so confident there, neither of them pressed it.
Wow.
I think that just kind of shows how Gen G felt so in control. I also like that Canyon went in, forced a Destiny, instantly safeguards out. They're just burning these resources again and again and just limiting the tools that KT has to make plays while keeping theirs available. There's still 5 flashes on Gen G. They still even have those backup summoners like the Cleanse, like Chovy's Ghost and Keen's Exhaust. And we do get the Runans coming in for Ruler that was just buffed on this patch to have more damage on the split bolts coming through and a bit more movement speed. So we're wondering if we're going to see this one, and Ruler has wasted no time in bringing it out.
Yeah, and I think this was actually built as well by Doctarm in the Kesper Cup final yesterday on the Inara, and looked very good on that one as well. Actually picked up, I believe, a pentakill towards the end of that game.
Yeah, pentakill's pretty good.
Monster.
That's solid.
And Doctum is not necessarily one of our players that we associate with the Inara. Definitely associate him with Lulu-based champions, but we are going to hold that thought for a moment as Jiu does take some damage. Canyon will just be backing away once again. So many smoke and mirrors being thrown at KT, and you don't want to be hit by a mirror, ladies and gentlemen. That can be very dangerous, but that seems to be what Canyon's doing. He's just throwing them around like a frisbee, and KT just feel like they're just on the back foot perpetually here in this game, unable to move around the rift and get things done the way they want to because this composition has so much mobility. If you do manage to find anyone that's isolated, you can turn on a dime to pick them up, but they just have no map control. And Gen.G are able to capitalize on it.
And I think just playing it so patiently, playing the way we've seen Gen.G do many times before, where it feels so frustrating to be against. KT honestly just want Gen.G to just go in, to start a fight, but instead it's just whittling away at them constantly. And the kill score may be 1-1, but there's been so many situations where a fight could have happened, and Gen.G either prevented it, blocked it, or just refused to engage because there was no need for them to do so. And now as we go to the mid-game, 1,800 lead for Gen.G. We have also a composition that just scales so much better than what KT have on offer. And I think it's a really tough situation for KT. 30 seconds on this next Dragon. Gen.G look to be contesting it. If KT lose out on this, the game may be irredeemable.
It feels like a death nail. I have to say, I think the action has been a little bit too high in this game. 1 kill per 10 minutes, I think, is just that's a bit overboard for me. But that's neither here nor there. That's more of a subjective thing. I just much prefer if this was a little bit more cool, calm, and collected. Right now, it's just been a little bit too exciting. 3 seconds, and the Dragon's going to come up. Let's see whether that is going to get some more action out of these squads, or whether we will have a return to calmness. And Gen.G will just be able to lock this one down. It looks like Cuz is happy to fight for it, but he doesn't quite find the daggers here. And BDD, we're going to get some splitting done towards this top side of the map. Lichbane in hand means that he is very good at that split. Keen, not going to be able to defend this one. Gen.G will be able to take down the Dragon, and it is 2 Drakes apiece. And yeah, KT looks like they made the decision to give that up. Just don't know whether they're going to feel that great about it.
Yeah, I mean, it stalls the Soul and Elder till so late in this game. They're not really going to be major factors. You think the soonest KT could have Infernal Soul is like 33 minutes into this game, which is just so far away. As a result, it just feels like it's slipping away from them. It's not a huge gold lead. It's obviously even in kills, but it feels like the time is ticking on for them. I will say, better that they gave it up than they fight it, lose the fight, and the Dragon.
Yeah.
But something needs to happen for them soon. Oh, I think time will run out.
Yeah, it's definitely better that they didn't lose their Nexus at that moment, I would say, as far as staying in the game is concerned. Gen.G, this is such a difficult state of the game to be in if you're facing off against a Gen.G that are very happy about their position in the ultra late game, right?
Yeah.
If they're just very happy to take this comp as late as you like, then they will just play this carefully. There's a kickback. I mean, Effort's just really dead. Not a whole lot that he could do about that one. Canyon not even investing the flash, going for the safeguard kick instead. And so he will be able to do that again as soon as that Dragon Rage kick is back up again. Oh dear. Okay, we're not allowed to have any more kills though, guys. No more kills as Rulus ignoring me completely. Cuz is very dead. Chovy shows up as well right underneath the turret, happy to tank it up. And that is 2 dead now. Gen.G, they can just skip over to the Baron pit and take down the Purple Worm.
Yeah, it's Terry as well as the Baron, so not that much damage coming from it. Cuz down means no smite to contest, and it just feels like it kind of came to a boiling point eventually. Canyon finds his pick onto Effort. It's a great angle here where he's trying to clear out this vision line and contest Baron. But it was a trap set by Gen.G. And then in the follow-up, Cuz wanted to contest this area. Ruler gets the red buff, and Cuz actually fails to flip over the wall. And Ruler is just ruthless at punishing it. We have the follow-up from Chovy. And this is the game.
Yeah.
This is now Gen.G already in a position where a little bit more, and I think the game was just theirs. Now they picked up the Baron, all those kills, 4,000 gold lead. KT did not find that window, and I think it's closed now.
I think so too. I think it was slammed shut. And I think they may have got their fingers caught in it. It's really looking dire. And the fact that Ruler gets those couple of kills, the fact that Ruler is now 1.8k gold ahead, as well as Keen, like, these were going to be the biggest issues for KT to deal with, is late game Yunara and Olaf in general. And Olaf in general is just monstrously far ahead, has been all game long. But now that Yunara problem is very, very prevalent, and they have a Baron to boot. It is just, it's a cavalcade of negative things to talk about here for KT. But let's see whether they can do the unimaginable, the impossible, as they look to settle underneath this turret and make something happen. Does off to the side, just going to be avoiding Sonic Waves and things like that as BDD throws out the gold card. Ruler is going to be cleansed by the Mikhails this time. Still retains his cleanse. As now, Skull going to be taking a little bit of damage, but Perfect not too worried now that he does have his mount up and available.
You can see Chovy constantly just moving between the lanes where they have pressure, being that threat, him and Canyon, both of them, stopping KT from pushing through them and getting a potential flank, but also ready to assist should either lane need the help. They see a window mid where Perfect moved up to help Cuz. The tower drops, and now Gen.G going to look for a reset, spend some of the gold that they picked up, and open back on the map. They got another minute of Baron available to them, but it's 50 seconds away from that Dragon, so if they end up playing through the bot side of the map, they can sort of choke KT out of that area while also pushing these lanes in.
And the gold lead is just extending. Oh no, Ox.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
The actualizer.
Yeah, I think it's actually over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's actually done.
I think this might be a last-ditch effort we see from KT. They might just opt to forego the Dragon, but the game definitely feels very shut and dry at this point. It would take a crazy team fight from KT to bring this back from here.
Would agree. And Gen.G, they are not going to speed up the play. They are not going to take any unnecessary risks. This is, I feel like we've gone back to the Gen.G of old that will just suffocate you.
Yeah.
And they're not going to take any risks doing it. They're not the kind of team to just shut you out of a game. So Canyon, looking for an angle here towards Cuz. And Ruler is just dashing into 3 people. There's a Realm Warp, but no one is going to come out of it. And now the charge gets into the backline. Perfect. Just all alone, though, as Cuz just going to be pushed away. The Ragnarok here from Keen, and he's chasing after this Neferi. Cuz goes down first, and now KT are scattered. There's a flash forward from Chovy, looks for the Rune Prison, gets it onto BDD, and now just runs away. Ruler with the sidestep is beautiful from that Deadly Flourish. And KT have now been pushed all the way back to their inhibitor turret, as sharing the bullets here, and Chovy going to take a fair bit of damage. Duro going to Wild Growth to make sure that he doesn't take enough to kill him. And now Canyon dealing with this destiny to come on through as Ruler kind of by himself. As perfect cleanse there from Ruler. Looks to take down BDD. His effort has to flash away. BDD's still dead though. Canyon gets the flash E in order to take him down and boots him in the noggin. That is going to be 4 on the floor. Perfect. The witness to this tragedy for KT. And Gen.G are still just going to go back, try and find the Kled, or look to take down a Dragon. It is not time to kill any Nexus turrets, okay? We don't do that. We don't kill inhibitor turrets.
They're in no rush.
Dragon.
And I felt like, Cuz is looking for the angle. He does have the smite, but it's going quick.
Well, Cuz is just going to bear witness to this one as well, and may now die, as there is the Tempest Cripple to slow him down. Flash out of the way for the Neferi, so Cuz will survive.
Yeah, Canyon actually didn't have smite there, so that was a little bit precarious, but they get it down before Cuz can make it back. That whole passage of play was a little bit on knife's edge for Gen.G. I think they did step up quite aggressively. But the key thing to note is that earlier, Ruler didn't actually use his cleanse here. He holds it. He holds his cleanse despite being stunned. He's like, I don't want to burn this frivolously, and it ends up paying off massively later on. The fight plays out, they jump onto Keen, and he just decimates Cuz. And then it starts to get a little bit of an overstep from Gen.G. You see the flash from Chovy, but look how much damage they're taking in return. And then when Jiwoo opens with the ult, you start to think, oh, is this the fight that KT was looking for. Is this their moment to get back into this game? But the critical thing is that Ruler maintained that cleanse, maintained that cooldown, so when they come back into the fight, it's actually BDD who looks for him. But he cleanses and just immediately can start putting the damage down in return. And I think they may have just miscalculated, not expected him to still have that cooldown, and he and Canyon just clean that up.
He's playing hyper aggressively as well here in this game. That cleanse was just absolutely perfect, as you mentioned before, but this is Yunara in the front line. And he's like, well, Canyon's obviously just going to run amok and kill them all, and that is precisely what happened. Infinity Edge is now done, so it's worse. It was already very bad, but now it is definitely worse.
Yeah, so much damage available. And with the buffed Runans as well, you're just going to kill everyone in front of you.
Yeah, he is half the gold lead that Gen G have as a team right now. A full item ahead of a Jin, and even if they were on even items, I would say the Yunara is 5 times more valuable at this stage of the game in a 5v5 team fight.
There's just so many threats. They're actually going to look onto the Baron, and Canyon's just going to play Bouncer here. Chovy as well is playing up on the top lane. KT going to try and approach this. They might have to pop the Destiny just to get vision off the area. There we go.
They do spot out what Gen G are trying to do. The Slurkle comes down to slow Cuz up. High value Slurkle there, and there is going to be the flash out. Ragnarok now is BDD. What are you going to be able to do about this Viking? The answer is die, as there's the Undertow to finish him off. Cuz trying to kite this one out, and they might be able to deal with the Olaf. Actually, never mind. They will not be able to deal with the Olaf, and they cannot deal with this Yunara. Finds the Karma, down goes Effort, and now Jiu just gets dashed on and destroyed. And I think Gen G, they're finished with this game now. They'll finish it off.
This game hit critical mass. KT had a timer. They weren't able to make the proactive plays because Gen G shut them down every time. And then it got to this point where Gen G just run them over. Cuz so low already after just a few autos.
Yeah. And now Perfect gonna get booted back, then evicted from Skull, taken down. Couple of kills, one on a turret, one on a Kled here for the Olaf. An absolute monster was Keen this game, but Gen G as a whole, just ruthless, meticulous, and just didn't let KT play video games here in this first one.
I feel like there's a lot of things in this game where it's like, well, you had TF and Jin into Olaf, of course it was going to go badly, but I think it kind of doesn't sell the story of how many times KT tried to make things happen and someone was just floating down all those bot dive attempts and Chovy moves or Canyon moves or Keen moves, and they're just constantly there preventing you from trying to make those proactive plays. And I could see a different team piloting Gen G's comp wouldn't have done as well, because Keen dominated this lane matchup despite the fact we've seen Kled do well here. Chovy was constantly leaning to cover the side lanes, and Canyon was just so expertly playing this Lee Sin, going in and out whenever he needed. This was clinical by Gen G.
It really was a difficult one to come back from as well if you are KT. A kind of demoralizing loss, I would say. No, it doesn't sound very nice, but it was just kind of hopeless. And after games like that, it can feel really difficult to load the game up again. These are obviously professionals. They should be able to do so, and they have to if they want to stay alive here and try and fight for that top spot. It was a tough run through Gen G and T1, and even tougher now that they're down one game. Gonna go to a short break when we get back. The Space gonna break that one down, and we'll have game number 2.
넘어가자. 나 넘어갈 때 준비할게. 나도 그냥 같이 넘어갈 생각할게요. 이거 나필이 노플이라 나필이 좀. 민가 너 이쪽에 있는 거 나이든. 네, 확인. 야 여기 투패. 야 먹자 형 먹자 이런 먹자. 옆에 골간 뽑아놨다. 야 볼게 이거. 싸우자. 가자. 천천히.
나 이긴 거 같아.
맞아. 나 군대요. 나궁안 쓸게 그냥. 나 저형만 본다 이제. 더블 줄래? 몇 초? 더블 줬어요 형. 쭉 갈게. 네. 나 더블 3초.
알았어. 끝나면 되겠다.
형 올라프가 형 말이 안 돼. 잘 뜨긴 했어.
돌쇠야 돌쇠.
우리 친친 우리은행
Red Bull gives you wings. 쓱싹
씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
쓱싹
씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
I was a player. If I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret Lab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
After a pretty gridlocked game there for quite some time, Gen.G eventually busts the doors down, take the lead, and take game one here. Gen.G up 1-0 over KT. Digon here alongside Wolf and Wadid. And it might have felt slow at the beginning, but when we take a closer look at that one, I think it's very fascinating to see how some of those decisions shook up in the first 5 to 7 minutes.
It really looked like a pretty strong draft for KT. Like, they have the Kled counter pick if the Kled can get ahead. The Jhin setup is really good in this draft. Obviously, have the Karma winning bottom side, the TF to set everything up. I was feeling like, yes, of course, Gen.G are the underdogs coming into this game, but if the right choices are made, if the early game goes well, they can run away with this one.
I mean, I think I really like the idea about TF and Nafiri, even though it was a first game. It was a really great answer, especially from BDD. He was proactive in the early game, so he could create a lot of chances for the KT. But the issue was the top lane counter pick into Olaf. It did not work out well.
Yeah, let's dive into it with our first highlight, kind of showing off what happened in this top lane.
So basically, Perfect was literally same CS until this point. He took worst trade ever. It was not necessary at all because the wave was bouncing back towards him. So he didn't really need to trade back there. So that made him to bad position that he can't really catch the wave.
I wonder if he miscalculated the Scarl bar there, because if you get dismounted, then you actually have to kind of go for that really aggressive trade. Otherwise, you can't get Scarl back, and then you're doomed, right? So he has to awkwardly fight, and then they come up here to try to salvage this play, and it does work. Ultimately, Perfect does end up getting the kill here, but if you look at the CS, he's still massively down. And what happens next is, as he has level 6, he wants to make a roam play. So if we fast forward the clip here a little bit and go to what happens later on, he ends up going to make a big roam play, which also means that he's not actually able to get back control of his wave the way he wants to, nor get the CS, and this play fails. So there's a lot going wrong here for Perfect. He's trying to salvage things, and it just does. I mean, it looks a little silly here, unfortunately.
Yeah, he was already 15 CS behind, and after this point, he has like no point to bounce back. It was literally just top gap.
Look at the difference here in farm at 15 minutes. It's half a Flame Horizon. It's 1,200 gold the advantage. He got that early assistance, right? Like, he was given those resources, but just still could not actually make anything of it.
So even though they had such a great time with the TF early game, they couldn't really do anything out of it because they can't win the side lane.
Yeah, and I know a lot of the time on the top side of the map, we just say, it's guys that are just hitting each other, you can leave them alone. You'd see how that one slight miscalculation, because it was very clear the wave was pushing into Perfect, and that misstep there that Keen was able to punish ended up leading to that massive lead. It then made it difficult to find angles for your team composition until a bit
this
of a whoopsie.
Is just, I mean, effort here is trying to clear up some vision, but if you get caught as a Karma in a game state like this, you are gonna die. And then they're not done either, because Duro's in position to set up Ruler, and Cuz is trying to challenge for this red buff. And at this point in the game, Ruler will literally kill anyone he meets 1v1. And he has Duro to back him up. So after Cuz has used his Unstoppable, after he's gone into the air untargetable, Ruler just guns him down. This is the moment the game ends because Gio also dies and now they're going to get Baron.
Yeah, this game was really controlled by Gen.G. Not many kills happening. I think that's because also the KT's team comp. They really need to win by all the game snowballing because they had the Jin Karma on the bot lane as well. I don't think Naafiri and TF is going to help on the late game. I think Kled was the main character for this game, but it was really like, it was hurting so much when the Kled was that behind on the side lane.
The gold lead wasn't that massive, but the control over the map was, and the game state was abysmal. That right there, like that rundown of Ruler, getting those kills, finding these members isolated, is the scaling online. It's like in that moment you could snap your fingers and say, the game is done. Like you walked into Ruler's auto attack range, so you're gonna die. It's over.
Yeah, tough for Perfect, who again has had a pretty solid year, but in this one, when the draft resources are for pick compositions and you're the pivot that they're playing around, can't make mistakes like that against a team like Gen.G, who will punish, especially with a draft like that. It's 1-0, Gen.G over KT. Let's send it back on over to the casters for game number 2.
Welcome back to the cast desk here for the AA broadcast. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry, the virus has spread. It is now on to me, but that's okay. Yeah, we're looking forward to game number 2. Daniel, I do want to raise something.
Yeah.
And that is that last game didn't have a lot going on. And I have actually been approached by multiple people between the game saying that we could have probably been more entertaining. We were talking about the game far too much. So I just want you to bear that in mind. That feedback came in.
Okay.
Okay? And 1 kill every 10 minutes is not enough action in our video games, as it turns out. So just something to take away there. I'm going to ruminate on it for a few moments here before I get back into focusing purely on the game. As KT will be on the blue side this time around, and Gen.G will choose first pick. So it's almost as if we're in a game where Gen.G has right of first selection, but that is not actually how it went. It's just going to be a side swap over.
So in terms of the pick order, exactly the same, but obviously the sides have swapped. But yeah, we'll be pretty similar to game 1. Obviously, being that it's Fearless, we'll see priorities change a good amount. We immediately get Gen.G banning that Poppy, which didn't even get a look in. Now, notably, Poppy did get quite a few changes on this patch, trying to trim down her sort of bruiser jungle style and make her more into sort of tank that you might expect to see in like top lane.
Yep.
But from what we've seen at Casper Cup still being played despite the changes.
Yeah, also still being banned a heck of a lot. So a couple of mid lane bans to come on through here by KT. Not going to see the gambles. Saw a lot of gambles of the Cassio and Orianna, but not this series by the looks of things, as that one is just going to be taken away every single time. Chovy not allowed to play either the Orianna or the Cassio. As Brad going to be removed by Gen.G, so Effort not going to be playing that one. One last ban to come through, probably Nocturne, I would say. And then we will have basically the same bans as last time, with Syndra being the one left up as a result.
Yeah, I feel like the Syndra was kind of telegraphing the rise. I feel like now with the Bard and the Poppy bans, are they looking for a Jarvan potentially? I feel like Jarvan struggles into both of those champions, so that's the pick that comes to my mind, but we'll see what they opt to prioritize here in this first pick situation. Obviously, Canyon had a phenomenal game in game 1, really controlling the pace.
Is it just Nocturne? It does feel like the top of the tier list, at least for now. Maybe doesn't want it. The Jarvan up and available, certainly one that Canyon has loved forever. Even off-meta Jarvan he would go towards. He was actually Jarvan in one of our intros as well. If we remember back a little while. That was when he wasn't even really playing it very much.
I think they did a good job of setting up for it by getting rid of the Poppy and the Bard, but there's still picks like Ezreal, which was banned last draft, now available, which do a pretty good job at circumventing the impact of the Cataclysm. So I imagine KT will opt to prioritize that Ezreal here. The Bard ban and the fact that Karma's unavailable does play into that, though, and make the Ezreal's pairings a little bit weaker. We've obviously seen Ezreal have quite a lot of success when he's paired up with roamers, things like the
like Shen and Camille.
But we obviously saw the changes have kind of disincentivized that a bit. So I'm interested to see what KT go for when they pair up with it. It doesn't necessarily have to be now, though. They end up going for the Nocturne instead and securing that other high-power jungle who's available.
I think that's a decent choice here for KT. See whether it is going to be a support not locked in for effort, or whether it'll be something else, maybe a high-priority mid laner that is still up and available after these next round of picks do come in. Gen.G, this could just be a bottom lane that they decide to lock in, right? But instead, with the Olaf taken away, the Jace value goes up. And if you do want to round out your bottom lane, then you'll have to suffer some Yorick bans, things like this, and Perfect Life becomes a little bit more difficult. And that is a Ziggs. Possibly for Chovy, but also possibly for Ruler.
Yeah,
don't really see Ruler as the Ziggs guy, though.
Yeah, he's played it a little bit, but it's something we've seen less and less of recently. And it's also something that has obviously been hit a bit by the increased magic resist on all these AD carries. KT opt to lock in that top lane matchup into the Jace. We've seen the Cassante do pretty well into the Jace, scale up, and as long as you don't fall too far behind, you can just be more useful in team fights. But Keen obviously very accomplished at sort of twisting the knife when he gets those leads.
Yeah. And I think Canyon can also play towards that top side as well and try to make the Cassante's life a little bit more difficult. A hard lane to gank, obviously, with the Pathmaker available. But we are going to see the Nautilus taken away here. And Dura, I think maybe it's like Nautilus Leona going to be the ban, something like that. But you can't ban everything.
Yeah.
As they also want the Shen, things like this, in order to make this lane work. And with Camille also still up and available, it's going to be so hard to ban enough supports to make Gen.G uncomfortable.
Yeah, Gen.G trimming away some of these picks that you'd expect to sort of go alongside a dive-focused composition, which that comp very much is. You look at Gen.G, that Jace, Ziggs is something we've seen a few times, playing around that poke, playing around, keeping the enemy team at a distance. KT know that they have to commit to closing the gap. I will say, with the Nautilus band, Leona, the reason why both these supports pair quite well with Ziggs is they have quite a lot of damage themselves. Camille also does. Because Ziggs obviously has a limited amount of burst, and if the support's providing a good amount of damage while locking them in place, it allows that 100-0.
Yep. And Hextech Ultimatum Mega Inferno Bomb combo is kind of ridiculous. Just eliminating someone.
Also just very good into Ezreal. Jarvan said Ezreal can obviously circumvent the Cataclysm to an extent. You can't do that with the Hextech Ultimatum. And banning the Nico, we've seen a few Nocturne Nikos come out in the LCK recently to great effect. Lahen's had that phenomenal engage.
Yep.
That featured in the Mad movie. And we get the Seraphine coming out from KT. I was wondering what they would pair with the Ezreal. All of the traditional pairings gone. And they opt to go for this, which, gives them a stronger lane than if they went a melee support. But also, when you engage with the Nocturne, as long as Seraphine's close enough, you can kind of fire the ult across it all for great effect.
I want to see Silas Leona. Or Silas Shen. That's fine as well. I just feel like Silas would be so valuable here in this draft. Paranoia is a great steal, and the Encore is incredible. And they're hovering it for the moment, but Dura hovers quite a few things.
Yeah, I think maybe the Aurelion Sol value not as high as the Silas value in this draft specifically. We know Jovi's gone to the...
He just really does like the dragon, though.
Yeah.
He does like the champ. But I don't think this is going to be locked in. I want to see the Silas. Give me a Silas. Oh, that's a fun one, too, is the Lissandra to be locked in. Able to abuse the newly changed Imperial Mandate about as well as the Galio does.
Yeah, and we know how much fun Chovy's had in Galio, just doing insane amounts of damage on a champion who has way too many defensive stats for that to be okay. KT looking at the Syndra. BDD phenomenal on this pick and could definitely find himself some good pressure in lane. But I feel like specifically into Gen.G's comp, this isn't the highest value pick just because you're into a Jarvan Cataclysm. The Shen and the Lissandra can make your ult not as reliable. Like you ult someone, they get a Shen shield. You ult some Lissandra, she just self-ults. And I think this poke sort of composition often does very well. Like it's poke and it's engage, and those things can sometimes be an issue for Syndra. She's good into Jarvan, I will say that much. As much as the Cataclysm can cause problems, she's good at interrupting the flag and drag. So I think KT, we kind of have a mix-up in terms of the bot lanes. We've obviously seen the changes to incentivize teams to keep their bot lanes bot, keep their supports bot, And on Gen G's side, they've gone, well, we think roaming works anyway with this composition, whereas KT have gone, we want to win lane and scale up with this bot lane specifically. So we'll see how those go. I think it's interesting that there's a lot of agency once again in the mid jungle for Gen G with the Lissandra and the Jarvan, something it seems they're prioritizing pretty heavily.
Yeah, I actually kind of like it, though, from Gen G to really mix up the win conditions between Game 1 and now. Game 1 was a lot more, we're just going to play a front-to-back team composition, and we are going to run you down, and we will win. This time, it's a lot of poke, but I like the anti-dive that Lissandra adds specifically. I think that was kind of an ace-in-the-hole type of pickup here, because they can play defensively very well.
Ace-in-the-hole is a Caitlyn ability.
Oh, my bad. Okay, yeah, she's not in the game just yet. Hopefully we make it to a Game 3, get a Caitlyn game in.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. Already seeing a little bit of a scuffle between everyone. Chovy just going to get some defensive wards down. Chat, why are we talking about onions? There's a lot of onions in chat at the moment. It's a bit confusing. I'm sure that's probably Dagon's fault. Do you think that's Dagon's fault?
Everything is Dagon's fault.
Yeah, well, that's...
Just assume everything's Dagon's fault, and then if it isn't, you know...
It's your fault.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess
that's helping me a lot.
Yeah. It's a good
either
strategy.
it's Dagon's fault or it's yours. That's all right. Geo and Effort actually doing a good job here in this earlier stage, and I think this Seraphine Ezreal is going to be a lot of power in this early game.
Yeah, both bot laners have TP here, something we obviously see all the time from Ziggs, but Geo, we've seen sometimes the Ezreals go and teleport to match the Ziggs, make sure that they can keep up with a bit of tempo. Duro notably going for Spellbook, which can have a lot of value, having those extra summoners, but in lane, not as much power as like the Aftershock.
Yeah. Oh, and Dan, I'm sorry, it wasn't actually your fault. It was Chronicle's fault. I should have known.
He's the other person you blame.
Yes, exactly. And I should have known better, and I apologize for throwing you under the bus. That was my fault. And hopefully I will be better in the future. All right, Chovy and BDD just sitting at 400 health, just doing their very best to trade as effectively as possible. I imagine that the Syndra should have a fair bit of control of this lane, as the damage potential from the Lissandra isn't the most massive.
Oh, Canyon looking for an angle. BDD in trouble.
Oh, the very late claw take, but that scatter was brilliant onto Canyon. I'm really glad that you, tell us why the Syndra is good, and then we get an example of exactly why immediately.
Yeah, and
this was 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
BDD is also just very good at it, so shuts down that gank attempt. And Chovy even getting the flash there. So pretty heavy investment for that not to pay off. In the meantime, bot lane suffering, struggling. And one thing that's definitely going to come to play. Last game was so much about KT needed to set the pace of the game and they couldn't. This game, they have a Cassante who's going to get shields from the Seraphine into a composition that just really doesn't have that much damage, that much consistent damage. So I think there's a little bit more emphasis on Gen G to get the ball rolling in this one.
Yeah, and also to keep Perfect down. As soon as Perfect gets a few items, you're right, I think he's going to be immortal in this game. Unless Keen does some very strange build that can actually do damage to tanks. But if he does that, he's not going to have the damage to the squishies that you would want. Flash in from Cuz. Looking for Chovy here. He's only level 4, doesn't have that Frozen Tomb. Does have the Claw available relatively soon, but he's not going to be able to use it. And Cuz is just going to take him down. That is first blood here at 3.5 minutes.
So just great timing from Cuz. BDD clearly telling him, Claw is down, you can come gank right now. And Cuz wastes no time and commits the flash immediately because he knows that cooldown is available. So Chovy, not having the flash from before, not having the claw available right then. Lissandra, typically a very safe mid laner, hard to gank. And Nocturne, not the champion you expect to be finding early ganks on the mid lane. So this was great for KT.
Yeah, beautifully played. Effort was also roaming up, so there was just kind of no hope for Chovy, as he is just going to be taken down there unceremoniously.
Yeah, Canyon saw that happening and was like, you know what? I can't help with this. I will take the Raptors.
Nice.
And
at least he absolutely did do that.
He did get them, so fair play.
Yep. 500 gold the lead for both the jungle and mid here for KT. And looking just so much better I think this, like you were talking about before, this draft feels a lot more playable here in this game. And I imagine that is going to give them a little bit more hope this time around as well, especially Chovy being well and truly kept down. 4 CS behind, but mainly that assist coming on through and the plate being picked up here by B2D, able to accelerate him towards this mid-game very comfortably. Also, Boots 2 picked up feels very nice.
Yeah. We did see, though, is it going to get cleared out by Cuz? No, he doesn't see it. So this control ward gets placed here by Chovy. He's not level 6 yet. Go on bot before you're level 6. Probably not the right timing for Lissandra, but he puts his ward down to kind of cover his route. So I have no doubt that when Chovy does hit level 6, he's going to try and make a path down towards the bot lane.
Oh, all right. Circle of Frost does come on in, but B2D not going to be engaged on here by Canyon.
Yeah, and then Canyon comes and clears out this control ward. So there's an angle Chovy could take straight to the bot lane. And if you see how Jiwoo and F have been playing the lane, very far forward.
Oh, yeah.
Lissandra behind you would be a death sentence. And Chovy, with a few more points in his queue, is starting to get more prio in the mid lane.
Able to start wiping out these waves. Effort moving over, finds a nice beat drop onto Duro as Cuz on the level 5 for now, but he is 1 camp away. This Scuttle will give him that level 6, or this Dragon, which he is on right now. The Krug camp being taken here by Canyon. He's very far away from this bottom side of the map where all this action is about to unfold. Really dangerous because Cuz is about to hit such an early paranoia. Might be able to throw that down towards the bottom lane.
Perfect has been doing pretty well in this matchup. He's lost a plate. He's a little bit down in gold, but keep it up in CS. And once you hit level 6, you just pose so much more threat in the matchup. Jace can't just walk up to the tower and hit it freely anymore. So he is in a pretty good position. They're actually looking top our Gen G right now for the Cassandra.
Oh dear. Yeah, and they found him. Perfect is going to eat a little bit of honey fruit here, but he cannot tank forever, as the Frozen Tomb comes in. There's the flash, and the Claw of Doom comes on through, and the Frozen Thrall going to do a bit of damage here to Cuz. Gio now taking a lot of damage as well. As Rule, I don't know how that all happened, as KT had so much control here in this bottom lane, but it's starting to fall apart.
Yeah, Jiwoo overstepping a little bit. Didn't obviously get to see exactly how that happened, but I imagine it might have involved a tower hit somewhere.
Looks a bit like that.
Yeah, did manage to back off. Perfect getting taken down. That top lane play doesn't feel fantastic. He was honestly close to surviving, but it does not go his way. Ruler.
He doesn't have a lot of blue stuff.
Yeah, he's also very low, and BDD is coming with ult, so I think you're just dead.
Yeah, and Duro is not able to get out in time as well as the heals.
Oh, the stun!
The scatter is so good from BDD. This guy's Cinder is incredible, but it's a 1-for-1, and that's not exactly what they're looking for. Now Canyon is able to single out Effort, who has no mana himself. Conqueror going to proc, and there is a flash, but okay, Canyon not electing to follow. I think he could have got that kill if he decided to use that ability, but instead saving it for a more opportune moment later on.
Yeah, I think you could have flashed, you could have got the kill, you could have got the gold, or you hold it, and then in a future setup, you can win a whole fight on the back of targeting the
carries. Yep.
We actually see him buffer there, the CC, and then if he ulted Chovy over the wall, maybe he would have got it, but he just didn't quite get him close enough. Here, this stun BDD was phenomenal, but the taunt from Duro is also very solid to turn it around. And then Canyon just hitting Effort. Obviously, Effort still had flash, so he wasn't going to Cataclysm early. Now I see Duro in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's not going to be an all-out or anything like that, but I think that the Shen is still very dead. Yeah, Cuz just turns out the lights. And normally, a ninja would be really happy about that, you know, able to hide and be all stealthy and stuff, but not this Shen. He is just dead. KT also now going to be able to grab themselves 3 grubs. This is a big advantage starting to unfold. Chovy in this bottom lane just trying to get pressure where they can, but a teleport back down here from Jiu will mean that all of this experience will be taken. Does miss the cannon. That's a little unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world.
Ult didn't quite help with that one. But KT able to get a lot more things going in their favor already. They've got the first dragon. They got all 3 grubs. Bit of a gold lead now. And just feeling a lot better in this game compared to game 1 where they really just couldn't make headway into Gen G.
Yeah, certainly looking much better. And I was really worried about KT moving into this game. We spoke about it before, but it was a pretty hopeless loss in that first game. And this time around, KT looking just so much better. And it's really great to see. Cuz especially here in this one, ahead by a very large margin when it comes to the camps, but also being at 2-0, Hexplate done. This Nocturne is going to be very problematic here for the guys in gold.
I think the thing with Nocturne is you can so quickly join into the lane with your ultimate, and so being responsive when your lanes communicate and say, hey, they burnt this, hey, they burnt that. You know, you obviously ulted onto Duro when the taunt wasn't available, went for Chovy mid before the ult was even available, just when the core wasn't there. Now, Duro going for a heavy trade and effort, but won't find anything more.
Yeah, Gio is going to be able to throw out some of these Mystic shots, but with the Spirit's Refuge, Duro is not really going to take damage from that one. Ruler is slowly but surely getting some items together. Obviously does want that Ludens as soon as he can, as there's another taunt onto effort. Duro not going to be able to find too much, though, as far as that trade is concerned, and in fact takes more damage than he gives.
And notably, we talked a bit about how, you know, this sort of combo, the Zig Shen, was very much a roam-focused combination. We haven't really seen Duro move too much, and I'm wondering how much of that is down to the consequences that we saw coming in on this patch, whereby, you know, you will lose out massively in terms of XP and your progression on your support item if you roam too heavily. Duro obviously does now have the ult and has passed the threshold for that reduced XP, so could do so if he pleases. For the time being, it's KT going aggressive into the enemy jungle. They will be spotted here.
Yeah, Blast Cone is going to be used.
Remember, Effort still has no flash.
All right, Ruler moves over. Not find too much. Hextech Minefield is down as now Keen is in a little bit of trouble here. Perfect going aggressive, finds the all-out angle. Flash out. Keen wants nothing to do with this, and Perfect shuts him down. It's a solo kill for the Cassante. Cue the Showmaker copy pasta as Perfect really putting KT in a great position.
Beautifully played. I think Keen went for the knockaway and Perfect buffered it with his ult. Now though, they're looking for bot lane.
Yeah, even more. There's a great encore as well, as Ruler's already almost dead. However, Duro is going to be able to take that first kill. A bit of a shield comes through onto Canyon, but it's not enough for the unleashed power from BDD. It nets the double. Chovy not able to do anything, and the Frozen Tomb is still there. It's just not able to change this play. And KT moving into a massive advantage.
They go for the aggressive play, and KT are instantaneous with the response. Kerr's going to clean up the Scuttle and the Dragon, 2 for 1 here. And Ruler off this base has a Ludens, but maybe that extra power could have gone a long way in that fight because it took a while for the initial target to go down. We'll see this replay here. So I think Keen was looking for the opportunity to knock him away, and I think he used it as Keen ulted, so it just got cancelled.
Yeah, I think it was just the all-out that went through it.
So pretty beautifully played there by Perfect in here. So that initial Q from Ruler doesn't connect, and then it's just the fact that the Seraphine survives maybe just a bit longer than you'd want. Canyon, even the Stand United can't save him, and then with the Stand United down, Ruler just gets nuked. The flash ult by BDD really sending a message.
Yeah, and this Lissandra really not able to do anything at this stage as well. So, Gen.G looking a little worse for wear. It's a Hextech soul this game as well, with an Ezreal in it. Like, oh my goodness, as far as the souls are concerned, KT, I don't think could have rolled higher after grabbing Double Dragon. So, in a brilliant position this time around, it's KT looking to try and turn this series and pick up the victory. Still some fight left in them. Trinity Force now done for Gio as well. And doesn't quite get that value, as there's that Ludens in effect. But not enough damage, really, to make me feel like this item spike has meant too much.
You know why?
This 1v1.
3 extra magic resist.
Yeah, must be it.
Must be it. And one of the things I was actually talked about a bit was Ezreal.
Oh, there's Paranoid. All right, out goes Canyon. Let's see whether they can actually escape this one. True Shot Barrage is good over the top of him as the beat drop comes through. Canyon realizes that he has to kind of commit to this, and he's still just gonna die. The Unleashed Power comes through from BDD, and they shut down the jungler. Not a whole lot to grab here off the back of it, but still getting some extra picks, some extra control, and that tempo remains with KT, 2.2k the lead.
KT just consistently finding these angles to punish Gen.G. After a game where they really struggled to push the pace of the game forward, they are doing so right now, and I honestly feel like they had less of a need to in this game. Right now we have a gold lead everywhere on the map for KT. I say as efforts keep blinking between 0 and 1 gold.
Yeah. Massive.
You see Cuz just fearing away Duro. And yeah, something that I'd seen talked about a bit was Ezreal's win rate had dropped with the changes, the extra magic resist, because he does a lot of magic damage. But that's into an 80 carry who got the extra magic resist. Ruler on Ziggs did not get that, and so Ezreal's still performing as we saw him do so on the previous patch in terms of his damage into this matchup.
Yeah, Perfect just going to start going aggressive on Chovy, and I don't think you can really walk up to him. I know he's only got Merc Treads as far as magic resist, but this is Lissandra. You just don't do that much damage.
I don't think you need more. And I think Chovy having to go up against Cassante in the side lane just feels horrible. And as much as Keen can do a good job of poking BDD from a distance, if you ever get caught by a Scat of the Week, that might just be it, especially since Nocturne can often join very quickly. And this is a replay of how that play started. As soon as Canyon walks up, they make the call to go for this play. And it looks like maybe he's going to be able to walk it out, but Effa comes in. Canyon ults to buffer the CC, but it just means he's dead over there rather than dead next to the wall where he originally was.
Oh, really going to have his backstop. That's a little bit annoying. Good true shot barrage there from Gio as this Rift Herald looks to belong to KT. Not a whole lot that Gen G can do about it. And this feels just like the shoe is on the other foot, as we do have a Hex Gate taken by Canyon. I'm not sure whether it's a good idea, though, and by not sure, I mean it's definitely not a good idea, though, as he does get a little bit of value there, but the Encore does come on through, and Canyon's just going to wander on back. There's the Paranoia. Just gets a drive-by exhaust from Duro. That was very, very cute. The taunt comes down for the defense, and Ruler will be able to at least stay alive. That was very suspect from Canyon. Just very weird.
I love Hex Gates. They're really fun. They're really cool. You know, Jace did a lot of marketing for them.
He did.
I can understand that in the middle of the game, you just want to ride to the other side of the map and shout "wee!" But that was not the time, Canyon. There was better times to go for that journey.
Don't ride the roller coaster against the team that's made out of a roller coaster. You know, like it's just never going to lead to good times for you, and only good times for them. Let's have a look at it one more time because we have to. Because we cannot turn off replays.
Yeah, I think the game plan here with the TP coming in, they're like, hey, if I can find a flank angle, I have Cataclysm, I can make something happen. But the problem was they didn't have the vision set up in the area. So he was essentially just face checking, but while going through the Hex Gates, which kind of sort of tell everyone with a big loud noise and the moving projectile that you're coming.
Yeah, that was the problematic part. He wasn't very stealthy. Maybe he needs to take some advice from Duro, who is actually a ninja. About how he's supposed to do that. However, Duro hasn't been injuring very well, so maybe not the best sensei at this point in time.
It's kind of like in films when they shout like a catchphrase or something. Well,
yeah.
When they shout like, surprise! And it's like, you could just not shout that.
Yeah, or just like Super Galaxy Rumble in general.
Yeah.
Just does that over and over again.
Okay, this would be third Dragon for KT if they can get it. Genji's set up on the objective and trying to get some poke down.
They are actually landing some of it, as effort is down to 50% at least to start this one off, as Duro on a flank angle might be able to get his way in here, as they've swept out that ward that he does put down. AT's still looking a little bit low, but the True Shot Barrage is going to even that one out immediately. The Claw of Doom comes in, but it's not going to quite work. There is the Scatter to come down onto Canyon, but he's thrown around like a ragdoll and eviscerated. That's going to be Mega Inferno Bomb, not doing enough damage, and KT will take the Dragon and the Soul Point along with it, and then just walk away.
Gen G did not find an angle to get in onto this backline of KT. They got a little bit of poke down, but they just couldn't follow up. But I think KT just so controlled, so patient, dealing with every threat that comes their way. It's been a while since we've seen the Glacial Tomb from Chovy, and he's just not getting windows to use the ability.
Yeah, that's because it's called Frozen Tomb.
Oh.
Yeah.
That would.
So he can't use Glacial Tomb no matter what he wants.
I can see where the issue came from.
Yeah, he needs to ride Bristle
So
if he wants to
he went
use
for the
that.
claw, but kind of deemed this is not the situation to engage on. The Dragon's already gone. Canyon jumps in, flashes out again, but just no headway was really made. And I think they didn't see the angle. We saw Canyon go in for the Dragon and then was like, well, I'm here, I might as well make something happen.
Yeah.
But the end result is it just kind of looks like they're floundering, and KT very focused, don't give anything up. Now with 3 Dragons in pocket at 4,500 gold lead, they're in a phenomenal position.
Oh dear, well, there is a flash away here from Ruler. Knows that the Fear Tether was just never going to be very good for him and would have spelt his death. So did have to flash away, no Stand United there from Duro.
One of the things with Ziggs is, I say this as they're trying to get the spot tie, I don't think they're going to succeed, One of the things with Ziggs is that he's so good at keeping champions away from him with his satchel, with his mines. But into Nocturne, he's always going to reach you. And then the only way to make distance between you is a satchel, but he just spell shields it. So it makes it really uncomfortable. A champion who enjoys standing far, far away from you and throwing bombs at you to suddenly be in his face. Chovy, whew,
that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Ezreal really spiking at the right time. Jiwoo with the Mirror Mana and the Triforce doing a lot of damage. And, you know, we talked a lot about last game, there being timing windows for KT. Starting to feel like Gen G might have missed theirs. Getting a bit of karma in this one.
I would say so. Even though Karma was fearlessly banned, she finds her way back in to this game number 2. And yeah, we'll see whether KT can play it as cleanly as Gen G did, because honestly, if they do, there's just not going to be hope. As once again, Cuz is going in. There is an angle looked for here by Duro, but he's just too late to the play. And it's even an assist over to Gio on this Ezreal 007. He has a license to kill, although he hasn't done so yet.
So frustrating in this game. Oh, Canyon.
That
was a
few in directions.
That was just a drag. There was no flag, so it wasn't a drag. It was just.
It was just a spike.
Yeah.
It was a point.
That's the thing, because with the Hexplate, with a bunch of kills and assists, we'll have a bunch of Ultimate Hunter stacks. His ult is such a short cooldown. He just keeps firing it whenever Ruler steps up, and making him have a really uncomfortable game as a result. On a pick that normally can just operate from such a safe distance, it's also allowing Jiwoo to play very aggressively and deeply push that mid wave. And now they're moving down towards bot lane. Keen will hit Effort with a Shock Blast, and that's someone who, when you hit them, it's like, oh, that actually does damage. But so much of this game has been him hitting Perfect, and it's just really not contributing much.
Exactly. Perfect is looking for item number 2 pretty soon as well. Looks like Jack Shows should be coming on down. So there's Cassante just getting more. Yeah, there it is.
I mean, that's the thing, is you have the Merc Treads, and then you have some MR on the Jack Show, and that's pretty much all you need against Lissandra.
Yeah. He can just build like Thornmail next.
You can just
he'll be very happy.
stack armor, and Gen G are going to have a nightmare time cutting through him. I mean, there's the Ziggs as well.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe you do want to have, like, maybe just build a Rookern or something like that, and then never take damage from Lissandra or Ziggs.
Yeah.
And Jace was already just too far behind. Not able to really do that much. Keen still trying to get money where he can, but right now just trying to take care of this mid lane that is pushing on forward. And Gen G just
that's a deep TP flank. That is a crazy deep TP flank for Chovy. And notice, Black Cleaver, Rocket Belt, and Shadow Flame just got finished. Gen G are like, right, it's time, we're going to make a fight happen. Chovy's going to take the Hex Gates.
Well, Jiu is right here. Not exactly what they want to see as the Frozen Tomb does come down. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. There's the Paranoia Dash Cannon to get Chovy out of dodge as Canyon looking for some angles because he only loses half his health bar and the rest of Gen G will just disappear. This is KT saying, all right, nice little flank, but that's just going to allow us to kill you. They'll take the inner turret in the bottom lane and they'll probably even take more.
At this point, I mean, they'll take the inner turret, they'll take the inhibitor. I don't know if they're going to take Nexus Towers at this point, but Gen G try and find the flank, try and find the fight, and just shut down completely. Notably, Effort rushed Mikhails. We so often see Seraphines delay this item. He was like, nope, I know what my job is. I stopped the...
Oh, Cataclysm on a 3. That's a 5-man knockup. The problem is the rest of the teammates are dead, so Canyon going to find another flag and drag. Cuz just gets out of there. The last turret shot almost kills him, but still... KT gonna be stopped at least here. They don't lose anyone, and this is still an incredibly tough situation for Gen G.
They can't chase, so KT get what they wanted. Maybe we're close to overstepping at the end, but they're able to back away and disengage with a ton of gold in their pockets. Dominant control this game, and the Dragon's up again.
Yeah.
It's Hextech Soul, so they're moving back onto the map. I don't know if they're going to be able to make any headway towards that. We see this replay, so Jiwoo gets ulted again. Effa has the Mikhails. So this play just doesn't work. And then when the re-engage comes in, look at this Seraphine ult that catches Canyon and then clips onto Ruler. So BDD can just step up and ult him. A lot of value from Effort Seraphine there. And when Keen goes for the play, the stasis catches him off guard. To me, this was just Gen G not really respecting some of these item buys from KT. The fact there wasn't Mikhails and a Seeker's Arm Guard seemingly caught them off guard there.
Yeah.
But ultimately, when you're that far behind in gold, you're kind of desperate. You just have to make something happen.
Yeah, I respect it. I think that you kind of just have to send it and face the consequences. Force KT to play well against you, and KT absolutely did. So they looked a little bit silly. We could be on the verge of BDD's 500th win here in the LCK, which is very, very cool. Just need to win one game in this series, and he will reach that milestone. But okay, Gen.G wanted to try and hold on. It's an 8.5k gold lead at 25 minutes, guys. This is shellacking territory.
Actually picked up a QSS here on Shen.
Okay.
So really concerned about the CC that's been flying out towards him.
Well, Gen.G will be able to spot that this Baron is going down. Canyon not in the brush. He's just standing there, stalwart.
Yeah, it's Terry again, so not doing that much damage to them. The Seraphine enough sustain to stop it. And this is just going to get taken unless Ruler...
I don't even think he's going to go for it. Nope. It's going to be the Ezreal that takes the Baron. So, no vision, no chance.
Hextech Soul and Baron, I think Gen.G are between a rock and a hard place. And the rock, for some reason, has like barbed wire wrapped around it that's electrocuted.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What does the hard place have?
The hard place has a spikes coming out of it. Like there's a fist in the wall, like a gauntlet, and it's very spiky.
Oh no, that's the worst rock and hard place that I've ever heard. As Paranoia comes down, this is a scary place for Gen.G. Nice little hammer boot there from Keen to try and get this one back as he goes to the skies. Effort moves over as Canyon looking for an angle to get himself in. Not showing himself just yet, seeing whether KT are going to get baited forward. And the beat drop comes down, finds the knock up. As they should be able to get rid of Effort. Wow. There's that. But can they do more? That's the question.
Well, it was a nice pick. Very quickly eliminated Effort, but a fair few tools used. And I don't think KT really needed Effort.
Yeah, I don't know whether they noticed.
Yeah. They have a lot of power still available to them. And I think Gen.G, a little recourse picked up there. We do see the Serelda's Grudge coming in for Keen. We know that both Chovy and Rula are working on their pen items. That might be a spike that can give them a bit of a hand, but this much of a deficit with the Hextech Soul against them, Elder spawning in 3 minutes, they need a miracle at this point.
I mean, is an Elder flip a possibility? Is that their only way back? Maybe they just won't even have to do that because they'll just kind of win.
It really shouldn't be. If you're KT, you have so much control with your comp, such ease to engage. If the Elder gets even lower than like 3,000 HP, you've messed up.
All right. And KT normally play perfectly, so I think we should be fine on that front.
Every time I'm saying something, I'm thinking back to that series I had against T1.
Yeah.
Oh man, was it a 14,000 gold lead?
14,000 gold lead, yeah.
Well, they're not at a 14,000 gold lead, so you know this is new ground.
Yeah, this is comfortable for KT. When they get too far ahead, that's when things go wrong. So thankfully, they haven't hit that threshold just yet. Words are hard. Scatter the Weak comes in onto Canyon. He takes a fair bit of damage, but Gio as well looking a little bit low. Oh my god, never mind. He's looking a little bit godlike here in this game. 3-0-7 now, trying to find these Mystic shots, and he doesn't even have 4 items yet. My god, this Ezreal is just ridiculous.
And you know, they banned the Ezreal game 1, did Gen.G. And you talked a bit about how it's a pick Jiwoo's had success on. He's having success on it again. Gen.G not able to match him here, just watching as that base gets decimated.
Yep, top lane inhibitor turret's going to go down. The inhibitor follows suit. And now we have Nexus turrets under fire. This bottom one is already under half. As Jiwoo is just free time here with his turret. The scatter is fantastic. The claw comes down, but Chovy doesn't follow it. They're just trying to deal with the waves where they can. The Paranoia comes in to take down Keen, but he does have Stand United. That's going to be Duro down, though, and now Canyon tries to get to safety, and there isn't safety on this map. KT are absolutely everywhere as Chovy is at least able to play some smoke and mirrors. And now it's Jiwoo just focusing down the Nexus. This will be game 2. Going over to KT. BDD hits 500 wins, and we get a game 3.
Huge achievement for BDD, and honestly, after that game 1, I feel like the hope was at its lowest point.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's exactly what KT needed. This was a convincing, decisive victory from KT. A huge bounce back from the game 1, and now, you know, Gen.G probably after that first game It's the mindset of, oh, we win this, we have first place. That was such a dominant performance. Now have to be reevaluating what they're going to do going into Game 3.
Yeah, and I think it starts with a little bit of a look at the draft. I think both teams needed to do that. KT definitely did, came in strong with this one. The Nocturne from Cuz, absolutely outstanding. But Jiu having a brilliant performance as well. I think a lot of people were raising their eyebrows, like, why is Fenrir out? Like, Jiu isn't better than that guy, and he was doing very well for KT. Maybe we're getting a bit of an idea as to why KT have been fielding him, because there must be a reason, and this could certainly contribute to that. Looked brilliant on the Ezreal. As now it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space will break down that second game. We'll have game number 3. We'll see you soon.
보자.
야 이거 멀리서 퍼져서 여러 명 다 퍼져 일단.
바텀도 들어가.
걸릴각만 주지 마. 걸릴각만 주지 마.
나 미카 있어.
탑 쳐.
합치는 중.
짤짤이 넣어 짤짤이.
나 궁 있고.
얘네가 걸 거야. 기다리면 얘네가 걸어야 돼. 타워 쳐봐. 위에 타워 쳐봐. 얘네가 걸어야 돼.
테이스 볼게 테이스.
테이스 봐. 아래 볼게. 리산 볼게. 리산. 타워.
타워 쳐줄래? 타워 칠게.
리산.
일단 죽이자.
타워 칠게.
천천히 봐. 나 죽었어.
야 뭐야?
나 좋다.
끝난 거 아닌가? 지우가 끝내라.
끝났다. 죽여라.
A couple of different tastes in there. Much lower calorie option. All right, this Sante actually at the point is kind of hitting, and this time he doesn't have a Nautilus to help him out. And I think Perfect knows he doesn't quite have the damage, and there is the buffer. On the Q3, nicely done for the shutdown. Q once again on the board. As just trying to fight for vision here, essentially. Baron is up. We've seen some more earlier Barons in recent times. And yeah, they're just gonna send it. Okay, they find Ruler and go Timbers. Find 3 of them in the Cataclysm. And now we got a Bane on the loose. As Zeus has all the room in the world. Very nice kick though, as here comes the Olaf trying to make something of it, but the shield saves his life. And now the room from Guma will be excellent to try to lock down Canyon.
Will the bros fight for it? The doubles. Okay, now Paranoia does come in. A possible delivery as the corn does nothing at all. Ahead with a black hole full. Absolutely insane as they're crushed under the weight of this gargoyle. And Kingin is just running at them celebratorily and is able to take down the bottom lane as a result. Roma just left.
But it works, so credit to Genji in the charge.
He's gonna get away with this one, as now the double taunt is gonna come in. And a big surfing over the top, catch 3! And just like that, they easily clean up. This is exactly what this top wants to do, and easily run right into it.
말이 안 되네 이거.
Jiu just taking a lot of damage here. This is the poke that we were talking about. Miasma comes in, Doran taking a lot of damage off to the side. And now, oh my god, Korea, you monster! Doran dies immediately, Pace follows suit, Vega pushed away in D+. They turn on a dime, and T1 couldn't even blink. They're just dead. Harissa, they don't need a health bar to make this happen.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front. And I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Is it sunshine or rain? Is it good times or pain? I can help you to learn how everything will work out. Always for the better. Don't get stressed out. No, never. Gotta be a hard worker, a little clever. I go all out with every endeavor. Take your time out, you be doing fine now. Let's go. Watch me ride out. I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy,
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
KT Perfect, I owe you an apology. I was familiar with your game, but then I forgot because of what you showed in Game 1 and Game 2. Bust out the solo kill. He and Cuz do great work to lead us to a Game 3 in a day where nobody picked, a week where nobody picked KT to win. They're on the cusp of an upset, a much-needed upset to keep their playoff chances alive instead of being forced down to the play-ins. It's 1-1. KT and Gen G, gentlemen.
I think in terms of the draft, they literally swapped the seats, right? I think KT had such a good scaling option with Xanta and Syndra and support Seraphine as well. So I felt like Gen G are on timer, so they really need to like do something in the early game with Lissandra, but it could not work.
These tankless, squishy drafts that we keep seeing just aren't finding a lot of success.
No.
Whether it's Kespa Cup, whether it's here at the LCK. And Ziggs also having a bad time right now. They gave over the Ezreal. They weren't able to get the Camille in the first part of the draft. It gets banned away from them. They go for the Shen. The Shen ults were late this game. There isn't a great target. No target's durable enough to be saved by it. They couldn't get control of the tempo. I think this draft for Gen G was incredibly greedy, and the draft for KT not only was strong, but respected their players' strengths and champion pools. You're looking at the Syndra in this case, looking at Effort Seraphine, which is really how he re-debuted here onto KT with that champ. Cuz gets Nocturne, how's that happen? You know, this is KT just really ended up getting all the cards here.
Especially for that Ziggs and Shen combination on the bot lane, I think Dura had to like do some early roams towards the KT side, but I don't think he had any single window into the mid or top lane because they already had such a great defensive picks into top side. So I felt like KT had just a great plan in general.
Yeah, let's dive into it. And you brought up earlier Cuz getting his hands on Nocturne. Well, we haven't seen a lot of Nocturne success recently here in the LCK when it comes to mine, but this one early on, just a great timer for Cuz to come on in and wreck mid lane.
Yeah, so the Glacial Path was on cooldown and he had no flash because of the previous skirmish, and I think Cuz he was just on time after he doing the scuttle, and I think it was really impactful here.
Yeah, he just waited for his opportunity, right? And we haven't seen Nocturne make a big impact early in most of our games, usually post 6. And this collapse here on the top side, KT playing around pressure really well. The ultimate's available here for Cuz, and they're just able to collapse in. There's no one to ult Duro to give him a shield because he's the Shen. He's the one.
Yeah. So
good choice of target there.
So
as well.
these earlier kills kind of made KT in a really good spot because I think, as we said, Genji had to make the fight by themselves. But because of these free kills on Nocturne, they couldn't really think about early skirmishes because he had item power spike too early.
Yeah, any numbers advantage would go the way of KT. So Genji a little bit risk averse, which then led to KT to be the ones on the front end. And here it is, Perfect bouncing back after a tough game 1. And Sean Keen, he's still the master in the top.
So he gets this kill here in a tough matchup, right? But he has an angle, has the timing, goes in for this one, gets this kill. And on the other side of the map, because of this play, Genji feel like they have to get something back. They have a bit of a trap set here, but the positioning isn't strong enough. They don't actually have a ton of follow-up here, and the defensive set for effort is fantastic. The Cataclysm actually works like a bit of a prison here for Genji, keeps him in place long enough here for Gio to follow up. BD gets this ult, gets into range with the flash there, and they win on both sides of the map. And sometimes when you're losing on both sides of the map, something has gone really wrong because you're trying to you win on your strong side, but you're also losing on your weak side. In this case, it was really just a forced fight there after a disaster in the top side that was just a straight-up solo kill, an outplay by Perfect. So I think this goes back to the draft in terms of how that fight went down the bottom lane. But like you were talking about, Degon, a really big shift in terms of the performance of one player in the top lane can change everything about a best of 3.
Yeah, and also I want to touch on the bot lane picks once again. I don't think Ruler is one of the players who really wants to play AP Mage, even though he's really great on Ziggs and Seraphine. I feel like it's just make your team comp way easier nowadays to pick up some hyper carries on the bot lane. He's known for it, right? And I think there is still so many options that you can go for. And this is the meta where we are literally just shifting towards the classic AD carry once more. So I just want classic team comp from Genji, which is just the normal AD carry, into some proactive mid lane. It helps the early game so that Genji could have the classic gameplay that they had before.
And again, to reset the stakes here, Genji with the victory solidifies their spot on the top. It's not a done deal yet. They have the round to buy. On the opposite side, KT with only less than a 30% chance to make playoffs. A win here will go a long way and make the rest of the week very exciting. As we go to game number 3, let's send it back on over to the Onion Bros. That is Harris Onion and Atlas, Max Atlas Ander Sunyon.
Thank you very much, D. Gunyon. That's, yeah. Apparently that's unacceptable, by the way. I don't know whether you heard G-Sun there, but yeah, unacceptable performance there with the throw. Please just talk about the game is what G-Sun said. That was what she said. And so Daniel, we have to... Daniel, you and the other Daniel. Daniels in general just need to...
What about Bren Daniel?
Yeah, Bren Daniel also definitely needs to keep it serious over at EWC. Okay, Genji gonna have second pick. That is the decision that they made. Blue side will then go back to KT. And so we'll just have to see how this draft is gonna go, because so much about both of these games has been draft. That has been the problems that these squads have run into. Let's see who's gonna have the better one this time around.
Yep, game 3 coming in. A lot of things taken off the cards thanks to Fearless.
Yeah.
And a lot rests on this series. Genji, the opportunity to lock in first place. And for KT, a chance to bounce back with their rough Legend Group performance, currently on that 4-loss streak, and potentially catch up with the likes of D+, avoiding going to play-ins. And you know, they're fortunate that DNS won't be in play-ins because that team looks on fire.
Yeah, exactly. I think everyone is here in the LCK like, wow, we really dodged a bullet, didn't we? As DNS look in flying form as they head towards the off-season very quickly, which is a bit of a shame. KT taking a ban away Kalista. I actually love this. Ruler and Dura have been really good at just getting late into Fearless and then slamming Kalista Renata and winning games.
Yep. And we've seen the bans change quite a bit, because this is the first game where it's Genji, the ones having second pick. You can see Genji just having to ban away the standard things like the Vi and the Cassiopeia, whereas KT allowed to go for things like the Cluster, be a bit more flexible, which means something's going to get let through. My question is, what will be prioritized as that first pick?
Well, right now, it will be Orianna. If that one isn't banned last here by Genji, they might have an answer for it because Lock is still up and available. I think, okay, Lucian's going to be banned. I was actually wondering whether they'd just ban Lock instead, just to make sure that that Orianna ban is kind of forced here by Genji. But not going to be the case. So anything goes here with this final ban is what it feels like to me. I think that you can kind of throw the wrench into the works by leaving that Orianna up. But still a gamble, and it is a champion that BDD has been incredible on throughout his entire career. So they will not risk it. They'll ban it away.
Yep, some of the picks have been left open since last draft. Bard, Poppy, and they will just insta-slam that Bard for effort. A lot of confidence behind that one.
Yep. And it's the best pairing with Caitlyn that's left, right? And I think Caitlyn Bard would be so incredibly strong. Gives them that hyper carry for the late game as well as some strong power in the early laning phase. So I like that one a lot.
My question
Genji,
is,
what are they going to do?
If they deny Caitlyn, which it looks like they might do, what do you pair Bard with? Is it Corki Bard, which doesn't feel super inspiring?
No.
There's still the option here of Kate Lux if Genji want to go toward that. And they will just lock that in. Denying the Caitlyn from KT. Jhin is gone, Ezreal is gone, Caitlyn is gone. What are you going to pair this Bard up with? Will it just be that Corki where you're going to be a bit behind in pressure in the 2v2?
Varus Bard. I mean, that's kind of cute.
Yeah, I think Varus Bard honestly does a pretty good job of it. Varus is something we've seen less and less of recently, but makes sense to bring it out here.
Feels a bit like food for Lux, as both of these bottom laners, you know, without talking about the magical journey, kind of stationary, or more stationary than some others.
One thing with the Bard into Caitlyn is sometimes you'll use the stasis to try and bail someone out of a tricky situation. There will be a trap afterward.
Yeah.
So, can backfire.
Genji basically have Caitlyn Bard and Caitlyn Lux at the same time.
Double whammy.
It is not very fair. Pantheon going to be the lock-in here for Cuz. Definitely has been a great pick for him in the past as well. Provides some setup there as Canyon back to an old favorite, providing some frontline. And I think that the feedback after the last game was probably pretty good. Now they have a Hyper Gary for the late game. It's Ruler playing the Caitlyn as well, which you're going to feel very comfortable with. And they've got that frontline already represented via the jungle. So I like it from Genji so far. Now the bans are going to come in and the Zoe will be taken away from BDD. That's a cute one.
Yeah, I think here, especially when it's like the Skarner is generally going to be isolated because the Lux isn't the best buddy for you to be going aggressive into the enemy team. Pays to have this really tanky pick. We did also see how the minion, the jungle pet damage has been buffed now based on your assist, based on your health, so should help out Skarner here. Genji just hammering away at some of BDD's signature picks here. 3 mid lane bans already from them.
Yeah, what are they going to do as far as their mid lane pick, though? That's my question. What's Chovy going to be playing? The Akali going to be taken away from BDD. Means that some control mages will certainly feel good. It's going to be just Victor, isn't it? It's just going to be Victor.
May well be. Victor, there's Annie, there's, Galio, which Chovy quite likes.
That's a good point.
There's Aurora. There's definitely options available. Just kind of depends what he wants to lean toward.
All right, one last ban here for KT.
We've seen the Rumble and Skarner be pretty potent. Kind of just hold them over the fire. So I wonder if Genji has thoughts about that. Typically, we expect counter pick to go to top lane, but Genji has shown in the past that they will have keen blind pick in a lot of situations. And if it is to secure something like the Rumble, maybe that is with going first in this situation.
For me, I feel like you just lock Victor and then you let Kane go counterpick. But instead, they are going to save that counterpick opportunity for Chovy as the Ambessa is going to be locked in.
Does benefit from the massive Eclipse buff that we saw on this patch. So going to be doing a lot more damage when this champion was already very strong.
Volley Bear! That'd be very fun. But it's a hover for now. I will not get overly excited. And it looks like a Jax might be the option instead. Feels like a pretty standard pickup into the Ambessa. Hadn't seen it for a while, but it is what Perfect will elect to go towards. And now, what will BDD play? I think you can certainly do 1-3-1 with a composition like this. And you can also go like full AP as well. Oh my goodness. So the buff to Azir did come in. His Q does a bit more damage now.
Any excuse to whip out the Azir, and you know our LCK pros will want to do it.
It's BDD! Come on, man. All right, it's going to be the Ahri instead. Makes me a little bit sad, although it also doesn't, because it means that we may not be inundated with way too many Azirs. It is still a 4-letter champion name starting with A, so there you go. You got a bit of the way there. And the R8 will be the pickup here for BDD. Does change the composition just a little bit, turns it a lot more pick-based. And this is something you mentioned already. The Galio would be the option here. The build is going to have to change a little bit. We know that Chovy has been fairly flexible as far as the build path for the Galio is concerned. Not going towards the Abyssal Mask when there is less magic damage on the team, and instead going towards Rookern first. We'll see whether we see that again. But a very standard draft out of Gen G, wanting to just play that front to back in these team fights and get the Gargoyle to jump in on top. Ruler doing all that damage. Trap placement going to be pretty comfortable as well. And I think Keen will be able to follow up with this public execution very comfortably with a draft like this based on the non-committal CC that they do have available. KT, though, a heck of a lot of pick and also a lot of mid-game power with this composition.
Yeah, a lot of burst available. Reset potential for the Ahri is pretty important. Problem is the enemy team, Gen G's lineup has a lot of bulk on the front line that can be hard to cut through and hard to find momentum on. Getting backline access, killing this Lux, killing this Caitlyn will really make this game easier when you get to those team fights. But I think they have a lot of tools to play around in the early stages of the game. We've seen the team with momentum, the team setting their foot forward, has led this series so far.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that can continue in this Game 3.
The thing is, I feel like Game 3s are often just different, right? Sometimes you have a pretty slow series, a stomp back here, stomp back there, and then things get real close, real messy when you move into the third game. I hope that that is what we're treated to here, as ladies and gentlemen, this is the Legend Group. KT rolls to trying to keep themselves in playoff contention. Let's get into the Rift. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 3. As Gen G trying to get themselves set up. This bottom lane going to be a difficult time for KT, as Gio is going towards the Comet variant of this Varus. I wonder whether he's going to do the weird, I'm still going to build a static Shiv that Diablo does every time. I don't like it, but Diablo did do it twice. And so I'm wondering whether it's a thing. Is it a thing, Daniel?
I think it should be a thing.
Well, we'll keep an eye out.
The Poke Varus, having that being ahead of the curve is so important. If you're going to go more attack speed-based Varus, then Comet not really helping you out compared to Lethal Tempo.
Yeah. He did try it with Lethal Tempo the first time and then did it with Comet the second time and lost both games pretty cataclysmically.
Wow.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a lesson.
Yeah, it wasn't great. The lesson for me is cataclysmically is really fun to say. Effort, not having very much fun himself though, down to about 300, still just chugging through that potion. And I think that there will be a fair bit of control here for Gen G in this bottom lane. The Caitlyn Lux is something that we've been treated to many times. Largely it's from players like Gumayushi and Keria, but now Pays and Keria have been doing a heck of a lot of it as well. See how Duro is going to be able to navigate this Lux lane that can be kind of difficult, right? Like, you need to be able to hit those Qs.
I think the real difficulty in this matchup is the Bard's hitbox is massive, so it's not too hard to hit with your skills. But if you're playing the lane like you want to be, you look at the position in the lane right now, you're into a Bard Pantheon. You play your lane like this, you are liable to get ganked. So it's not just playing around the 2v2, but playing around the jungle as well will be really important in this matchup.
Yep, not to mention having vision, right? Knowing when you're actually allowed to play up and aggressively, which is part and parcel with how this lane works, right? I think if you're not playing aggressively because you are respecting Cuz, then you're not actually able to get the value that you're looking for with this combination. So I think Gen G, a lot of onus on them to retain control of the jungle and the river to make sure that Ruler and Duro can play like this and get that extra advantage. Ju, with that teleport, will be able to make his way back to this lane immediately. And Ruler's sitting at 5-1 right now on this Caitlyn, but it's been a lot of Caitlyn Bard for Gen G and Caitlyn other things, and hasn't been the Caitlyn Lux just yet.
Yeah, Caitlyn Bard was doing very well, but the Lux pairing, not just for Gen G, but in general, was performing a bit worse last time I checked. In fact, Lux right now 0-3 in the LCK in round 3 and 4. So, hurting the Caitlyn win rate a little bit. We'll see if Gen G are able to turn that around.
Yep, Trophy taking a lot of damage here in this mid lane as BDD on real good form today. I have to say, Syndra looking absolutely brilliant in game number 2. Also didn't look too bad in game number 1 either, even though he was playing the Twisted Fate. The composition, I think, was largely at fault there. But being able to find some pretty good moments here in this lane. Obviously, the Galio not going to have the most power in the early stages of the lane, but it's Chovy's Galio. He is very, very good at this champion and often does stay within touching distance of the CS. BDD this time, though, is ahead by about a wave as they both go for their resets.
Yep, important just to keep that momentum, keep ahead of your opponent. Galio obviously gets to the point where you just can't really push him out of the lane, especially as an Ahri. So take that window while you can. Neither jungler finding hits.
A bit of a binding. Yeah, Peacemaker is going to connect onto Geo as well, but Effort actually soaks a bit of the damage, does save Geo from a bit there, which is kind of cute. I did have a request online.
Yeah.
Someone was asking whether or not there's an update on the tiramisu.
I'm
whether
working on it.
Tried any recently?
I'm now in dessert debt. I owe a lot of people tiramisu, so...
Oh, okay. Well, good luck with that.
You know that saying, like, is it overpromise, undercommit? What's the saying? You know there's a saying.
I don't know that saying.
There's something like that. No, I think it's underpromise, overdeliver.
Yeah.
I did the opposite.
Right. Well, that's giving it's a little bit of a giveaway now.
Yeah.
That perhaps people will not be getting their tiramisu.
I am working on it.
I used to live more towards the center of Seoul, and there was an actual tiramisu restaurant. Like
not
it was
just
like
Italian,
a cafe.
like specifically.
It was specifically tiramisu.
Wow.
And they had different variations of tiramisu.
Oh, that's
which is weird because I kind of thought that tiramisu was just a thing on its own, and like that's
yeah.
what it
I
is.
would have thought like if you go in variations, there's like cheesecake has a lot of variations.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have jumped to, but maybe that's what makes it so unique.
Exactly. Maybe cheesecake started off with only cheesecake, and then the variations came in because places like the Cheesecake Shop existed. I don't know whether that exists outside of Australia or whether it even still exists there, but that was a thing that we had.
Yeah.
But, anyway, that's neither here nor there. Just wanted to get that update on the tiramisu situation, and as it turns out, no one's getting their tiramisu. Sorry.
I didn't say no one is getting that. I just said it's not yet.
Wow, there's Oreo tiramisu and strawberry milk tiramisu? That exists? Is that just a Korean thing? I'm getting word. This is like, we're collaborating. This is just a Korean thing. Wow. Honestly, genius. You know, sometimes you come to Korea for the K-pop and for the esports. I think I'd recommend coming here for the tiramisu.
Strawberry milk tiramisu sounds...
Matcha tiramisu. Crazy. Keen, not having a great time. Perfect, getting taken down to about half health, but otherwise the Jack's having a good time. That sidestep from Ju, gorgeous. Does take a lot of damage from the Lucent Singularity, but doesn't get hit by the Peacemaker. And now the Pantheon makes his way in. Multiple flashes go down, and the arrow is actually going to connect here. Good combo comes out from Duro as Effort takes some damage, but still great pressure here from KT.
Double flash burn by Cuz's ultimate. Great play there to punish. Ruler and Duro just further trying to step up their presence in the lane. Canyon's now here to cover, but without flashes, it already feels a little bit too late at this point.
Yeah, nothing invested from KT. So they can continue to play aggressively.
And now
don't have to worry too much about Canyon.
Jiwoo has his ultimate available. If he hits on Duro, that could just be a death sentence.
Hang on a second. I think they're trying to set up for some sort of dive.
Yeah, and Cuz has actually crossed the other side of the map. He's not here, so not there to protect them. Ruler will get some damage on the tower. Jiwoo and Effort do back off, and play defensive, but it's still more gold into Ruler's pockets as Cuz goes for the grubs on the top side.
Yeah, so grubs for a Jax composition, though. That's going to feel pretty fantastic. As Counter-Strike getting perfect towards Keen for a nice trade. For the Ambessa, feeling brilliant. Was obviously blind picked. This is something that Keen has had to deal with for a very long time. But I don't necessarily see this as like a true shutout of a matchup or anything like that for the Jax. I think that Perfect is just playing much better here, games 2 and 3.
Yeah. Oh,
trading places as Keen taking a lot of damage here. Does have to flash away, but still the flash to follow, and it's first blood. Another solo kill for Perfect.
Keen disrespecting the damage in the all-in from the Jax. That last auto, the empowered auto, doing so much damage to finish him off. And Keen bidding his flash as well as going down there. Now Genji will continue putting pressure on the bot lane, and we now see Ruler taking a tower. Big CS lead, he's in a great spot. But the trade-off is you're going to lose a lot on the top side of the map.
Yeah.
You and Effort were walking up there to potentially set up a play, but they
Wait.
actually... Oh.
There's an Impale. Effort is going to be held onto here, but he just gets healed up. Public Execution brings Keen in, and that is going to be at least a kill on the Jax. Can Gio escape? That's the question, as he gets the fadeaway magical journey. That was a bit cute. Kind of looked cool, but he's going to get him out of there. Perfect. Finishes off the Trinity Force in the Death Chamber, and Genji reclaim the gold lead pretty considerably after those turrets are traded.
So the all-in here. Keen just kind of dashes too far, and then it's that W with the empowered auto stacked up on the ult that just does so much damage. Here, though, a little bit of an overstay. I think Effort could have just left. And instead, they stick around for quite some time. The respawn comes in, and there's no mana on Perfect. They could have just left after getting the tower, but Effort played it aggressively. Like, he still had heal, he still had Magical Journey. And it means that Genji, we saw that trade. Like, Genji focused the bot side, KT focused the top side. Because they end up trading a kill back in return, and Keen gets some alone time with a wave, Genji have actually come out ahead in that passage of play. You can see the lead between top lane is only about 360.
Not too much at all, and Ruler has a massive advantage towards the bottom side, even though they are sitting at 0-0-0. So Collector is now done. Ruler just goes back and buys that Raw. Nothing else, doesn't have Berserkers, nothing like that. Just Collector is done. We'll see whether he can put it to use. Second item probably going to be that Infinity Edge, try and get as much value out of 2 items as this Caitlyn can. And then Rapid Fire Cannon or the Lord Doms, depending on which he feels like he needs next. Perfect has a long lane to work with here. Keen will just be defending underneath this inner turret, but it does make the Jax situation somewhat uncomfortable.
Jax very good at killing wards, you know, with all that attack speed stacked up. Also good at killing towers. As you said before, 3 grubs with the Jax 2 means if Keen is ever pressured out of lane and has to back off, a tower is just going to be in trouble. Now, Infernal, the Hex tech, does make the potential souls a bit weaker, but regardless, Genji looking to contest this, see if he can get a second.
Yeah, KT moving over, and Canyon wants nothing to do with this. He's just going to back away. Look to get towards the jungle, because we'll be able to take this one down, and it will be a Chemtech Soul. So I don't know what, like, based on the fact, like you mentioned, it was Hextech and Infernal. So the best of the Drakes were gone. Chemtech's kind of fun, though, here, as that's a heal. Going to be used by Dura to get out of the way of the Tempered Fate, so Effort pretty happy with that trade. Summon a spell for ulti.
I mean, there's a few bulky champions to get the benefit from it. Ambessa can be pretty crazy with it. Speaking of Ambessa, she does have that Eclipse completed, so I'm interested to see how this turns the matchup around.
Yeah, even the Ahri with the Essence and stuff like that is... Oh, Chains of Corruption, just maxed range onto Duro. Oh no, and goes back and completes the Mikhails.
Oh, man.
That is devastating, isn't it?
He was 1 day from retirement.
Yeah.
And they got him.
Oh no. Cuz also, speaking of getting things, I believe just got that red buff. Effort going to take a version of it as well. The Meep Slap's going to be pretty painful. As Chovy here towards his bottom side, Genji still with a gold advantage, but I just feel like the tempo vibes are all KT right now.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they're kind of controlling things more. Speaking of control...
Oh, Public Execution used very cute there by Keen. Try and get himself out of the way as Effort's moving over as well. He does have Flash in a few seconds' time, does manage to use it here, but still goes down. And Duro not able to offer too much back as Ju and Rule are fighting one another. And you can feel the frustration here by Gen G, I feel, as KT just feels like their level of agency is so much higher in this game.
They're using the Bard Pantheon really well, moving around, trying to find these plays. Keen did pretty much everything he could in that situation, but was just too far up, and oh, this is the Jax fantasy.
Oh yeah, thwack, thwack, thwack. Onto the turret. Does play it safe though. Will back away before Chovy makes his way over. Let's have a look at this play once again.
Yeah, Dura had flash, but maybe just thought it was just out of the range. Gets caught out by it. The punish by BDD is immediate. And then here in the top lane, you can see the Bard and Pantheon moving in. The ult timing is great from Keen. Remember, that's something that got changed recently, and yet he manages to do it perfectly. Dodges away from the stun. Flashes at a good time. It feels like he ticked the boxes, but it's just still not enough. That's how well KT set up that play.
Yeah, beautifully done. Just a little bit overextended there was Kane, as he is going to find effort. Will be able to take a magical journey perhaps as Chovy goes in towards perfect. Cuz is here as well. The taunt comes down, but Chovy is so far away from any sort of safety, he is just dead.
This Jax is going to be a problem. And by
he's already a problem!
Yeah, he's already a problem. And the thing is, into this composition of Gen G, a lot of the DPS is coming from Ruler, and Jax is just going to ignore that. You know, they don't have this big AP threat in their team composition. It is just Chovy on the Galio, who better at bursting squishier targets. Now, Canyon is looking here for perfect.
Now let's see whether King can actually get the follow-up damage as they do look to get on top of him. Public Execution holds him in place. There's the Impale, and the kill is delivered to Ruler. He says, "Thank you, sirs. I will take that." And he does.
Couldn't ask for someone better for that goal to be on. Ruler a long way away from those big Caitlyn power spikes that we look towards. So a nice shutdown there by Gen G, but Perfect still very strong despite that. Dragon up in a minute 30, Herald alive, so objectives on the map to play for. But currently Gen G probably just waiting for those ults to be available again.
Yeah. And this game looks incredibly even. I feel like KT, having all of their money stacked on this Jax, even though he's dead right now, is still a great thing for them. Playing through the side lanes with these 3 grubs, with this massive Jax, is going to be very powerful, and I think just a bit tough here for Gen G to play through a Caitlyn that's pretty far ahead, right? When she's about to get into that trough that we always like to talk about, and a couple of items for Jiu is going to be actually a power spike. In a composition like this with this lethality Varus. So KT, I think, looking at some really good times as this mid-game goes on. Then, as we get later and later into the game, that's when Gen G will start to feel a little bit better when, you know, Ruler starts two-shotting people and things like that. The Counter-Strike cannot last forever.
That does help you feel better.
Yeah.
It's also interesting, this was talked about in the space, of course, but look at the mid-lane matchup. Chovy with the upgraded Merc Treads lost 5 magic resist, and BDD with the upgraded Sorks got 2 extra magic resist. It's a little thing, but definitely helps you feel a bit more powerful on those early spikes when you have 20 magic pen now, I believe it is, for the upgraded.
Yeah, just a
Sorks.
bit more.
20 and then 8% magic pen as well. It's kind of crazy to have those just on a pair of boots.
Well, has completed the Blackfire Torch there as well. So looking frightening as effort. Tempered Fate is going to land onto Duro. Not exactly optimal. Traps are flying around the battlefield here as BDD Spirit rushes down. Good charm onto Canyon, but he does get the Impale off. Tries to pull Cuz out of the fight as Duro is taken down immediately. Canyon's dead as well. Ruler trying to kite as best he can, but they've just lost their front line completely. Keen will be wiped out, and KT, they're just playing better.
Decimation there. Target selection was excellent, and the recourse just wasn't there. Perfect. Finding his way into that fight so well to threaten the backline. And now it's a more substantial lead for KT. Now it's going to be second Dragon for KT as well. And Gen G, we see this fight open up. And initially it's the alternate Duro, but they don't overcommit because they're playing Bouncer. And they just opt to start hitting Canyon initially with the charm, with the follow-up to Mikhail's has been. And then Perfect sees this angle, jumps in, forces to cleanse. Duro gets taken down with some help from effort. And Ruler's trying to do damage, but it's just not there.
Yeah.
Autos are going in, but just people aren't getting low enough. And KT doing a great job of disengaging when they get low and letting someone else step in.
That's a very happy BDD right there. Looking for his 501st game win. and wants to try and catch up to Keen as well. Keen sitting on 504 right now, so with a victory here, can actually start to close that gap. But early days there as far as that one is concerned. They have to get through this game first. As KT move to a gold lead for the first time in this game. There were a couple of blips here and there at in the early stages, but otherwise Gen G have had that gold advantage.
Yeah, I think there will come a point. So the two compositions in the earlier games, like game 1 and game 2, it kind of felt like the team who fell behind also just didn't have that much hope as the game went later. I think at least this one for Gen G, there is light at the end of the tunnel.
Oh yeah.
But the matter is of getting to that end of the tunnel, and that's not a guaranteed thing. They are in a deficit, they are in a rough spot. Ruler needs items, but there is a situation where Jiwoo's damage is going to feel like it just doesn't cut through the front line as much. Ruler now has the IE, 3rd item will help lot, 4th item even better. And Perfect's a problem.
Yeah.
There isn't an easy solution for. But at least I think it gets to the point where when Ruler's doing enough damage, you can kind of outplay him, right? If you're not letting him jump on you, you can kite him away. If he does use stasis, like if he's bought a Seeker's Arm Guard, you can just place a trap under it. The problem is now he's trying to do damage to him, and Perfect just frankly does a lot more damage than Ruler does if they're in a 1v1, because Perfect has the added benefit of being tanky.
Well, there's a Tempered Fate. Cuz is going to show up here as well, and Canyon, yeah, just running out of options. However, he does have a gargoyle to drop down on top. Cuz just gets chain CC'd, headshotted, and Ruler is able to take him down. Look at this damage onto Effort and Geo as well, as now BDD in trouble. Not quite able to find these. Oh, that was incredible from Duro. And then Perfect comes in and gets slammed into the wall. In the blink of an eye, Gen G just take back all control.
They find the angle and overstep from KT, and importantly,
5 seconds until Baron.
Oh, the timing's so good. I think there was a bit of an anti-synergy there between Cuz and Effort. And now Effort's trying to get some vision around here. It's Al, it's the bowling alley Baron. So, again, not a ton of damage, but they're trying to get some poke down. 2 seconds on Cuz, but he has to make his way here. This is going to be long gone by then.
Yeah, there's no ulti available as well. He can't man drop his way in. That's a great charm. They do manage to take down Duro. This Baron will be secured by Gen G as Chovy gets his Justice Punch blocked and will be the double kill here for BDD. So 2 dead. Baron picked up here for Gen G. Rebel Baron power play not fantastic just yet. We'll see whether they can make any more of it. But this started off as a play by KT.
Yeah, I think the Tempered Fate just didn't help there. It just bought time and let the ult drop off from the Varus. They end up focusing down the Pantheon really aggressively, works so well. And then here, Duro's binding is so good with the predict on the BDD, and Perfect has to move in to defend him, to cover him. And that means they just turn onto him. He gets CC'd, locked down, and turned in a mincemeat. Now, that play was great for Gen G. Phenomenal for them. This passage of play, yes, they get the Baron, but they lose too. And this year, Baron's just been worth so much less gold. You lose a lot of time waiting for them to respawn. You don't have as many people with Baron when you're going for those pushes. I'm not sure how much value Gen G will necessarily get from this Baron. You can see the Red Bull Baron power play is minus 20 gold right now.
Yeah, it's not looking fantastic just yet.
The initial play was great. The Baron secure. The thing with Baron now, because it's worth so much less gold, you kind of have to assess what do they get from it. Right now, they've got that top tier 1. Great. What else can you pick up to really make that worth it?
Well, could be a dragon. Denying that from KT, I think, could be a good idea. 30 seconds time. Maybe using a Baron in order to get some control of these waves. The problem is, not everyone has it. So Chovy's in this bottom lane, but will not be able to empower these minions. Ruler's still got it, able to use it to push out mid here. And the Ambessa is still there with hers. So Keen should be able to get something done at the same time if he is left in a side lane. But it looks like Gen G just going to set up the trap line, try and get themselves into a spot where they can make something happen. BDD finding that charm, absolutely fantastic there onto Keen, who has found 2 items himself. Eclipse Black Cleaver combo feels pretty nice for the Ambessa here. And Jiu is just taking pot shots, actually finding some pretty good angles here towards Gen G to lay this poke down, get themselves into a point where they're comfortable taking these fights.
Perfect's moving in on a flank angle. This is scary for Gen G. They kind of need someone controlling that space, blocking the Jax. And Chovy's going to move around and hopefully be able to do that.
Yep, he's going to move on in. Keen was wanting a flank angle as well, but KT are going to push him all the way away. Cuz not going to be able to steal this Drake away, but Canyon may not be able to escape. There's the Impale, but it's only onto the Pantheon. Tempered Fate is going to connect onto one as Chovy looks for some justice here and then looks to escape. He will be able to do so. The Charm just barely not finding his backside. What the heck was that? Was his coattails got charmed. Unfortunately for BDD, just barely unable to get the Gargoyle.
Dragon secured there by Gen G. They only lose one, which isn't too bad, but you can see top left of your screen, Red Bull Baron power play minus 666. Not the value you really wanted to get from that buff. And here, Canyon just isn't that tanky. KT ahead of the curve and proc his Protoplasm and just burst him straight after it. So he goes down without much recourse. I do think Chovy playing this well to be able to get out again with the ultimate, waits for the CC to be down. But the end result is you got the Dragon, which is nice, but you're still far away from Soul, and a lot of gold was given over to KT after you took that initial Baron.
Yeah. The thing is, it's also bought time, and they kind of needed that. Ruler now has his rapid fire cannon complete, wanting to build towards some armor penetration now, I would assume, in the Lord Doms or something like that. Molder Reminder might be a good idea as well, considering BDD with a bit of extra healing, the fact that effort exists. And there's 2 Sundered Skies. I know they've been nerfed a little, but they are still kind of ridiculous. And so Giu now does get his transformation on his Muramana. He's got 3 items himself, but those 3 items are a little bit different to what Ruler has put together. And he has a 1.4k gold advantage right now. But Daniel, I'm just looking at this top lane, and I feel like this. I feel like Perfect. He is the make or break right now, and I think the make is a little bit more scary than the break right now.
He's a problem, and right now Gen G trying to defend that bottom mid where 4 members of KT were leaning in, but that just leaves top lane alone for Perfect. Someone has to respond to this. The tower's gone, but I don't think it feels comfortable for either solo laner to match up here.
No, no one can really stand toe-to-toe with this Jax. So Gen G going to have to play around it, see whether they actually can. Ruler now with the Peacemakers will be able to deal with these waves very comfortably. Now looking for a little bit of a recall angle. Probably Last Whisper to be completed now. But we'll see what he does. Grab. Selling some stuff, and there it is. So understandably going for some armor pen. Should be towards that 4th item relatively soon. It's not a clock for KT though. That's the crazy thing about this game compared to the last 2. Is the fact that the Jax is also just going to be a problem all game long.
Yeah. I think it feels better for Gen G to get to that point, but that doesn't mean it feels bad necessarily for KT. It's relatively.
Ooh, Tempered Fate going to catch Ruler and the turret. Not sure what they can really do about it though. That's kind of my question. Yeah, it did
sending a message.
Cool. Yeah, BDD goes in, finds the charm onto Canyon again, and he's taken down. Final Spark onto Giu, but he's able to ignore it. Ruler tagged by that Orb of Deception. It's a beautiful pick onto the jungler. There's 23 seconds on this Baron, and KT, they're the only ones with Smite.
Is this enough to set up for the Baron? I think it might be a bit risky, but if they find
Keen... yeah, they do as well. And BDD is able to lock that one down. Heroic entrance brings Chovy in, but I don't think he wants to be here. He's going to be the second one, and BDD's looking for 501 already.
KT playing so well at setting these traps, finding these angles, making Gen G think that they're up to something, and they were, just not what you thought they were. They will now move over to the Baron. And yes, Canyon is alive, but it just does not matter. Baron will be secured. 5,000 gold lead before they've even killed the Purple Worm. And in dominant control right now.
I think Gen G, they need an agent in the LCK. They need someone to just vote for KT in the predictions. They need to get someone to do it. Otherwise, they'll keep doing this.
Yeah, we see the engage coming in. Unfortunately, in this situation, it's only Canyon, but the follow-up, I love the trap that's used here. They kind of play into the fog of war, get the jump on Keen, and Keen actually uses the sweeper, so he thinks he's safe, but they're just outside of it. And unfortunately, when Galio comes in, there's just no way out for Chovy. So
he didn't have flash. BDD was telling us that a lot. Yep. Oh my goodness, speaking of BDD, got a lot of pages in his Death Note right now. 10 stacks on the Magi Soul Stealer, and a Baron now to use to push down these turrets. This is a much better Baron. They have all 5 of their players with it, And this inner turret, not long for the world. It's going to be the last inner turret available. Actually, no. Mid lane is still there, hanging on by a very slim margin. Actually does have a decent health line, never mind. But it's only going to take like 3 autos for Perfect to go down.
Overgrowth stacked up. It's not in a good spot.
Ruler is wandering in. And the Peacemaker not really going to be doing much of anything at all. Can't really walk up to this wave very comfortably with Cuz and Jiu lurking. Canyon there to offer some support. So it looks like this base not going to be broken on this push or anything like that. But you can see it's only a matter of time, right? There's only one person trying to deal with Perfect, and they need more if they want to stop the Jax.
Such a problem as well. The fact he now has a Seekers worked on his Zhonya's means if you miscalculate at all, you're going to pay for it heavily.
And Ruler just taking incidental poke over and over again. Able to walk up towards this Siege minion, does manage to take it down with the combo. B2D, Spirit Rush back up and available once again. Effort moves in. Genji's defense hasn't been too bad just yet. Sitting on almost 7k. Lord Doms is now done, so 4 items complete for the Caitlyn.
It does kind of feel like they are just locked into defense mode though, and just don't really have any options in terms of starting, initiating the fight.
Oh, nice little snare from Duro, but Ruler unable to actually walk up, do too much. As Canyon might even be able to get a red buff. That is going to be good news here for Gen.G.
Gonna take the little wins.
Yeah. I feel like they haven't been able to get their own red buff for quite some time, so it certainly does feel good. Canyon just going to walk on up and throw some rocks over at B2D. That charm not going to connect this time around. Knight's Vow is done, an extremely supportive Skarner this time. Soul Point here for KT. I'll just grab that with the Dregs of the Baron. 5 seconds left. And 1.4, the Rebel Baron power play is not gigantic. So Gen.G have played some decent defense. But it does really feel like after that last fight, this game is KT's to lose.
I would say so. I think a big misstep is what it really take for Gen.G to find their way back into this one. Again, they don't need a rush. They don't need to do anything crazy and try and force plays. Just find the angle, have the correct setup, ideally bait Gen.G into the trap, and then...
Wait a second. There's the knock-up from the brush. That was very cute. Perfect. In a lot of trouble. And it is going to be Keen that looks to pick up the kill to try and pull him back into the game. And Chovy says, no, I will deliver justice, sir. And he does do so.
A good pick, good angle. Gen.G need more like that if they want to continue find themselves in a better spot in this game. For the time being, it slows down the pressure from KT, buys a bit of space for Gen.G to push outside the base and get some vision up as KT go for a reset.
Yeah, so KT just going to purchase some items. Perfect going to be up before any Barons or Dragons or anything like that.
This was sneaky. This was very sneaky. And you honestly can't blame Perfect for being a little shocked when you just get knocked up. It's like the Nunu thing. You know, when you know like a Nunu's in the game, and then one time you just walking next to a brush and like, why am I slowed? And then your health bar just vanishes.
Indeed. You're slowed, and then the jump scare is that you're dead.
This didn't even have the slow warning. You just got knocked up out of nowhere.
Yeah. A little bit frustrating here for Perfect. Probably not going to make that mistake again. And is now back up and available. So the teleport can get him anywhere he wants to go. And so that control that Gen.G just had for a brief window should be dissipating. They did pull the gold back by about 1,000 as well. And 5k at 31.5 minutes. Not a massive advantage. I think there's still a chance for Gen.G in this one. Still does feel like KT should be able to get themselves towards this Baron pit and try and set up these picks once again. But I think they do now actually need one of these skirmishes to go their way as well. I think otherwise, if Perfect had have been able to retain that level of pressure, they could have continued to suffocate Gen.G, stop any vision from going down. But now, with that pick, Gen.G being able to get some wards onto the map and being able to take control of some territory, which is very valuable.
Oh, that's pretty high value. Blocking both ults with the Aegis there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say, now we're at the point where Perfect, it's like if you look at the items between Perfect and Keen, Keen still doesn't have like his core completed. Perfect has the Zhonya's and has a QSS as a bonus. It just makes it so hard to deal with him right now.
Well, piercing arrow, not going to be piercing much there.
Oh, flank coming in from BDD.
Yeah, let's see whether he finds it. There's a Spirit Rush. The flash out from Duro, though. Orbit Deception will be avoided. And BDD is already very, very low. Fantastic heroic entrance, but it's the Impale that does most of the work. And now it's Ruler taking matters into his own hands. Perfect slammed into the wall by this Skarner. And this time, Canyon wasn't stopped. And so he's able to take control. It's an ult out for Cuz. And KT, they were so far ahead. They were so close. And Gen.G may have just slammed the door in their face.
You know how far ahead they were? I think you can measure it with the ruler.
Oh no.
Just decimates them in the fight. And you could see KT hunting down the Gen.G 80 carry and unable to catch him out. The damage coming out at this point in the game is absurd. Look at BDD goes in on this angle and how quickly his health vanishes. The Tempered Fake catches him, and then here, Ruler dashes away, cleanses, but he knows it's his Galio ult. He can just stand here, get the autos down, but then flashes the damage from BDD.
BDD, basically.
Yeah, and then Perfect. As much as the Jax is strong, when you're trapped in those triple melee full of CC, it just does not go well.
And I think that was an example of Gen.G hitting that late game mark that we were warning KT about. Right? The QSS is now done here for Ruler. That's on top of those 4 items that he'd already completed. This guy is just terrifying. And with QSS, Cleanse, and Mikhail's, there's just not enough to stop this guy from shooting you.
Yeah, they need to kill him. He has no sums right now, which is good. And it is Soul for KT if they can secure this dragon, which you know Perfect will very much appreciate, but Ruler is the main target. Good poke there.
That's something.
He does have a Vamp Scepter though, so it's not quite Bloodthirst if he can heal up.
That's a fair bit of health that comes back each auto here as well, as we can see. So just needed a minion wave, and he is looking pretty healthy now. Some denial of this soul might be coming through as Ace
big
BDD. That is not the one you want taking that damage if you are KT.
They can just start the dragon and Ruler can heal up off it. But BDD that low, things feel uncomfortable for KT. Dragon going to be secured here.
Yeah, there's no way that KT can actually get in on this one. And so 6 elemental dragons, 7 in this game if we make it another 5 minutes. And the Rebel Baron power play sitting at 1.8 this time around. Gen.G feeling so much better about it. And even Chovy is starting to get like pretty large on this Galio. Does have the Riftmaker now done. Looking for a Zhonya's most likely as the next item, but could just go towards a Death Cap.
That's the thing, is that Chovy doesn't have a ton of DPS, but with this build, which doesn't look like the most intimidating build, especially when you compare it to like BDD with the Rabadons, but he does do a lot of damage, and the amp from the Mandate makes a big difference when Ruler's trying to cut through some of these tankier targets. Now, looking for the Siege, double cannon just hammering away. Jiwoo doing his best to wave clear. Perfect nearly has TP. BDD has his. You can see those wards behind. There's a control ward in that sort of line brush just below mid lane. If they push any further, you could see an angle where KT just pull the trigger and go for the flank. Ruler's Cleanse isn't quite up yet.
Speaking of the trigger being pulled though, now Cuz is just stuck in all of this CC. Perfect moves up the Impale. It comes on through. Tempered Fate is there, but the public execution, it just goes wide. Key now trying to dash away. Has a GA for some safety, but Canyon's starting to get way too tanky. Cuz is 1v1ing Chovy. He's going to lose that fight against his ex-teammate. And Gen.G are now looking to try and pick up these stragglers. Oh no, KT, another lost fight. That gold lead dwindling. It'll go alongside this turret as the plates and the turret itself are taken down. I just think that KT are running out of time.
And it was just beautiful peel here because a lot connects for KT. First off, it's the Bard ult that comes in. Ruler definitely in trouble. We see the ult from Keen just to space them away. The stun hits Ruler, but he gets over the wall, kites to the back of it, and Perfect can't chase through the Skarner. We do see BDD gets a GA out of Keen, but he's able to dodge the follow-up afterwards. And at the end of that, considering Ruler got hit by 2 critical abilities and didn't die, didn't have to burn anything, in fact, feels pretty good for Gen.G.
And look at this. Like, Canyon with a Knight's Vow and now a Locket of the Iron Solari.
He gets it.
This support Skarner is really doing work. And yeah,
he knows his role. And you know, game 1 and game 2, there was a timer on the games. And we said this one, it's less clear, but Ruler is really starting to show you that clock and make the case.
Oh yeah. has a Bloodthirster now completed.
I mean, that just completely negates so much of Jiwoo's poke. Jiwoo wants to land poke on the squishier targets because poke on a Keen, Canyon, and Chovy just doesn't hit that hard. And now it's like, well, you poke Ruler, he autos a wave twice, he's back to full HP and has a shield on top.
Yep. Or, like, you try and go in to try and get a catch, and you can't do enough to, like, out-DPS his lifesteal if he's able to hit you
Well, that's the thing
during the
with
battle.
Mikhail's Cleanse and QSS.
Yeah, he will be shooting.
Yeah, he will be shooting, and he will do so much damage. It's only really Perfect that can kind of, like, have windows where with your Counter-Strike and your GA, and then when you come out of, sorry, not GA, Zhonya's.
Yep.
When you come out of Zhonya's, you have Counter-Strike again. Those are the things that Perfect can play around, but Zhonya's not the best item into Caitlyn because the trap will just be at your feet when you come out again. Does make it difficult. Now, Dragon in a minute 30, you can see KT Whiff fishing for a play on the bot side, but Keen smells it out and backs away.
Yeah. I also think that if Gen G managed to get a Chemtech Soul, Bloodthirst are pretty good as far as a Chemtech Soul item is concerned, which is kind of fun. Death's Dance, speaking of those kinds of items, is going to be picked up here for Keen, who hit level 20 before Perfect, which is kind of mind-blowing given how powerful the Jax was. The Ambessa holding on to relevance here in this game. As Baron up in 10 seconds time, 1 minute on the Drake as well.
Yeah, the Luxalt not doing too much damage. TP coming in mid.
All right, Perfect looking to try and take down some of these minions here before Keen makes his way over. Big ol' shield to be picked up by the Ambessa. And they are now on this Baron. If KT can stall this, you can make it a Baron for Soul Trade or something like that. But they are just going to start hitting this immediately. The trap line is set up. Lucent Singularity to try and block Shiu is now Keen trying to get on in there. He dashes away though. Cuz finds the stun. Tempered Fate lands onto both Canyon and the Baron. And Keen just trying to escape. Public Execution gets Keen in. He delivers Chovy and gets the double knockups. That is multiple people going golden. Perfect tries to get out of there, but the Caitlyn says no. Cuz gonna get taken out. The DPS from this guy is massive. They do manage to take down the Galio, but everybody else is dead. It's only BDD and Effort left alive. And with Ruler here, he will be able to kill all of KT's stuff and take this series.
Not enough to stop him now. Beautiful setup by Keen and Chovy to make that play. And Ruler is there just to cut them down. A game where KT had the control, had the advantage. Gen G shut them down and finished the series 2-1. I don't think BDD can do enough to stop this.
We'll see whether he can do some heroics, and the answer is no! Caught by the light binding from Duro, and now Effort takes a magical journey to a 1-2 defeat against Gen G. They were so incredibly close, but unfortunately not close enough, and Gen G will shut the door again.
A hard-fought Game 3 there, and a hard-fought series in general. You know, credit to KT for making it so close when this is the #1 team of the Legend Group against the #5 team.
Yeah.
But Gen G unrelenting. They've hit their stride, and they managed to come in with Ruler. Game 2 on the Ziggs, not really able to have the impact. But Game 3, that Caitlyn, he was the main character.
He really was. As Yunara in game #1 as well, absolutely fantastic. I have a feeling we might be divvying out some POM points to not Chovy this time. He doesn't need any, guys. He's capped.
He won already.
He's already won.
Yeah, and I think Keen as well didn't have the best game, best series, because there was a couple of times he got solo killed, but specifically the space he was making, the plays he was setting up into
Yeah,
fights.
I mean, late game Keen is just always good.
Yeah, just a great understanding of what he needs to do to make space for that AD carry to slam dunk that game.
Yeah, and thank goodness they have Ruler, I think, because he was what they needed in that game. I think that there were some rocky moments, especially throughout that mid game. You could feel the absence of the power of the Caitlyn, right? Like when you're on 2 items, even 3 items just doesn't feel that good. But as he hit 4, like the moment he got that Lord Doms, team fights were just completely different. And he was able to get that DPS down, and KT couldn't find the picks that they were able to before. Let's have a look at some of these highlights as I mean, KT did just have such good control of the early game, but this was when Gen G really started to find their way back into this game.
Just so much bulk and so much CC, and if you're not reaching Ruler, he's just going to keep pumping out so much damage. I think the front line of Gen G has to be commended for how they set up for him, and it eventually just got to a point where he hit critical mass. He was doing too much damage, and even though there was threats on his life, they just never really could find the angle to shut him down completely. And as long as he's still autoing, he's healing so much health from the Bloodthirster, he's doing so much damage. Even with a step here into the Tempered Fate, appeal is there, and it just allows him to keep pumping out the damage.
And pumping out cleanses. There were cleanses coming out from everywhere. They had 3 available for Ruler.
No, this...
You saw there it was like back-to-back cleanses.
This was a very high-value cleanse game. You know, we've had other instances where players have stacked cleanses, QSSs, all sorts, and it wasn't the highest value. With this one, there was a lot of CC, and as long as you're not getting locked down, I mean, look at that auto, how much damage it did to Perfect. That's disgusting.
Yeah, and if Chovy had hit that Justice Punch, he would have killed you there and stayed alive towards this endgame. He, in fact, did so much damage in that last teamfight on this Galio.
I think that's the thing with the Galio is that it just does so much more damage than you think when you look at the items.
Yeah. Especially later on in the game.
Great binding from Duro as well.
Absurd. And we were trying to set up to see whether BDD could make the heroic play. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough. Yeah, 힘들어 indeed. That just means tiring. And I think that it was. A series like this wasn't the cleanest from Gen G, especially if you're looking at game number 2. Game number 1 was a masterclass. It was beautiful. But games 2 and 3, I think a little bit more shaky. I think still some work to be done here for Gen G, but still, congratulations on the victory and the first place here in the regular season.
I think we all know who it's going to be.
Yeah. It's Ruler. I know it seems like a Boom Boom Damage vote, but like Ruler was the guy. He was the guy in game 1, and he is the guy in this game.
Sometimes it's okay to Boom Boom Damage vote.
Exactly. And he's going to pick it up, undying in the games that they won. Unkilling in the games that they lost.
Max, if you put your hand over the screen and cover the middle game, he didn't die once.
Wow!
Yeah, it's a little neato trick.
Do you know what you can also do? Is you can just block this column in the middle here, and no one has ever died.
Oh.
Yeah, it's actually really cool. Like, you just use your hand sort of like this on the side.
Yeah.
And just then it's only
We're
the
now on
numbers
camera,
the
so I
other
can
side.
show, you know, this is the technique for the blocking the middle game.
Yeah, that's
just
the
like
middle,
that. Yeah.
middle game, and then that's the deaths column.
If
Yeah, yeah.
people have us muted, they think, are they teaching
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, we
yeah,
indeed are.
yeah.
As obviously...
wax on,
yeah.
wax off.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Miyagi. And as you just saw, Ruler made his way out. We actually didn't need the view because we heard the fans sort of losing their minds hearing that Ruler was going to make his way out there onto the stage. Will be good to talk to him before their final match of the week after they've locked in that first place.
I think this one was more of a challenge than we expected. The Preds felt uncomfortable, but I'm sure he's feeling good about getting the win.
Exactly right, but now it is time for us to throw it over to the interview. Here's Dear for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Ruler on the side of Gen G. You have officially made playoffs round 2. How do you feel? I mean, there was a lot of ups and downs. It has been quite eventful, but I am so glad that we're able to make it to the playoffs. And with today's win, you're on a 5-winning streak, and in rounds 3 and 4, Gen G is the only one with 5 straight wins. In game 1, you showcased such a perfect macro play, so what did your team focus on? Before the objective team fight or whenever we're trying to maintain control of side lanes, we actually have plenty of discussions as a team so that we can always focus on them during the game. And in game 1, your Yunara was absolutely phenomenal, and you even went no death. I wish I could play Yunara just like you. What is your secret to playing her so well? I think Yunara is the one champ that actually can do a lot of damage front to back with her kit. So I think you just have to sort of pilot her the way she is supposed to play. And game 1 was yours by a landslide, but you ended up dropping game 2. So what was missing here? I think maybe a little bit of draft, but in game, there was really not much that we could actually do or execute. I think just finding that one answer during the game would have been a good idea, but I think it actually all went south from the draft. And in game 3, the enemy Jax got fed and made the game very tricky. So what were your team comms like to break through? I think we just had to build our items and look for a late game. And we're trying to find an answer to make sure that the enemy has a rough time dealing with us during team fights. I mean, it was actually quite exhausting and it was pretty rough, but I think we were able to keep our focus until the very end, which allowed us to win in the end. And ultimately, it seemed like the Caitlyn's role was crucial. So how were you able to stay alive, 0 death, and how were you able to operate her so well? I think I just had to keep an eye on that flanking Ahri or, Jax just popping out of nowhere and just make sure that I stay alive to output damage. That was really my main focus. And now that you secured direct ticket to playoffs round 2, your next opponent will be D plus Kia. So what will make or break it for you? I think D plus Kia definitely really excels on laning phase. So I think I just have to make sure that we have to practice well in terms of macro and also just the laning phase. And anything you would like to say? I just want to make sure that we can maintain our focus to make sure that we can actually perform well all the way up to the playoffs. And that is all from Ruler, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, as Ruler giving out the advice on how to play Yunara. Just pilot her like she's supposed to be played.
That's good advice.
Great advice. Scaling, wait till you get the items online, then pop off there, which is generally how you're supposed to pilot it. That's what he did, and then got himself the victory. And the POM, Genji battled back in this one, and it was looking dire there for a second. What did it look like? All of us were about to get the prediction wrong.
Yeah, I was picking up KT's POM, which is BDD. He was literally making all the plays by himself with Ahri, but I think it was really great comeback with the Genji style. I think it all started from the Galio ult, the invisible Galio ult from the bottom side. So it kills Jax here. I think they didn't have any map control here at this point.
I mean, look at how carefully and respectfully Perfect is playing too.
Yeah.
He knows there's a chance to get collapsed on, but he does not expect a Galio to land on his head here. If there's one person in that bush, he's fine. If everyone's in this bush, then obviously his team is going to be able to make a cross map, but just the Galio falling up so quickly here makes it really rough for him to expect that. And then here in this fight, watch Ruler in this fight, my god.
Yeah, I mean, BDD was already kind of back attacking Ruler here, but I think after he got Tempered Fate, he waited for the moment, and then he flashes into Ahri, and he kills BDD. And I think that was just one of the greatest Caitlyn game I've ever seen, because it's really impossible to play into Fad, Jax, and Pantheon and Ahri at the same time.
It's incredibly hard. He's incredibly confident. Flash on a BDD just showcases it there. Doesn't panic when he's out of Tempered Fate and he knows Cuz is coming towards him. He has 0 deaths in both wins in the series on the Yara and then on the Caitlyn. And by the way, in a very tough series, in a game where they were super far behind, I mean, that just speaks volumes alone. But you could see with your eyes in that fight just how good he is at this champion.
Yeah, and I love the fact that our production team and the casters caught it. It's so unfortunate for Perfect, who was the ire of a lot of the criticism in game 1, had a great game 2, and had a solid game 3, another solo kill here. The respect was there, but he couldn't see it. There was no visual observation there for him. Gets caught, and then it starts that snowball that allows Genji back on in. Let's take a look at the POM results here with Ruler picking this one up. 12 out of... Jana Strong!
squad.
I kind of agree with Jonah though. I almost voted for Chovy as well.
Yeah, it's a natural reaction.
Don't attack
No,
him.
it's a natural reaction that some people are gonna have. You know,
that's a natural reaction, but I actually respect that because I think it's really huge. It was really huge Galio on the bot lane. I think if you could be able to see the minimap right there, I think it was the moment where KT pushed all 3 lanes at the same time. So that means they were just that dominating. But I think that one Galio playmaking saved the team. So I respect that.
I'm a ruler voter here, but I respect it as well.
You took away the 13 out of a 13 vote here. Anyways, let's go ahead and take a look, Wolf.
Caitlyn mains around the world wish they could be you. That was such a showcasing not only of how to team fight in the late game, but how to make sure that you do not get pushed in on. Getting value in the lane, had the only gold lead, was incredibly safe, never lost control of his own game. Like, he was playing his own game, waiting for that late game, never gave up on his team, played super well. That was just a great game from Ruler.
I mean, I think it's one of the textbook of AD carry, how to spacing as like a hyper carry. You know, I think I can never see any other AD carries does that. Like especially in that last island,
Ari
right?
flanking, like it's like if you think about a circle, like it's just a circle. He's like dead in the center.
Exactly,
he's dead in the center. Like he's the safest place he could be.
I think that he made out of that team fight. It's just amazing.
Yeah, great performance there by Ruler once again, and in that Tempered Fate as well. Still finds the angle to get himself out. The cleanse, the McHale.
No panic.
Look at his heal from Canyon as well. Like,
eyes in the back of his head.
It's not just Ruler knowing where he needs to be, but the rest of his team knowing exactly how to prevent that collapse from KT, and KT over force here.
Yeah.
I'm telling you could get a protractor out too, but like I think this is a really good comment here from Ox, who's had some really strong comments as of late.
I mean, it's a good one, you know.
I meant to say compass, not protractor, because of the circle thing.
Yeah, it's like a protractor, that's like the...
Yeah, that's an angle, that's an angle.
Yeah, but, you know,
you could make
protractors measure, compasses tell you where to go. Even Ari is charmed by Ruler.
No, the compass lets you draw a circle, Degon. What are you talking about?
A compass lets you draw a circle?
Yeah. Oh my god, he doesn't know about compass.
He doesn't know about the compass?
I'm not talking about the compass that points north because of the magnet.
Yeah, that compass.
Oh my! I'm about to change your mind. I'm about to change your life.
Is my life about to get changed?
That's crazy.
I was like, who uses a compass to measure things?
Deacon, I'm not talking about taking a compass, put on the table, and like it's a circular compass, so you just trace it. That's not what I'm talking about.
That's what I thought.
The tool, a compass, which you use to draw a circle at a specific diameter or radius, depending on how you want to use the compass.
The circumference. Okay, let's just read Prince's thing first. You got past Keen, Canyon, Chovy, and Duro. Now get past Ruler. Yes, I agree, Prince. And King of the Hyper Carry, he is the Ruler we know. Thank you, Cloud.
Yes!
Umpty with the new patch, the Emperor of Bot Lane is back again, and again.
Like, why do we needed to play Ziggs in the game too?
Yeah, what was up with that?
What was that?
I like it when he plays the AD carries.
Exactly.
I don't like it when he plays the mages.
I mean, I think I still see the options where like you play AP mages. I think some other regions still playing those champions.
It wasn't a good draft for it.
I don't think so.
The changes happen in the bottom lane. The AD carries have more MR. You know, we went over this earlier, but Ruler knows.
He knows. He's the Nor. I mean, he just learned after the game too.
Thank you, chat. A compass, the thing that points north. A pair of compasses, the thing that draws a circle.
Oh.
It's this thing, right?
A pair of compass.
This thing?
Yes. One holds the center of the circle.
All
you
right.
measure the, the radius.
And then it goes around the thing. Okay. G-Sun says, let's look at the standings. So we will. Gen G now in the top spot, 19-6. Cannot get caught by T1. 23 points between them after a bit of a scare here by KT.
It's really rough for KT. Like today, they were still on the edge of shaking up the entire week of play and potentially being in a playoff contention. Now, again, underdogs. I think still in that matchup later on this week, where everyone unanimously voted T1, and now you have a lot of things have to go very wrong for other teams for you to actually make it in. You could have been in control of your own fate.
I think for KT, it was in general, it was a good game. But at the end, we were kind of missing piece right here. Like the AD carry by Jiu was not enough to like carry the team enough. So I feel like they need to still work on it, but it looked a lot better though than before.
It did. KT will then have to wait to see if D plus Kia drop their next series. That's their only chance to still be able to avoid the play-ins and make it to the playoffs. Speaking of play-ins, Hanjin Brion is in. This is the battle of Kespa Cup champions Hanjin Brion, former DNS.
The lowest stakes match of the week.
It is.
Because Brion are already qualified for play-ins and DNS are already eliminated from play-ins.
Also, on top of that, this match doesn't change Hanjin Brion's ranking. It will only come down to
Look at that,
BNK
Degon.
Fearax.
Educate yourself.
All right, so that's the company. I mean, I was going to look it up by myself, but great team here at LCK. I've seen it before. I didn't know that was called a compass.
Wait.
Compasses.
Yeah.
Or this
For
one
you,
on the screen.
right
Do we have
there.
this one on the screen?
Yeah, this is a much more simple one.
This one looks very complicated. I was like, where would I find this? This looks like somewhere I could find it.
Degon, I think you're a very good host. I'm sad that today everyone found out you skipped geometry class.
Well, I'll try to go find this at the store. You can find some more LCK action after the short break. Don't go anywhere.
성공 21차 우주체감 디플러스 기아 누가 막을래? 디플러스 기아의 드라마는 끝났다고요? 아닙니다. 바로 2부 시작입니다. 확실히 달라진 모습 돌아온 젠지 4연승을 쭉쭉 뻗어나가고요. 와 결국 호랑이 물에서 패패했던 젠지가 오히려 세상 밖으로 나와서 이기나요?
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I lift my mark into the stone. 우리의 밤 가만히 보겐 손 It remembers the night 계절을 돌아서 똑같은 자리에 서로를 보는 순간 We don't look back 떨리는 손을 잡아 그 손이 밤을 기억하니까 All the nights let us hear 이제 눈을 떠 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바라기 전에 오늘의 나를 남겨 저 지평선 너무 더 멀리 닿게 우리의 이 순간에 Live your life 새벽을 닮은 빛 창가에 머물러 아무도 모른 맘 So shining quietly 끝이 있는 거라도 그래서 아름다워 두 눈에 담아둬 Before it disappears 빠르게 뛰는 맘 그 박자를 따라가 All the nights let us hear 아직 빛나고 있어 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바라기 전에 오늘의 나를 남겨 저 지평선 너무 더 멀리 닿게 우리의 이 순간에 Leave your mark 내일이 달라져도 Tonight this hours 불빛이 잠든 뒤 온기는 남아 화면 밖에 우리 more than just a night 이 밤이 우릴 잊어도 나는 널 기억해 마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 모든 빛이 바란 뒤에도 오늘의 우리 남겨 저 지평선 넘어 끝없이 넓게 마지막 이 순간에 Leave your mark 빛이 잠들면 We will remain 영원처럼 기억해 Leave your mark
Got a couple of different tastes in there.
Much lower calorie option.
All right, this Sante actually at this point is kind of hitting, and this time he doesn't have a Nautilus to help him out. And I think Perfect knows he doesn't quite have the damage, and there is the buffer. On the Q3, nicely done for the shutdown. Two once again on the board.
나이스 잡았다 나이스 슈야 너무 크다
As trying to fight for vision here, essentially. Baron is up. We've seen some more earlier Barons in recent times. And yeah, they're just going to send it. Okay, they find Ruler and the Timbers. Find three of them in the Cataclysm. And now we got a Bane on the loose. As Zeus has all the room in the world. Very nice pick though, as here comes the Olaf trying to make something of it, but the shield saves his life. And now the room from Guma will be excellent to try to lock down Canyon.
Will the bros fight for it?
Doubles the doubles.
Okay, now Paranoia does come in. A possible delivery as the Corn does nothing at all. Ahead with a black hole full.
야 니꺼 맞아 니꺼 맞아
Absolutely insane as they're crushed under the weight of this gargoyle. And Kingin is just running at them celebratorily and is able to take down the bottom lane as a result. Roma just left.
But it works, so credit to Genji, he's a chargeable.
Uh-oh.
Plans to lock in.
He's going to get away with this one, as now the double taunt is going to come in. And a big
Seraphino's over the top, catches 3, and just like that, they easily clean up the 6. Exactly what this top wants to do, and easily run right into it. 뭐야? 말이 안 되네 이거. Just taking a lot of damage here. This is the poke that we were talking about. Miasma comes in, Doran taking a lot of damage off to the side. And now, oh my god, Korea, you monster! Doran dies immediately, Pace follows suit. Vega pushed away in D+. They turn on a dime, and T1 couldn't even blink. They're just dead. Carissa, they don't need a health bar to make this happen.
우리 틴틴 우리은행
To go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every just when I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK for 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Ox. Together we are the AA broadcast, and we are ready to bring you a really special series here between two teams confirmed in their locations.
Yeah.
One of them confirmed for play-ins, that is the Bros, and another one confirmed out of the running. And the only people that are really, really happy about this are all the other teams in the LCK, because the DN Supers may be the best team right now. It is ridiculous.
Yep.
Just winning the Casper Cup yesterday, now coming to face against the Bros for 2 remaining matches to show the world that they should be going to play-ins too.
And the streak between their streak in the LCK and their streak in the Casper Cup, they are on such a roll right now. You know, obviously there's 3 wins here for the Rise group, but you pair that up with the matches they've had in between in the Casper Cup, and this team is just dominating right now. And there's a little look at it, and you look at the teams, some of the names here, those are some big names.
Oh yeah, and taking out Gen.G and their main roster as well is the main thing. You can see the asterisk next to HLE with the CL, and also against T1 as well. But T1's challenger roster are no joke. Those guys are incredibly good. Actually gave the DN Supers more of a run for their money than Nongshim did the day after in the grand final of the Casper Cup. Look at these scorelines though. It was not close. They were just too good.
And I think it's given them so much confidence. Even though they can't make it further in the LCK, they are hunting for these other teams, trying to throw in anyone they can, knock them down a peg or two, and obviously they cannot deny play-ins from Bro, but they definitely can hit their seeding a little bit.
Oh, they certainly can. Playing the spoiler here are the DN Supers, also just making sure they go out with a bang. They can have their heads held high with a couple of victories this week. Top 7th, 1,000 kills as well here for Dudu. This guy has been around quite some time, only needs 12 more, and he will have that 1,000 kills.
I don't know if you checked the calendar recently. I was here when it was his year.
Hey, so was I. It's this year, right?
Well, he did just win the Casper Cup.
Exactly.
So that's what we were talking about this whole time.
Yeah, that's what we've all been striving for. And when people were saying that it was the year of Dudu, I was a bit confused at the beginning of the year. I didn't realize. And so thank you, Daniel, for teaching me a thing or 3 about this one. But having the most kills in your career on Cassante, and it's almost by double, is crazy, by the way. That is ridiculous. The Dusante, he literally just finished winning with the champion and then picking up the MVP for the Casper Cup finals as well. So the perfect player to be highlighting here as we get into Chichijik Park to start off this series. The Bros, a lot to get through here today, I think, but they have been fantastic in their own right and have started to find some success once again.
For sure. I think the Bros hit that point in round 2 where they were in a favorable position to maybe even be in the Legend group, and then a big loss streak took them down into the Rise group. Big hit to the confidence, but despite that, there is still a lot of talent on this roster, and we've started to see it shine through once again. They've improved their standings, locked in play-ins, and I'm just wondering what form they will really end up in when they do go to that later stage of the tournament. We've got 1 week to see what position they're in right now.
Yep. And with back-to-back victories, the Bros would be able to guarantee that first place. That's where they begin this week here in the Rise Group. And 5 more Rise Group best of 3s until the end of the year. And then we'll have to wait a really long time for more Rise Groups. So we have to make sure that we savor it.
Yeah.
Like the dessert that it is. As once again, we do have the Rise Group match coming after our Legend match, much like we did in the final day of last week. So wanted to make sure that every morsel is really given its time to find satisfaction. Okay, casting has been playing exceptionally well, and I think that we were doing a good job giving props over to Dudu, but I do think that the Bros are a different team to Nongshim right now. Different team to that of T1's challenger roster. So even though the DN Supers are on an absolutely massive tear, we do have to now try and add some context, because I don't even necessarily know who the underdog is. And I know that we were throwing out a whole bunch of words, and like this team did manage to beat Gen.G's main roster only very recently, but the bros, they're legit, right? And they've been repairing their performances moving into this one. There's nothing to lose on the side of the DN Supers, but I find it really, really hard to work out who the favorite is here today.
It's tricky. I think if you're basing it off current form, it's DNS. If you look at the standings, and obviously expectation is Bro at the top, surely Bro the best, but I think if you look at specifically the match score from round 3 and 4, DNS are on top.
Yeah.
And I think the track record from the Casper Cup as well cannot be ignored. I would honestly lean towards DNS in the current form right now. And I think it'd be a big statement if Bro can take them down, if they can end that win streak and say, no, we are #1 in the Rise group and the best team in the Rise group. I feel like a lot weighs on this series because of that. Going to give a big confidence boost if they can secure that win before they go into play-ins.
Exactly right. And we know that they were challenging our Legend Group teams. It's been a while since we've seen them face off against the top dogs, as they were eliminated from the Casper Cup extraordinarily early as well. I think right after QMDRX left the tournament, so did they. KT as well, leaving very early, and didn't get to really see too much of that. But look at Peter, man. There is that quiet confidence. Probably not that quiet. He is Peter. But there is that confidence, and seeing it back in the eyes of this bottom lane has been an absolute joy. Look at this. They're smiling. And a lot of it is attributed to Sharvel. This guy really has just transformed this team.
Just to come in as a very unexperienced rookie player and to say, yeah, I'm going to join the bottom team of the league. We've one series win, and I'm going to turn it around and take them as high as I can.
And
delivered on that.
Apparently, the highest is just winning. The only thing that they were capable of winning when he actually joined. Incredibly impressive stuff here from Sharvel. But now he's up against Gideon, who has been finding some form once again. And we are into the draft for game number 1 of our Rise Group bout between the DN Supers and Hanjin Breon. Some similar bans to what we've been seeing previously. We'll see whether we do have any deviations, as right now the Lee Sin is an interesting one, and Sharvel, I think, definitely deserving that ban.
Yeah, a lot of respect towards Sharvel with that denial there. We also get the Lucian. Big thing, no mid lane is even banned yet, and we normally always see 2, so will they fill in the last 2 spots? There's also Vi on the cards. You know, when you ban something that feels a bit out of place, like the Lee Sin in the first rotation, it just opens up so much. And we end up getting the Galio taken away as well. Something that we've seen do quite well into Lock specifically, but when Orianna and Cassio are open, I'm not sure you're going to be early prioring the Lock.
Yeah, this is the thing. Roma probably wanting to get his hands onto a Cassiopeia. I don't think you give that to Closer. I think Closer has looked way too good on the Snake Lady more recently. And we'll see whether DN Supers let it through. Yeah, they're going to ban away the Vi, and so that mid lane trade is going to be up and available. In theory, the Orianna Jarvan is there, so maybe the Orianna has a little bit of extra power, but I just think that you have to pick Cassiopeia here. Otherwise, Closer will win the game with that champion.
Been very hard to match on it. And we'll see what Breon opt for. I think they could go for the jungle and then trade mids after, but I think it'd be a bit weird.
Yeah, also a bit dangerous. Oh,
looks like they might do it.
Okay, so taking the Jarvan away, so if they do pick the Orianna, you won't get the Orianna Jarvan combo at least, but...
I think you're pretty safe from the prospect of DN Supers going like both Cassio and Orianna flexing it. I think the mages were already on the way out. Looks like it might just be a Jhin though for Dr. Amma pick he's had a lot of success on. That can play from a distance further away from where the Jarvan is and that level of safety, but they're going to lock in the Orianna first. Denying that Jarvan Ori. Say that, Vicky. Going back and forth.
Trying to figure it out. So the Jhin will be the priority here. Dr. Arm had an unbelievable Jhin game, and you know me, right? I don't want to say things like that.
You don't like saying nice things.
I do not like saying nice things about Jhin, but man, Dr. Arm looked so good on this champion. So understandably, a lot of current comfort on that pick. But it means that they're not going to be able... Okay, the Orianna will be the choice. Orianna Jhin, the first lock-ins, is a little bit worrying. So now... just slam, lock Camille. That's what the bros need to do. I mean, to then get Namgung to 8 deaths and win the game.
That did work for them before. They go for the Cassiopeia. You could take a top lane pick here, and there's like Rumble, Olaf, and Besser. They go for the Olaf. I think it can be sometimes a little awkward when you have Olaf and Jarvan, because if you go for the same target, you know, you stop the Olaf from getting access necessarily. But it's a pretty threatening top side regardless. And the DN Supers could go for a Bard here, could go for a Karma. We typically see the full bot lane pairing, but instead looking towards a jungle. We've often seen... So Charvel has said he's very confident on Kiana.
Yeah.
And he likes this pick specifically into the Jarvan matchup because you now play him quite well. It's hard for him to land his abilities, and your ult interaction with him is pretty much a freebie. So we saw him bringing this out before, didn't completely succeed. He wants to try again.
He did just come off a win on it in the Kesper Cup finals run that he went on. So understandably, just going to be locking that one in once again, seeing whether he can get that LCK victory on the champion. Lulu going to be taken away here as Teddy and Namgung going to be wanting to lock in their champs as the Shen is a ban. And I actually was thinking Hanjin Brion might look for the Shen, like a Shen Kai'Sa type situation to join the backline when the Olaf runs in, when the Jarvan's flagging and dragging.
Yeah,
could have been an option.
Interesting that they're opting to ban the Shen and not banning away counters to the Olaf. They're not trying to trim any of the fat there. They're just leaving all those open, like the Jax, like the Kled, like the Vayne.
Yeah.
I think the Lulu ban from DN Super is pretty good. Ezreal going to get taken out as well. Trims a lot of the options here for the bot lane.
And I think maybe, what is your favorite answer to the Olaf that we've seen so far? Like, what do you think is the most dangerous?
I think probably the Jax.
I think when it's Dudu, absolutely.
I think the thing with the Kled is LCK tops do not have that much experience on Kled. It's not something that's ever been really entrenched in the meta, and you can see some of them struggle, as Perfect did in the last series. I think the Vayne has been a bit of a fickle matchup sometimes. I think the Jax feels like the most reliable that we've seen, and all of our LCK pros have probably played like 1 million games of Jax.
Yeah, approximately 1 million games.
Approximately, yeah.
Well, Dr. Arm, what is going to be the lock-in here? Could just grab a support. I assume maybe Bard feels like the best choice.
Yeah, I think it's a good angle for it. But instead, they go for the Ambassador. They're going to wait to see what the support pick is for Hanjin Brion.
And we have seen this before as well. I believe Dudu actually went for this yesterday. We're not a huge fan of the Ambassador as an answer to the Olaf necessarily in the 1v1, but things have worked out for these styles of compositions in the past. As Teddy thinking about going towards the Corki this time. It's not my favorite.
Kate Bard. I think Kate Bard. I prefer Kate Bard. You also deny the Bard from the Jhin.
I think it sounds like a really good idea. Brion are thinking twice about it though, and Teddy will lock away the Corki.
What are you going to pair with the Corki in this situation? I think you have a bit more freedom, unlike the Caitlyn, where she kind of has those pairings. Corki feels like one of those AD carry picks who's a bit freer in what you can put with him. But you have to remember the prospect that DN Supers could take a pretty aggressive support and cause you problems. They're looking at the Nico for Namgung, something we've mostly seen paired up with Nocturne recently. Haven't seen it too much apart from that, but it has worked well.
You just walk straight into the Alistar though, don't you?
I mean, they could go the Alistar, they could go Leona. Leona's a pretty good matchup into the Nico specifically.
That's a good point. But I do feel like there are a lot of answers to this.
Karma would be pretty punishing. We originally saw Karma come out as a counter to Nico and kind of just bullied her out of the lane. But it looks like they're just going to go for the Bard. I think Bard value into Nico, Jarvan, and Olaf is very high. One of the things with the Olaf is if you ult his target and him, he won't get CC'd, his ult will time out because he has nothing to hit. And it means he's a lot easier to deal with after the fact, even if you can't actually Tempered Fate him.
Actually a very cool idea. I hadn't really seen that one utilized just yet. Peter also, wasn't yesterday, but the day before, had a really rough game on the Bard. That was the one that they lost against T1's Challenger roster. But then brought it back out again in their next series against Nongshim and actually performed very well. We'll see whether Peter can continue that momentum on this champion.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of high variance aspects of DN Super's composition, mostly just the Kiana, but also this Ambessa into the Olaf. If you lose control of that matchup, really can fall behind and be a big problem. I think for the side of the Bros, I think they have a lot of things they can feel comfortable around, just leaning in the late game, just doing their job, pumping out damage. The front line for the DN Supers feels a lot more fluid. You know, the Ambessa can't just sit there and tank damage for a really long time. Not as good at soaking damage compared to some other picks. And the Kiana is obviously just very, very squishy. If you mess up a combo, if you misplay, you'll just die.
And this composition is very good at just killing you. I would 100% agree with you there, Orcs. Let's see what happens as we get onto the Rift for game number 1.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift 4, the first game of our final series of the night. DN Supers fresh off their victory in the Kesper Cup. Back home to see what they can make of their last 2 best-of-3s of the year here in the LCK, as they will not be going to play-ins no matter what they do, which just makes me really sad, because I think they're probably top 5 as far as our teams at the moment.
Yeah, I think current form, that's what they're looking like. And it's a shame how things played out. Obviously, that round 1 to 2 performance was really rough. But they've turned it around massively now. Dudu's taking a lot of damage in this trade. Conquest stacked for casting. If he throws a last axe here, he could just really chunk him out.
Yeah, this is a bit scary here for Dudu, who does stand his ground. Shabel is taking a couple of camps at once as the Brambleback gets a little impatient, but otherwise he's going to be feeling all right. Teddy gets the heal from Namgung here, as already Teddy has used the barrier. Dokdam with exhaust in this matchup.
Yeah, this time the exhaust on the other side. We saw that earlier, exhaust into Jin. And I guess the theory is that if the Corki Valkyrie's into you, can just exhaust him. Also the fleet footwork. I mean, I know Jin goes as normally. We did get a little bit of a buff on this patch. We saw it was Rulu who had it on the Caitlyn in the last series.
Yep. Dudu doesn't want to be too aggressive here with casting, moving away from his turret, but casting doesn't have a lot of mana left, so he is going to look for a bit of a reset here.
Could just be able to pick up all this farm. Actually holding the wave a bit, but he's very low. Oh, nearly hit.
Man. Maybe he didn't even want to interrupt that, because maybe casting just turns around and just kills him.
Yeah, important to know that casting has exhaust, so will take a while to walk back to lane, which means holding the wave there really valuable, but does make him very scary in the all-ins.
Yeah, Teddy and Namgung having a pretty good time here towards his bottom lane. Looks like Peter going for a pretty early recall. Dokdam pretty comfortably able to clear out the rest of these minions. So, about a 1 CS lead or something like that for DNS on the bottom side. These win rates are not going to look very good. DNS spent most of their time here in the LCK losing.
Hey, Peter's looks pretty good.
That's true. Sorry about that. Peter's win rate, fantastic. Roma and Teddy have not lost on these champions? What?
There's casting?
I thought Corki's win rate was terrible in the LCK. Is it only Teddy that can win games on this champion? Is that just how it is?
There was definitely a time period where like Gen G were playing a lot of Corki and winning. He does have a negative win rate in the LCK, but so do a lot of champs. And Bess's win rate is rough in the LCK.
Yeah, pretty abysmal. Right now, I mean, Dudu with the wave state that he just had, is actually able to get himself to an 8 CS advantage. Look at this, though. 8 wins in a row for the Olaf. And Keen is 3 of them. It's pretty crazy.
Crazy that it's 8 wins in a row, because his win rate was already really high. At first, he was just like not getting beaten. Then he went through like a little spree where some of the counters were working. And now he's back to his winning ways. It's the fact that we've had so many counters prepped and they're just not really panning out and being successful.
Yeah, and I feel like there's been a lot of time to figure out what to play into Olaf, right? Like the champion's been around for actually forever.
This sometimes happens with picks, is where like a late pick is super strong, super valuable, which is what Olaf originated as. It's like an R5 pick. Players like Zeus were bringing into drafts where there wasn't quite the damage to deal with him. And then it's sort of moved up in priority. And sometimes when these picks move in priority, they suffer for it. It's like, okay, this worked as like a last pick champion, but you can't just first pick it. With Olaf, that hasn't happened. People are picking it early and it's still working, which just kind of shows the strength of this pick in the current meta in pro play. just very obnoxious. That being said, Dudu is handling pretty well. We were questioning the Ambessa matchup into it. We've seen this not go so well. But right now, Dudu's handling it pretty successfully. And you know the spike the Ambessa gets later. Oh, no.
There's the exhaust. Dudu going to have to flash. Shovel in a great position as the undertow not going to land onto the Kiana. Casting knew that that was the last one he needed to throw, though, so does make his way out. Flash actually exchanged for an exhaust here, so a big advantage for Casting. Not in the health department, though. Oh,
how do you feel about
that? Oh, my gosh. Is it my birthday? Oh, Jin on a losing streak. 8 in a row, though.
Hey,
that's a large amount of losses.
That's interesting. Jin is on an 8-loss streak, and Olaf is on an 8-win streak.
Do you think that those win streaks are going to be... Sorry, those streaks are going to be halted tonight?
Well, potentially, but I think the more prominent thing is that perhaps picking Jin when Olaf is on the other team isn't the optimal
No,
thing.
I can fix that sentence for you. Perhaps picking Jin isn't the optimal thing to do.
Yeah. Well, I definitely think there are some situations he struggled. Oh, no, that is a trapped bard.
Yeah, and just going to yell at Doctom as well. He pays for Peter's sins as he flashes to the magical journey. Peter looking worse for wear, but looks like they will be able to limp their way out. Not a lot of summoner spells to speak of here, though, and the Bros really off to a great start. I mean, it only gets worse from here as Teddy wipes out this wave. Another minion wave is just going to conga line to their death. And the Bros, I think, probably about a 600, 700 gold lead after this.
Yeah, not the way you want the laning phase to go. Doctom and Peter moving over to try and stop the invade, and they both end up burning all sums for no sums on the side of Hanj and Brion. Charvel trying to invade on this red, but Gideon's already level 6.
Yeah, just can't stay here. Oh my goodness. Casting, once again, going to be throwing some axes around, but it looks like Dudu is going to be all right. Level 7 to level 6, and Dudu gets all of those extra stats, Daniel. Did you know that Ambessa gets some health back after using her abilities?
Oh.
Armor penetration, just by skilling her ultimate?
He heals based on the damage your abilities do, is that what you're saying? Wow.
Yeah.
Is this a new development, or has she always been this way?
I think she's always been this way, yeah.
Oh, wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Do you know which other champion?
Yeah,
in this
Pantheon.
game
Pantheon also does that?
gets stats at level 6. There's another one in this game.
Oh. Wait, is there?
Yeah.
Who gets stats at level 6? Oh, Corki used to get a package. Not anymore. We're going to have a look at a curtain being called. And holding it. Hold. Yeah, Valkyrie gets him out of there. No, who is it?
Olaf. Gets armor and magic resist from leveling his ult. And then it used to be when you ulted, you lost those resists and you gained AD instead. Now you keep the resist all the time, but you just get extra AD when you pop your ult.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was the case.
Olaf gets armor at level 6 and Ambessa gets armor pen.
Aha. So let's just say that it cancels out.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah, why not?
It's okay. Sharva just going to come on over and take Gideon's lunch money.
Real cash. Guys, that's Gideon's grubs.
Yeah, and Gideon then just left.
I think he was just in the mindset of, I want them to be together. I love them so much. I want all 3 grubs to be together. If I can't have one...
He is the man of the Gideon scrubs. Like,
yeah.
if anyone's going to take care of them, it's going to be him. So
but
making sure they're not
he'd
separated.
rather see them be happy. And that's beautiful.
That is beautiful. Just a little tragic. Okay, Doctom taking a fair bit of damage here from Teddy. Pushing another wave in. I don't think you can stand that far forward, my friend. And he definitely... Wait, no, he can't stand on the rift.
I think he's... Oh, that's 3. 3.
Yeah.
They didn't need 3, but they have 3.
They got the whole gang in here. The deadly flourish is not going to do anything. Yeah, why not?
Oh, man, it just... Really dead.
Yeah.
Really.
Wait, what would Valdez call it? Like Omega dead?
Omega Giga dead.
Omega Giga dead?
Yeah, that's the sort of thing Brendan
Golly.
out. God, he hasn't been gone long and we're missing him already. Unlike that other guy who left.
Yeah, I know. That's all right. He's not coming back. Valdez is, though.
Oh, I'm relieved.
Yeah. All right. Closer, going to get this wave shoved in. And Roma was almost about to get ganked, but didn't. It's actually great that we can say mean things about Chronicler now because we know that he'd never watch a bro game. So he's definitely not going to know.
That's so true, actually. If he was watching a bro game right now, he'd be in chat paying his bro tax.
He would. And I'm going to check to see whether that's actually the case.
You going to verify?
Yeah, because in fact, every time I say that he wouldn't be here watching a bro game, he's always here watching a bro game. So maybe it's going to happen again. As Casting and Dudu just continuing to hit each other with stuff.
Maybe he just summons him. Like, maybe he's just tracking what we say, and then as soon as his name is mentioned, he just turns around, zooms straight in, gets the stream open.
Yeah, maybe.
Wouldn't put it past him.
It's like the bat signal. It's the bro signal.
The bro signal.
It just goes up. He's like, hang on a second. They're doing it again. And I'd say sorry, but it's just the content that keeps giving. He's not there. He's not there.
Wow.
This makes me sad. All right. Dudu looking for a little bit of a crash here. We do have Gideon going back home, and Charvel is waiting. But not actually going to find too much of an angle. Profane Hydra is done here for Charvel as well on this Kiana. Namkoong's like, hang on a second. A malfunctioning minion!
That minion felt the pain.
Yeah.
Going to walk away from that one. So far, there's a sizable lead in the bot lane thanks to that pressure that was applied in the dive. Top lane, Dudu does have a bit of a lead, so honestly, credit to him. We were skeptical of the Ambessa into Olaf, but he's done a good job. But is it enough to overcome the disparity on the rest of the map? Right now, he's going to get the wave crashed in, pick up a plate, but it will be first Dragon to Bro, as Charvel is just nowhere near this.
Nope. I think
unless Docdam steals it with a double. No, it's not.
Oh, that'd be unheard of. That's crazy. He's not Gumiyushi, man.
Yeah.
And, oh, okay. Captive audience going to be actually proccing onto Teddy here. It's not often that you see the traps actually get sprung and you actually take the damage from it.
Yeah, not enough people playing AP Jin.
Yeah, exactly. That's all right. Docdam just taking way too much damage from Teddy. Okay. That's a big one. And out he will go. There's a Trinity Force here on Teddy. Like, Docdam needs to go home. He's only got a serrated Turk.
Bot lane is not going so hot for the DN Supers.
Oh, yeah, there is that 1.7 thousand gold lead for Teddy.
Yeah.
Why is that there?
So, a lot of plates.
Okay.
Good amount of farm.
Got it.
And that kill.
Right.
All contributing factors.
I would say that you're probably right on the money there. Can't dispute it.
Well, he's actually the one right in the money.
Oh, yes. Sorry, yeah. And we were talking about him. So, still, you were right on the money. As Casting is probably just going to have to take a little bit of a timeout.
See,
and wander back towards his inner turret. He does that.
They go for the swap here because they're zoned out from bot lane. I think it makes sense given the current conditions, but it does just mean Teddy is going to get even more gorged thanks to this tower and deny this farm away. That being said, obviously casting has been denied on the other side, so balances out. You're making a trade, you're denying your Ambessa to get your Jim back into the game. Trade-offs to it, and ultimately it makes sense given how big this deficit was in the bot lane.
Yeah, this wave, though, is going to get wiped out. You can see Dudu is going to make his way over towards the turret. Does have his Eclipse now done, so maybe has got got through the hardest part. But Casting able to move back up. This turret will be falling. Magical Journey does get them out. Now I'm going here to make sure that Casting was able to walk up without worrying too much.
I don't honestly think it's the end of the world for this tower to be down, because Casting can kind of just do what he's doing. Just farm a little bit safer here.
Yep.
From a defensive position, his side of the map. Then
kaboom.
He just kaboomed the wave. So
he did. If you're ever waiting for an LCK player to freeze, don't.
He just looked like he was setting up for it.
I know. It did happen that one time, like a few days ago. And we're like, wow, they're actually freezing the wave. And then it just don't worry, it just doesn't.
Okay. Dudu with the Eclipse, big spike, usually now buffed on this patch as well. Very scary. And as much as Willa has some good tools to hold the Ambessa down, I would not want to tango.
I wouldn't either. I'm just not very good at it.
Neither is Cassiopeia. I think snakes find dancing in the human sense quite difficult.
I can imagine that. However, do you think that, because the way that she moves is, quite coordinated, and snakes are pretty cool with the way they slither around. There's a gracefulness there.
Oh, for sure.
You just do the top half
I think
of the tango.
I think snakes can dance by their own standards, but I think doing a tango specifically, like doing a...
How important are the leg bits of the tango?
I'm not an expert. I'd say pretty important. I'd say
All
when
right.
it comes to dancing, footwork is pretty key.
All right. Well, I know nothing about it, even though my sister was a ballerina.
Whoa. A little lore drop.
Yeah, there you go.
10 seconds on the Herald. You can see Bro opening up around mid lane again, looking to secure control of the area. Little Valkyrie to dodge away there.
Pretty cute.
I think Bro pretty confident they can control this, but Charvel, if I'm thinking of how do we get back in this game, they're not that far behind, but if I'm thinking how do we find a big play, around the Herald pit is where this Kiana ult gets so much value.
And that is going to be, it's in fact up right now. So they could opt in for something. Man, there is so much vision as well. Yeah, you're exactly right. Actually, and DNS, like, the reason why I think they won the Casper Cup was that their setups and vision control was just so good over the last couple of days. Like, they knew where they wanted to fight next, and they played towards it and played around it. That setup has begun one more time. The problem is that they've relied a little bit on teams like T1's Challenger roster and Nongshim just rushing the play a little.
Yeah.
If you're expecting the Bros to rush, you're going to be waiting a long time.
That's very valid. And it does not look like they're planning to rush this. TP comes in. That might force their hand.
Yep, double teleports as casting is getting in behind. Charvel, bit of an option here as Tempered Fate lands onto 2. They're going to burst down the Rift Herald. And now Dudu just going to get themselves out of there. They got the eye. They're done.
Good move. Good ult there from Peter just to disrupt, stop Gideon from getting access to the smite. And also, notably, Dudu's TP way lower cooldown than Casting's, because Casting obviously has that exhaust.
Yeah, actually has the real teleport, which is helpful.
Does potentially sacrifice pressure around this dragon, though. Will DNS be able to move in here and contest? They do have vision of them going for it, but Charvel's not even close.
Yeah, and they knew that Dudu had to go back home, right? His health bar was too low. Teleport is on cooldown. And so I think it should mean that the Bros, with the investment that they made, should be able to get this one done.
It's an Ocean Soul, so DNS pretty happy. They gave over 2 dragons, but the Soul is not that strong. Decent on Olaf, to be fair, but not the most value. Now the Herald will charge in.
Being ridden by Dudu as well as he does make his way back in here. And so Shelly going to get a bunch of plates. Hasn't actually taken down that turret just yet, but it's feeling like it's on its last legs. As it Ian Supers, it's certainly a slow one from them. I think the team that does have the Kiana feels a little bit of that pressure to make things happen around this stage of the game.
Yeah,
I think you're still pretty strong as you hit 2 items. It's just after that when things start to feel a little bit lacking.
Especially when you look at the carries that Hanji and Brion have. The fact that it's a Cassiopeia who ends up pretty bulky, and a Corki who, I mean, to be honest, also ends up pretty bulky. He's got plated steel caps, got the help from Triforce, and then you have the Valkyrie as well for safety. Not the easiest targets for a Kiana to explode.
Yeah. I imagine Teddy is probably going to go for the Collector IE build immediately after this, so it's not like he's building any more big tanky items, but more of Malmortius has been a thing that they've decided to do as Teddy gets exhausted and still smashes the trade. Chin, everyone. Cataclysm does come on through here for Gideon, though, as Peter is just dead. Roma comes on over. That is one Twin Fang, I feel, as he just took that one down. All Gideon.
As for value, pretty big there. You could see Peter standing next to the portal, asking if he could just leave, but did not have permission.
Yeah, why did you put big circle rock around it? As Ragnarok going to be thrown down here as Dudu is chasing casting out, and the Ragnarok actually times out. Decent exhaust there, makes sure that he doesn't take too much damage. The curtains are underground. Casting is able to escape at least.
A lot of back and forth in the past minute or so. Both teams trying to find an advantage, trying to find angles. Ultimately, not that much being in terms of summoners other than castings. Yeah, the knockup comes in. He went so airborne.
He was so high.
He just floated up. Almost like the astronaut. Bar.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Like, I felt like he could have still potentially clicked on the thing, but he wasn't actually able to. Cataclysm got in the way. And so a little bit of a shame there for Peter that he wasn't able to go through that magical journey. Gideon now completes his 2nd item. Jarvan is pretty large. Charvel is too. He's been farming up a storm on this Kiana.
Teddy just got the Mirror Mana stacked, and to be honest, I feel like the Jhin 2-item spikes don't feel as good normally. He has gone Ghostblade and is looking to get Storm Razor 2nd, so I think that's a bit better than the Ghostblade Rapid Fire Tickle build.
Yeah, I don't like the Mosquito Jhin very much. But, I mean, to be fair, I don't like any Jhin build, because they're still playing Jhin.
Yeah.
All right, Teddy.
How crazy do you think it would be if Jin had decided his favorite number was 5 instead of 4?
Whoa.
He just had an extra bullet.
And would they take the same amount of time to be fired out? Because I think that might actually change. Like if his attack speed wasn't just guaranteed to be this slow.
If he attacked, like he got 5 bullets out at the same time he normally gets 4.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Might help. It would change the entire identity of the champion. I don't think you could do it. But
Would it? You just say 5 instead of 4?
You know, it's weird though. 4 is my favorite number.
Oh.
Yeah.
So 4 is your favorite number, and yet you don't like
see?
Jin.
All right, another ulti trade here. As you can see, Shovel and Peter trying to make their way in. There's the Pop Blossom. Picks up 3 of them. Supreme display of talent, though. And the counter kill comes in. But there's the slam dunk from Gideon. Roma's here. I mean, it's a lot of damage from Dr. Arm. But Gideon, he's going to be the next to fall. Teddy, a little bit too late to this fight. But better late than never as he's doing a lot of damage. Flashes out of the way as Dudu was tanking that turret. Oh, he had to flash because that rocket was in the air. And man, if Teddy was there a little bit faster, things might have been better. But as it stands, it's a 1 fight for DNS.
Decisive fight from DNS there. And Dudu doing a beautiful job of Magical Journey.
All right, Teddy now in a little bit of trouble as the flash comes in. Avoids the deadly flourish. But I think they've still... Oh, never mind! 1 for 1! And Teddy takes out Dr. Arm in the play.
You do not feel so good about that if you're DNS, considering the resources committed. They even had a TP in. The initial play, great. The follow-up, not as promising. But overall, DNS still with the goal lead here. 25 seconds on that Dragon. So here, the big thing is that Dudu gets the ult, ends up ahead of casting, and then just kites him out so he can't keep the ult going. He's now vulnerable to CC. The Pop Blossom is big, but the ult from Shovel pretty nice in response. And then no one blocks that first Jin ult shot. The casting just dies. Dudu just dies.
Dudu, goodbye.
Yeah, now Dr. Arm's just spawning back on the map, but they have no top laner. 36 seconds, he does have TP. The Dragon is going to be started up, and I think DNS would not like to give this one over.
I do think that this maybe is DNS saying, let's go for an Elder Flip. Because I don't know whether they can do this. Dudu obviously does have the teleport, but the Dragon is here, right? So they'll trade the outer turret. The Dragon will be given over. That is Soul Point over to the Bros.
Not the end of the world, but obviously not ideal.
Teddy is, like, look at the farm.
Yeah.
That's an absurdly large number for this stage of the game.
Farming up a storm. How did this happen? Well, it looks like he stood next to the tower, got knocked up.
Okay.
Oh, he's going back.
Oh. Then he got knocked up again.
I understand how this happened.
Same. He took enough damage for his health bar to be depleted.
Ran out of health is how we describe it.
You did say that last time. I thought that was a pretty adequate description of what happened.
Yeah, it just happens sometimes.
So far, it's happened 9 times here in this game. We'll see whether it does happen a 10th or whether this is enough. It might be. Dudu is able to grab some Krugs before this wave is going to be lapped up as well. It's pretty juicy. And look at this. Bros with the coordinated reset. Teddy actually cancelled it, so never mind. Unless that's Namgu. Not entirely sure which one it is. Which Corki it is.
Completed by Teddy. Oh, I always find that so confusing that they're the same on the map.
Yeah, I know. It's so annoying.
But like
when one of them splits into 2 Teddys, you know it's probably not Teddy, like, you know, reproducing.
Yeah. Unless
it's actually just Namgung.
Yeah.
So Dr. Arm with the rapid fire cannon. I mean, the Jin probably wants one more.
I think Jin
really
likes building rapid fire cannon so much because he wants to fire faster.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like rapid fire? Oh.
It's a bit ironic, isn't it, when Jin picks up a rapid fire cannon?
Yeah. It's also weird it's called rapid fire cannon when it's about one like singular empowered orb.
Yeah, it's true. It does at least. Oh, Peter might be dead again. The heal does come through. Gideon not going to take the magical journey.
It's crazy he just lived that.
They just let him live.
Well, I feel like a big aspect of it is we've been trained as League of Legends players never to follow a magical journey. You don't know what's on the other end.
And you also know that the Bard is ready to press Q.
He will stun you. So I can't hate him because, again, if he dies, that might just be Baron for DNS. It is Al today. Well, in this game, the bowling alley Baron. So they would just send it.
It is bowling alley possible that they'll do that. Oh, because I guarantee it.
Yep.
All right, casting picks up the wave. And Dudu just hanging out in the jungle. Man, we have slowed down. This has become glacial in this game. Just a jockeying for position. of vying for priority.
There's no Vi in this game.
Oh, sorry.
There is an Olaf who is a bit of a glacial champion.
Trying to get priority. Is he the only Freljordian here? He is.
Yes, I believe so.
Oh, probably misses his kind.
Yeah.
All right. Closer and Roma. They're in the wrong lane, but it's fine.
I think it's crazy how Olaf just like counters so many Teferial champions because they're all CC based.
Like, sure. Maybe he is actually just the king of the north.
I mean, it explains it.
Wait, who wins the 1v1 between him and Trundle?
I think Trundle's pretty good in Olaf, honestly.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Like, Troll King probably takes it.
Yeah, just ult him and then steal his stats and chomp him down.
Yeah, do you know who wins out of Turret versus these two, though? I think those two on the bro side probably going to be able to take that turret on the top lane.
They don't build turrets like they used to.
They certainly don't. They can apparently just get, spat at by a snake and they fall down.
Yeah, we've seen Pro going for a lot of control around the Baron area, but if we look mid, there's so much vision set up by DNS that allows Lockdown to push deep. He has a turret to back him up. So the center of the map is really set up by DNS, and Bro try to circumvent that by getting some vision towards the Baron. But it does mean their position is a little fragile, especially Dragon up in a minute, and they just don't have many wards on that side of the map. They invested their time in warding up the Baron, so now they have to push in here. If they get caught out, it could be bad. Speaking of caught out, Casting tried to face check a brush and took a lot of damage for it.
He did. He's also very far behind when it comes to the money and items.
Yeah.
On this Olaf. And is just going to have to respect Dudu from now on. I think probably will be going towards the Hex Plate.
Close is so close to Rabadons. This feels so sad to be in this position going into a fight for Soul, but not much you can do about it unless you can stall them out for a long, long time.
Yeah, right now the Bros just want to be able to get towards this river to try and establish some vision. 20 seconds to go until that is going to be a thing. Giving away one Ocean Dragon, though, probably doesn't matter at all. Thing is, I think that Bro want to keep up the tempo in this game. And by keep up the tempo, I mean start to do something finally.
Pump up the volume.
Yeah. Up the jam.
TP coming in from Casting. Just a little relocation from bot lane because he was kind of blocked off by Dudu. Doesn't get the shield because it's not...
not the real
teleport, yeah.
Maybe he doesn't need it. Okay, this is going to be a 50-50. Now I'm going, can you find the big pop blossom? We know that this guy in the clutch moments has been able to find some great angles before. Shovel as well can actually pick up that grasp for the stealth. Can be very valuable here as the Temper Fate does nothing. 3! Hoisted into the sky, and it's the steal! And so it's the guaranteed soul. The Bros just blow them up. Dudu going to be chased out. The curtains have been called, but Doctor, I'm sorry, but I have a feeling it's the end of the show for DNS, and the Bros are just getting started.
Namgoon with such a good angle. We've seen Nico be strong, but so often it's accompanied by the Nocturne. You need that paranoia to get into the backline, but Namgoon doesn't. He finds his way in, he finds 3, and Bro get the soul. We'll see the replay here. Going around the side, dressed as the Jarvan, jumps into the pit, but he's in the brush and then gets 3 pivotal targets. The route to follow up. The Cassiopeia does die, but gets the damage out onto them, and Olaf just runs rampant.
Just an absolutely ridiculous engage.
And you know what's the craziest thing of all?
What?
Namgoon didn't even die.
He didn't even get hit by the Supreme Display of Talent.
He normally has to die to make these big plays. That's like the condition.
I think he's gotten too powerful. If he does plays like that and survives, it's ridiculous, as I hate it when this happens. They lose a team fight, but congrats to Doctorm. Gets 1,500 kills. Nice work. It's the ninth AD carry to do that. Really cool stuff.
Pretty big achievement for him, but pressing matters in this game. Teddy going for the GA 4th instead of going for the IE or the LDR, wanting that level of safety. And to be honest, no one's that tanky on DNS yet, and Bess is getting to that point where she's picking up a death dance, but you have a lot of damage on your team, and I think just survivability, not getting exploded by the key abilities is what Teddy's really going for here. Also, you are playing into a Kiana, so all that lethality gets shut down a good amount by the plated steel caps plus GA combo.
Yeah, and there just feels like a lot of front-loaded damage on DNS's side, and if you survive through it, then you will generally be able to out DPS them as the game goes on. I can understand that sort of mode of thinking as well, as Roma just buys the Forbidden Book.
5 stacks. We had the 7-stack Magi's from Showmaker. Now it's the 5-stack from Roma.
All right, let's see whether we can put any more pages into that one. Probably
Double
wants to hit the 10 before it's really valuable.
Double GA on Bro is pretty big. We did just get the Rabadons on Closer, which is a large spike. Not quite at the IE yet for Dokdam, but a lot of big completions coming through. And also finished the Death Stance recently. That's Shovel in trouble.
Yeah, he does find the ulti. It gets a bit of a stun, but I mean, he's still really, really dead. Now a teleport's coming in from Dudu. He's calling for the rest of the team to help him out, but it is the Bros backing away. Flag and drag from Gideon doesn't land onto Dudu there, and it looks like they just want to go over and take a Baron without there being a jungler there, as Peter and Dokdam just... What? Teddy was killing both of them at the same time. Now the curtain is going to be called here. Let's see whether Dokdam can actually get enough damage down to make this one stop. As the Tempered Fate actually going to buy the Bros a little bit of time with their Ocean Soul to make that health bar come back as Dudu gets in. Good sidestep from Teddy to not get hit as Dudu is going to get hoisted into the sky. The Flag and Drag as well, just to follow up on Nungun's counter engage.
Oh, he's going.
Yeah, there is. Okay, decides to go through the magical journey this time, but Gideon is going to find out why he didn't do it before, and that's because the Cosmic Binding was there. But now they've got Baron and they've got minion waves in position.
Huge fight there for Bro. The pick onto Shovel initially, then they get the Baron and a couple of extra kills. Everything they could hope for on the back of that play, as it felt like the game was slipping away from them a little bit. They start to regain control. Ocean Soul also super nice in these extended sieging situations, or just from the Baron itself. And DNS are under pressure.
It is so hard because they have 2 towards that top side that are pushing in that inner turret. These siege minions are protected. That Ian Super's just not able to do anything about this. So even before their post-Baron reset, the Rebel Baron power plays at 5k or something like that. Pretty close. That's a very large number.
That is sizable here. Shovel just caught out and into the Cassiopeia. Once the Miasma comes out, it's so difficult to do anything. The Petrifying Gaze as well, perfectly timed there. And then this fight, I think if they just let the Baron go, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But they try to commit to this play, looking for Teddy, and he still has the GA. There's still the GA on Gideon. You're essentially fighting 4v7.
Yeah. And the health bars just, they go back up again. As Gideon is now in amongst 4 people, flashes away, avoids the public execution, and just lives. Casting says, now is my moment. Supreme Display of Talent does come down, but Shovel is dead before it can even really do anything. Now Gideon's back one more time. Puff Blossom is, of course, under 2 to guarantee the kills. Pack it up, DNS. This one's all Bro. They'll have to focus on game 2.
Namgun finds both the carries again. Manages to get Closer and Dokdam in the combo. And with that, Bro will push to end. Dudu's not going to be able to stop this. And Bro, their place maybe secured the play-ins, but they want to move up in those standings and maintain their spot.
Yeah, exactly right. And the Bros say, yeah, congrats on your Kesper Cup victory, but you know what? We've done that already. We did that one before you, and we are the better team. They do manage to take down the Nexus turrets. They're going to wait for a couple of kills, as maybe this is just a little bit of celebrating to say congrats on the Kesper Cup win. But down goes the Nexus, and the Bros, they win game 1.
Max, you know, I've just realized.
What have you realized?
You know what probably is the difference, namely between the Kesper Cup and the LCK for Bro specifically?
What?
Bro tax. Think how much Bro tax we get in the LCK. So of course they struggled in the Kesper Cup.
That makes so much sense. And it's kind of ridiculous because they did win a Kesper Cup as well.
Yeah.
And that was without the Bro tax.
They must have saved up, stockpiled it.
Yeah, they would have needed to. And they did have, you know, it's a down economy.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's harder to get the Bro tax these days. Today, though, was not an issue. Managing to come through with a great draft, and Teddy really letting us know why his Corki is undefeated.
Doing some big numbers. Namgun on the Nico had some insane engages.
He's my POG if I had a vote.
I feel like it's so fun watching him play these aggressive picks and just so aggressive.
Oh, man. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what G-Sun just said, but I think it was
He said, reminder that you don't have a vote. You've never had a vote.
I have had a vote. I had a vote that one time. That is so unfair. We're going to go to a break. I'm going to seethe, and then it's going to be the space, and we'll have game 2.
조심해.
라인 천천히.
야 미쳐 내가 볼게 이거.
미드 본대 우리.
있냐? 미드 본대 맞아.
야 빼면
야 오리 농어.
민사이 봐줘 좀.
맞아. 야 오리 농어. 우리 앞에서 농어. 보자. 우리 앞에서 농어.
그냥 잡자 얘들아.
앞에서 봐줘. 야 우리 봐줘. 우리 노플.
패사 노플 뒤에.
찐.
뒤에 패사 노플이야.
미드 가면 끝나긴 해. 미드 가자.
끝나자.
나이스.
마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 그래 기억처럼 영원할 수 있게 늙은 달력 사이 접어둔 우리의 밤 가만히 보긴 손 It remembers the night 계절을 돌아서 또
That was the LCK season song, Leave Your Mark by Kiki. And again, part 2. The Leave Your Mark part 2 by Kiki. As the Hanjin Brion squad looking good in the second half of the season. Top of the Rise group and getting it done here against the dominant DN Supers, the reigning Kespa Cup champs, and 8-game winning streak now on the line for DNS.
So I think these two teams had quite different type of macro. So we're going to start off with the top lane, which is DNS macro. So I think this kind of showcases that good usage of the TP advantage. Normally, Olaf runs Exhaust or Ghost in lane. So I think Dudu kind of used the TP advantage really well. So he built up the wave by himself, so he could actually deny a lot of CSs. So I think Casting had to all in at some point to make lane really volatile, so he could actually reset over him, so he could have the tempo. But the issue is that Chevelle actually covers that to deny the Olaf all-in. So I think they could have insane lead in the CS.
And now he has an even larger problem, right? Because he's used his all-in power and doesn't actually have the ability to fight back, and is going to have to back here without TP. And it ends up being a pretty massive lead up here for Dudu from this play alone with that teleport advantage. And this is how you can generate a small lead, play through that, defend it, Charvel shadowing up there, and make sure you can hold on to that lead.
Yes, but that wasn't the only lane that was having some trouble in the early game. Down on the bottom side of the map, Duckdom and Peter had a difficult time up against Teddy and Namgung, the Hanjin Brion bot lane continuing some dominance.
So this is where the Brion squad decides to actually put their anchor down, right? They push the Jhin out of lane. We've seen a lot of weak side Jhin over the last few weeks, but this is just too much pressure. Teddy's laning incredibly well. He has a Nico to back him up here. So they decide, okay, we're going to lose this turret. We're going to have to drop this wave. We're going to go top side to try to get the turret on the other side. But because they don't have a crashing wave here right now, and it's a slow pushing Jhin, they're not going to win the race. So Teddy ends up getting this first turret here, and it takes so much longer to get it on the other side. Also, plates go down on the inner, plates go down in mid during all of this, and it ends up being a huge advantage gained here for DNS. And the difference here is you have an Mbessa versus an Olaf in terms of that lead, but in this bottom lead, you have a Corki that's racing towards a 2-item spike. They end up getting the dive to succeed here as well, again in this trade of top and bottom. So Teddy's now racing towards 2 items. He's going to be a huge threat, way faster than he's supposed to be. And yes, the Mbessa's ahead and the Olaf's behind, but that means so much less here. Look at the differences here. Obviously, massive lead top side. It's good to play through your top side, but I think a little bit more backup was needed for Duckdom on the bottom side here, taking this massive deficit, 2,000 gold, and again, a more relevant lead here.
Yeah, I think all the situation is actually made by Duckdom's misplay. I think if they were willing to trade those kind of macro, I think he shouldn't give any spaces to get traded by Corki. I think they could easily just drop the turret and send the Bard earlier to make the dive successfully, but they couldn't kill Olaf on the turret. They couldn't really save Duckdom on the bot side. So I think in general, it looked good on top, but at the end, it was a misplay by DNS here.
Yeah, so then with that early kill, you could see where the pressure was for each team. The gold ended up equaling out for a little bit after Hanjin Brion were ahead, but it was the top lane threat for DNS. It was Teddy for the bottom side of the map, but don't forget, bot lane equals 2 players here.
And Charvel here. So Namgung goes in. Charvel's able to avoid the ultimate just barely, so gets his ult off, which is massive. One of the biggest Kiana ults I've ever seen in terms of how much value, how much wall he connects with here. But he doesn't connect into the proper targets, so we're actually killing his backline there after Namgung's ultimate. So both these players trying to carry the fight, trying to be the difference makers, but it's Namgung who comes up with a much bigger ultimate, carries this fight, and this is really the winning moment for Bro.
Yeah, I think it was really good counterplay by Namgung, and also them securing the Ocean Drake Soul means that you're gonna have an insane outscale powerhouse with the Corki, and I think after that point your Jhin is not in the game. I think it was just unplayable after that.
And they were able to do so because of that early dominant lead that Teddy and Namgung were able to get. We also didn't include over at the Baron fight, Namgung with yet another big ult and then one more down in the mid lane. Namgung had himself a very, very good game here, Wolf.
I mean, Namgung, he's really starting to come into his own form here. Right? He loves his engaged supports, loves to play hyper-aggressive. You think back to his Elise, his Pikes sometimes. In this Nico game, he played without fear. And when Namgung is playing like this, when he's on form, you're winning those bottom sides. It's a good time to be a Bro fan.
And it's also surprising that he's bringing up Nico once again on the bot lane, because I think Nico was not really a pick when the roaming meta was on. But now Namgung with his signature pick once again, it means a lot for Brion.
All right, well, Hanj and Brion, they were the ones that started this DNS 8-game series victory streak when they broke the 18-game loss streak earlier. Now, will they be the one that ends this 8-series winning streak? Let's find out as we go to game number 2.
Thank you so much, Tigon. This is Atlas the Voteless and Orcs the Voteful. The guy has a vote.
Yeah.
Guy.
Have a vote.
I hope you feel great about that. I feel fine. It's okay. All right.
Doesn't sound very fine, but...
You know what? That's enough out of you. Let's get into the draft here for game number 2. I don't know why I decided to make it all weird. All right. Poppy and Lee Sin both going to be taken away here. And I think Shovel's Lee Sin deserving of a ban. Like, both times he played it. Yesterday, the day before, it was the Lee Sin that just brought them to a win. Every game after the Lee Sin game was just fantastic.
Yeah, I'm going to say it. His Lee Sin deserving of a ban. His Kiana, or any Kiana in the LCK, perhaps not. Perhaps
he forgot that yesterday he was in the Kesper Cup, and today he's in the LCK. You're not allowed to win with that champion in the LCK.
You know, it's currently 0-10 in the LCK.
Yes, it is. I am aware.
Crazy.
I thought that maybe he'd be the one to bring it to a victory, but not today, and definitely not today because it's been fearlessly banned now. We're not going to see it. The Ride's going to be taken away as well. I love these games where the Cassio and the Orianna are just played in the first game, and so the bans really start to get a little bit weird.
Yeah, so Nocturne still not being looked at. Poppy, sorry, Poppy's gone. Nocturne and Galio were 2 that were banned last time that are now available, and it was Bro who banned the Galio themselves. But I think you'll probably give it up to get rid of the Nocturne if that's what you want to take away.
Yeah, I think the Nocturne is very powerful, and they do ban 3 Shovel picks.
So in terms of picks left that are high priority in the meta,
that one
is a good one. They will just snap up the Ezreal. Jungle-wise, there's Pantheon, there's Neferi being quite high prio, so could potentially looking towards those. And I feel like, as you said with the Cassiopeia and the Ori gone, the mid lane just really opens up.
You know what's also up? The Karma is up. Okay, so they're going to go the Karma Caitlyn route, I assume. Or Karma and then a jungler because they're not likely to pick away the AD carry. Yeah. I was thinking that it was time for Teddy's Kai'Sa, but not actually going to happen this time.
They go for the Pantheon, so a lot of early skirmishing power. Level 3, both of these champions are like fully online for the most part, so have to be respected in that regard. And what is going to be paired with the Ezreal?
Oh, Seraphine has been the go-to.
More of this Seraphine pairing when you're denied other options. You want a range support to play with the Ezreal. And what are you going to pick to be able to help layer that ult in? I mean, the Neferi is an option, obviously, that you can go.
Yeah.
And then when the Neferi dives in, you just ult on top.
I like a Wukong as well, but doesn't really feel like it's going to match into the Pantheon all that well. Just is fantastic with the Seraphine. See what Closer does decide to do here. We're expecting a jungle to be picked up for Shovel. Especially with all of these bans, I think you really do want to try and snap that one up, and the Skarner will be the choice.
Yep, solid front line. Pretty tricky to cut through for the most part, and when you have the backup of the Ezreal with a poke and the Seraphine with a CC, it feels quite good. If you want to grab the Caitlyn now is when you kind of have to do it for Bro, so I imagine they'll lead in that regard. They could also go the Sivir, but I think the short range might feel a little bit early to commit to, and they will just go for that Caitlyn instead. We obviously saw Rula have a phenomenal game on this last series. Both teams picking up their bot lane and their junglers.
A lot of bans to come through, I expect. Focusing on the mid lane, I would assume, just because Closer is so dangerous, and Roma has really been a linchpin for his team as well.
I will say this pick's like Jace up and available, which might draw some attention.
That's a good one.
Sometimes not in the second rotation, but they will open up with that Victor ban. A pick we haven't really been seeing recently and hasn't went through that streak of not doing so well and just kind of disappeared.
Yeah, I think when the Skarner is there, you do like the Victor a little bit more. especially when you do have the follow-up CC of the Seraphine as well. Really can mean that the gravity field does get a lot of value. What are we going to be banning on the side of the DN Supers? I do want to remind everyone that I imagine DNS are very tired right now, having played for multiple days in a row, traveling all the way down to Daejeon and back up. It's an hour. It's an hour on the train, to be honest. It's not exactly massively far, but I mean, it's a lot to be played in this 4 days that we've had. And so these guys, you can understand, probably feeling a little under the weather when it comes to the amount of League of Legends they've been playing at the highest level.
I always hear about people are under the weather. No one's ever over the weather.
Yeah, how do you get over the weather? I think maybe...
I think
you have to be an astronaut.
That would make sense. Although sometimes I walk outside in Korea and it's really hot and really humid and I'm just so over the weather.
Ah, see? You're over the weather.
Yeah.
But you're not unwell.
Syndra gonna come in for Bro. BDD had pretty strong performance on that, and it will be that Jace coming through. It's a blind Jace potentially for Dudu, but still a chance for casting to respond. They did ban the Cassante to give it a little bit more freedom. There's still the Yorick available as an option. Still even things like the Vayne, or if you just want to play a tanky, go the Scion. We haven't really seen Scion too much anymore, and it looks like Closer will get his hands on the Galio, which was banned actually by Bro in game 1 in the first rotation. So a lot of setup. I do think that
Lane Nasus was buffed this patch.
This
isn't effort. That's why I see the Nasus hover and I'm like, oh, effort, stop.
Oh, it'd be so... It's actually crazy. I don't know if you've seen how much the win rate went up.
Oh, really?
It went up a crazy amount now because, I mean, you just up... What is Nasus about?
Building stacks, baby.
And he just builds stacks so much faster. So sadly, we won't get to see that, but maybe one day. The Yorick comes through, not too much of a surprise here. I also think, honestly, the wall has pretty good utility into like the Galio. But one thing I'm not a huge fan on with the Galio is the fact that you don't have like the best snapping gauge. Obviously, the Skarner can drive in and the Seraphine can ult, but it's not like a Wukong or a Khan or something that immediately sets you up just to ult on top when they're already held in place. That being said, if Shalvo gets an ult, you can follow up on that.
Yeah,
we'll see how that goes. A good amount of poke on their side with the Jace and the Ezreal, and a lot of engage setup they can go for as well.
Yeah, so they got a lot of mobility and a lot of that poke like you were talking about. As the crying DNS guy. So much emotion with this squad. This very tired squad looking to try and even out this series and bring us to 6 games on the day. Try and ruin Bro's hopes of locking in that first place in the Rise group. And I think with a composition like this, they're definitely capable of it. We'll just have to see whether it'll translate to their performance on the Rift here for game number 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for what could be the final game of the night, unless the DN Supers dig deep and find another win before they finally get a day off.
The prospect that the Kesper Cup champions could lose to Bro.
Yeah.
We're on the cusp of it. It's crazy.
It is nuts. The Kesper Cup champions could lose to the former Kesper Cup champions.
Wow. It
It's
really
nutty.
just, it circles around.
It really does. But being the more recent one is probably more important, considering the form. As casting is going to be taking the Yorick into this matchup. Now, fun fact, Dudu just absolutely obliterated King in this exact matchup. He was playing the Yorick, and from about level 3, he was just straight up winning the lane.
Yeah, I think when you have the threat of the cage, you can start throwing the globs at them. Feels pretty good. We've seen some Jaces. Namely, there was this Zeus game. In favor of the matchup, but for the most part, the Yorick starts to feel good once he gets his abilities and feels even better once he hits level 6. I do think that, you know, once the Yorick gets to that point, Syndra obviously can harass the Galio quite a bit, and bot lane as well, Kate Karma, fearsome lane. There's a lot of lane pressure from Hanjin Brion, and with a Pantheon who has that early impact, you can kind of just glide in and maybe set up a dive, maybe just find someone who's a bit chunked out.
Yeah, we'll see where he does decide to go. Right now, just clearing from top to bottom. And going to be on his Raptors now with a couple more camps to go. Teddy and Namgung just going to be farming things out. And this wave will crash on forward. Dr. has an opportunity now to gather these last 4 creeps. And he'll only be a couple behind. As Peter actually claimed that one. I don't actually think he had a proc for that, so it's just Peter taking a cannon. And Closer, Force of will connect.
Force of will connect.
Force of will connect. Will, yeah. Okay, that's a lot. Okay, Scatter the Weak comes down, and Closer is like 1 orb from death.
Yeah, a little bit danger close.
Yeah, I was a bit scared.
Is able to live and back off, and we'll just TP back in, but the pressure is there. Bot lane, we've seen that similar display, and Gideon's just able to smoothly walk on in onto that Scuttle Crab. Shovel making a good read, though, and going, I do not have enough friends on the bot side of the map. I will go top side and pick up the Scuttle Crab there.
Yes, I miss my kind, or something like that. Lonely Skarner.
Remember when Skarner used to have those little, like, shrines in the map?
Yeah, the spires.
Yeah.
I didn't like
people,
it.
Like, I'm not going to lie. People didn't really play Skarner.
No.
Someone plays Skarner in solo queue and it's like, what the heck are these? But everyone would want to contest them, level 1. The one in the river, they'd be like, we have to get... Why? It's not going to... You know what it was? It gave a little bit of gold when you captured, I'm pretty sure.
It did.
Yeah.
Tiny little bit.
That was enough.
And
that was enough.
And then it gave Skarner some movement speed and things. And attack speed if you fight people when you're around your shrines.
But hey, you give... Oh, seen a gank here.
Yeah, Ghoulie Wall comes in. There's the flash forward from Gideon. They're committing to this as Dudu. He knows he's not going anywhere. And he will be taken out. Flash from Dokdom, also used in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we jumped in late. I assume there was a tether from Namgun that forced that out. But good plays already from Han Jimbrion.
Oh, phenomenal scatter there as well from Roma.
Yeah, great work. Horn dodges the taunt as well. Gets hit by the Winds of War, but that's not CC. Just a bit of damage.
Hard to miss that one, as it turns out. So this is a very scary time. Good Arcane Shift there from Dokdom, and actually just avoids everything with Peter's heal helping him out with that extra movement speed. That's going to even things out well.
Get them a little behind in pressure, but getting the heal out and just keeping the pressure up yourselves pretty big. Oh, good scatter. Oh, amazing scatter.
Roma is just playing out of his mind on this Syndra. What is it with today in Syndras? Even BDD was just glorious on his. And I say even BDD, like obviously BDD is going to be good at it. But it's a good day for Syndra play. As we're having a look at this as well, going back to live, Closer is able to flash out of the way of the scatter, but he's still taking so much damage. Namgun comes in, Peter is going to show up, but Gideon does get the spear down. First blood comes through, Dokdom looking to try and catch up as Roma uses the last of his mana to throw an orb at Sharvel, and they do back away. A 1-for-1 in the end here in this river.
Closer just survived for so long. I think Bro could have done a lot better if he just died, but obviously he's not a big fan of that.
He didn't want to do that.
No, surprisingly. Roma and Namgun also being low on mana meant they couldn't really continue the play. I do think the skirmishing off them is so strong, but initially Gideon's a little bit isolated here. They start to back away. Roma gets in there, Namgun's on the flank, but just look how long, because that flash away, then the taunt, then he kites it out, gets a bit of a shield, and eventually dies. But at this point, Gideon's pretty heavily overextended in the play, and the resources just aren't there from Roma and Namgun to follow this through.
Yep. And Teddy shows up that little bit too late and isn't actually able to impact the play. So we'll just be backing out. Gideon now moving back over here as they do have control vision on this first dragon. That will be a cloud. So no cloud souls so far today. Makes me a little bit sad, but that's all right. At least we do get a cloud dragon.
That's still potentially next game.
That's what I'm... yeah, that's why it's not yet, but if it's only one more game available, the likelihood... Oh, that's steal and level 6!
Yeah.
Actually, it's kind of huge.
You know, the question mark pinged and warning pinged in the jungle there. Yeah, that's how I'd feel too. There's not much you can really do about that. And, you know, you just get stolen, and you're just like, wow, this really sucks.
And we'll see here, as we have a look at the XP, Gideon hits the level 6, and Sharvel still has to grab this Krug camp at least, and does finally get it. So there we go.
Pressure built up.
Really huge deal.
Roma will be able to pick up a plate here. And we can see top lane's going better for casting. Obviously that gank held, but he's got the Maiden now. Bot lane's going pretty good. And Jimbrion feeling pretty solid right now in this game, but it's still very early days.
Yeah, it is just going well across the board, though. That is a worrying sign.
Dokdom and Peter are
pushing bot lane quite a bit, and I see a Pantheon walking bot side of the map.
내가 먼저 나이스.
Just having a giggle about it. Okay, maybe
I love no, I love the hype, right?
All right.
It's good vibes. That's how you want your coach to be when you make a 6 steal of Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I'm like half expecting that Coach Song used to coach Blabber, you know, like back in the day or something like that. I think they shared.
Maybe Tian as well from that recent situation under the tower.
Yeah, I think that maybe he's just lurking, you know, and every time you're like, oh, Coach Song, have you done it again? Maybe he was to blame the whole time.
Okay, so Skarner's here, but Will, if he walks up a bit further into that tri-brush, gets spotted. He doesn't step foot there yet. Galio is kind of hovering a little bit. I was thinking maybe with how pushed Peter and Dockdown was, and the fact Peter has no flash, it was an easy Pantheon ult down here, but he hasn't pulled the trigger yet. Will DNS be in position to respond to this?
Well, the Grubs have spawned, Ox, and where do you think Gideon wants to be right now?
He wants to be top lane, but
he may not be able to
decide against it.
Namgung is going to take the Ezreal for a walk. He's going to Arcane Shift over the wall.
And the timing's just kind of been missed because with the jungle mid moving to the top side of the map, oh no, Dockdown.
Wait a second. He's just going to get flashed on. Peacemaker comes down. He's just dead.
So I was saying the timing had been missed because the jungle mid went top side for the Grubs. They're just going to back up and play safe. That may be wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Dockdown sticks around a little bit too long and gets jumped on. And now getting 3-1-0. Won't get the Grubs, but will get the Dragon. Casting.
All right.
Good luck.
Let's see whether he's going to be able to survive this one. The heroic entrance does come down. Gully Wall is kind of decent. Good flash there from Casting, but he gets impaled. Oh no, just repositioned, and Peter even comes on over. Not a lot of hope here for the Yorick.
I think at some point it hits a limit where no matter how well you play, you're just going to die. The fact he got dragged out of the tower there.
And there's 4 people.
And then Peter came in to heal and shield. I'm like, man, what did you say to them?
Yeah, obviously something. We need to check the old chat. As Casting, maybe that was the wrong call. Still, Gideon now on the Grump, just going to continue clearing things out.
You can tell what he'd say after that play. He'd say 4 needed to kill me.
Yeah.
Yeah, after the flash done and the fact that Namgun's in melee range of him with the tether, kind of doomed. But yeah, Casting plays this pretty well. He manages to kite away initially, walls in the Skarner, so Skarner has to use his dash and then he dodges it. But then he gets dragged out of the tower and dies anyway, so...
Yeah.
It was cool.
It was cool. Maybe he didn't need to use the flash in hindsight, but hindsight's 20/20, as we like to say. And the Bros still retain about a 600 gold lead.
I wonder what hindsight's been doing for the past 6 years.
It's a really good point. Maybe it's still just in 2020, regardless.
I mean, maybe it's just a big down one.
Yeah, it must have been cool when hindsight was in the future. And
yeah.
now hindsight's forever going to be in the past.
Yeah.
You know what's going to be really hard, Orcs?
What?
Watching Blade Runner 2049 in the year 2049.
I mean, that's literally just what happened with Back to the Future.
Yeah, I know, and that was hard.
And they were like, oh, guys, by the way, today's the day when they initially went to and Back to the Future. And I'm like, where's my hoverboard?
Yeah, where's our hoverboard?
That's what everyone's wondering.
That's so tough. I mean, I think they have made them, haven't they? You just need a certain amount of magnet ground.
Yeah, but they're not as commercially available. I think that's the main thing. That's what Back to the Future kind of missed out.
They should have taken off. They really should have.
Yeah. Although, I can see the hazard of everyone just running around with a hoverboard.
I mean, honestly, Blade Runner 2049 might be scarily close to the truth based on what's happening. But I think that's a conversation for another day. Let's get back to the game, shall we, Orcs? As we've got a bit of a siege here towards the bottom side. Namgung and Teddy just having a good time in this matchup that just feels pretty good.
That's
painful. My lord.
Yeah, we saw them having the pressure before, but Collector completed. Teddy and Namgung starting to push them back under their tower. Now they're potentially looking for Roma, but Roma's done a pretty fantastic job of dodging gank after gank after gank in this game.
His scatters have just been incredible so far. Let's see whether he can keep it up. As Casting back on the horse, but he is behind 30 CS. Dudu is having a very good time on his Jace and really capitalized from that extra advantage. I think they really needed it. They really needed to make sure that Dudu was a pressure point here in this game.
Yep.
instead of falling behind. Because Casting, I think as soon as he gets 2 items, he's probably just going to be better anyway. So they need to get the value out of the Jace where they can.
I think Jace has always been that champion where if you're ahead of the curve, feels great. If you're not, kind of just pretty useless. So having to be strong, very relevant, especially when you have this composition with a tank jungle and Galio mid. And obviously we've seen Galio do a lot of damage, but it's not quite the same as being like a big carry.
Okay, Dr. Ace in the hole, just going to hit him. Nothing you can do about that.
Just rude, but logical.
I do feel like the Ace in the hole it feels like a relic of the past. I feel like that amount of damage should never be targeted, you know? Like that is not the philosophy of League of Legends these days. But Teddy, pretty happy with it. The fact that you can block it, I guess, makes it kind of like outplayable, but you need to outplay it with friends.
Think how many
enemies.
Think how many of the old AD carries just had like global ultimates, like Ashe, Jinx. I mean, Ezreal. I know Caitlyn's isn't global, but very long ranged.
Yeah, there is a Twitch is basically global.
Yeah.
Not really. Not quite. But it does feel like it sometimes. Teddy. Just trying to get a little bit more damage to grab this second last plate. Gideon going to come on over and try and help out. Charges up the Q.
Oh, Peter's dead.
Yeah, he is in a lot of trouble. The Encore does come down as True Shot Barrage hits onto the Caitlyn, but Peter just has to go. And I don't think Dr. can defend this.
I thought Gideon was 100% just going to flash stun him there, and he was just dead, but...
He is flash stunned every other time. It's kind of surprising that he
Mind games. Pressure building. We are seeing Charvel go for a play mid in response, but that's failed many times before.
Yeah, this time going from the Raptor camp.
Roma, if you know a play is going on bot lane, just hold the scatter and you should be fine.
Well, so far so good on that front, and Charvel is just going to back away. Mountain Drake up and available now.
I mean, just great from Roma to consistently not let Charvel find this advantage onto him. Meanwhile, the bot lane's doing pretty fantastically. Obviously, top lane.
That's a 50 CS lead now.
Better to not look at top lane if you're on the bros.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Pretend it's not happening.
All right. We'll ignore it. As Charvel going to be able to even out the dragons. That's a Chemtech Soul once again. There is a Yorick in this game. I feel like Yorick would like a Chemtech Soul. Plus, there's a Caitlyn. A Karma and a Seraphine. So both teams going to be benefiting from this one a little bit more than you otherwise would, I guess you could say. Bros move Teddy towards the top lane, and he's going to try and grab some more plates. Currently has about a 650 gold advantage. Slowly but surely getting towards that Infinity Edge. Same build path as what we saw from Ruler earlier on today. As Namgung will be able to take the Skarner for a walk. He gets the Impale off, but it just doesn't really do anything at all. Give the kill to Casting. Give the kill to Casting. No, Gideon's going to take it. He has all the rest of them, and he didn't want the kills to be lonely.
Good wall there, though, from Casting to follow up on that one, and then Charvel has to ult to get out of... not ult. Charge to get out of it, but he's unable to get away. Nice pick that will lead to them getting Herald. And I think for DNS... they come up to a point soon where they'll be really strong. The 2-item spike for Ezreal, for Galio is going to feel pretty great. But we saw before what the Caitlyn can do later. Now they're looking for Casting. Good wall.
Yeah, Peter comes on down. Teleport does come in. Good flash out of the way of the beat drop. The Encore still going to land. And there's the taunt. I mean, the layering of CC. Another flash just not really all that able to help.
He's trying. Trying to survive, trying to live, and... it's not very happy about that, our DNS. Now,
yeah, that's going to be the turret falling in the top lane.
And then Charge going in mid as well. 2 towers taken down, 3 in total for Hanjin Brion. Feels pretty good. Like, DNS make the proactive play bot, get a kill, and we'll get this tower. But overall, Bro are just melting through the structures of the supers.
Yep. That's what they have to do as well with this Caitlyn draft. As, yeah, Charvel did get an Impale off onto Gideon, and Gideon said, and what? And then Casting got frustrated about not getting the kill and just smashed the little flower there.
I wonder... I mean, it's probably the same result, but I wonder if it would have gotten better if he'd stayed on the tower.
Yeah, I don't know. Not 100% sure. Closer is going to be able to grab that kill, though, so that is a bit of extra money over to the Gargoyle. And Closer this time is actually going to build the Imperial Mandate. Last time we saw him, he actually didn't buy it, which made me really frustrated.
Oh, I mean, I feel like that item's built for
That's
Galio.
the reason why Galio's good now, is because of that item. So
the fact it works on three of his abilities.
He's flashing for casting once again. Shovel's back, and this poor Yorick is just dead again.
I'm sorry, casting. Stop typing in all chat.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're saying, but clearly DNS are unhappy with you.
Oh, another impale, this time not onto Gideon, who does dash on in. Peter takes a turret shot, and he's therefore going to die. A heroic exit via the death chamber here for Closer. As now Roma gets the scatter, lands it onto 2. Docdom taking so much damage here. The Peacemakers, so much range, and Docdom gets left on. Gideon, he wants more though, looking for an angle towards Shovel. He should have some
the
buttons
stun
back.
again!
And another scatter! They can just CC you from a billion screens away, and the bros just wipe them out!
Roma is making Syndra look broken. Just
Targeted,
consistently getting these stuns, and a little bit of a love tap on Namgun, but he'll be fine with a shield.
And,
0-0-6
yeah.
from Roma, but he has set up so many. He has been so good this game.
Wasn't that Sean Bean's number in GoldenEye? I think so. Alec Trevelyan.
See here, they end up behind enemy lines. Roma gets this massive 3-man scatter that actually puts Peter under the tower. So Peter just dies to the tower. Roma has to peel away, then helps chase down these targets. And this stun he just catches, keeps the fight going, allows them to go again. It's like, okay, well, they got Docdom. No way they get Shovel.
I really thought that he'd be able to drive his way out.
Yeah. Didn't have a permit.
Yeah, just wasn't able to. Unfortunately, Roma is a very diligent parking inspector.
Oh, he is. He's not one of those ones who if you get back to your car, you can be like, sorry, it was just 5 minutes.
Yeah. No, he sends you straight to the impound and calls you weak when you go there.
He's waiting. He sees you get out the car, and he's literally sitting there waiting.
Yeah.
Just he's already pre-written the ticket.
Yeah. And he's standing there, arms crossed and like tapping his foot, like that when you get out.
Yeah.
Like, dang, I should have known.
You're like, oh, yeah, it's my bad. I'll move it. Nope, too late. You've earned this ticket.
Exactly. And you'll have to come and pick up the car from the impound. I'm still taking it away.
He's already clamped it.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's basically on the truck. All right, Closer does have his second item. Imperial Mandate, as we mentioned before, pretty important. So
Casting, I did say stop saying stuff in all chat there.
Oh my lord, they are actually just relentless. That was so cute though, oh no! Shovel just straight into the ghoulie wall, and therefore they have to call off the play, and now Shovel is in such an awkward spot. Teddy does get impaled, the Encore is there as well, but Closer is just dead. They don't have any damage over here, as Teddy flashes the True Shot Barrage. That was gorgeous. Another ghoulie wall comes in,
the stun!
And Docdom cannot kill Teddy!
That was nearly such a sick combo from Shovel, Peter, and Closer, but the one final element, the Galio never arrives. Oh, TP coming in. This is Dudu.
Yeah, okay, so Dudu versus Roma. Nice scatter there, perfectly timed. As Roma is going to walk over Vision. And there's the Shock Blast. The rest of his team's doing Baron.
The Mega Cone.
They are doing Baron. And he does have the speed
I
up.
would watch out for that, actually. I think.
Wait, hang on. Dudu
Who is
going
killing?
back.
Who is catching who?
Well, the Baron's gone.
Yeah. So this play, it's a great wall from Casting, interrupting the Skarner completely, keeping himself alive. But then what ends up happening here, Shovel gets this insane impale onto both of the bot laners. Peter follows up with the Encore, and then Closer goes to ult. The ult is not going to come in because he died.
Look at this flash from Teddy.
It's a great flash. They do kill Namgun, but we've established this. Namgun belongs in the wreckage.
He does.
He will just die, so his team wins.
In fact, Namgun could change his name to Wreckage, and it would be the greatest thing ever. Honestly, a pretty cool, Korean League of Legends name, right? Like, we've had some names in the past.
Yeah.
Like Acorn.
Yeah.
Like, that's just strange, But it's iconic now.
Yeah.
Gorilla. Wreckage. Roma. It's just random words. It's brilliant.
Yeah. That's how you think of some of the best names. Just pick a random word that's available.
Yeah, how did I not say Peanut? Peanut's the greatest. Just a peanut.
Imagine if we get another next generation of junglers are just different nuts, like walnut.
Yeah. Almond.
Shoe.
I would actually love Almond. Almond is fantastic.
That's so good, actually. Someone pitch this to the next amateur player they run in.
Why do we just ask Shovel to change his name to Almond? We're like, Shovel is just, it's not even a real thing. Can we just, like, Almond, though?
Yeah, that's, I always find it interesting, the ones that are, like, nearly
Like,
weird.
Like Lehens?
Yeah. Yeah.
Lehens is still strange, but he's been playing for so long now that it's actually just real.
Yeah.
I mean, Hooney's, like, we've had some suggestions here, but Hooney is just his name. Like, he's Mr. Hoon.
Who?
Hooney. So that's just the player's name. Umpty, very
Watney?
similar. All right, in goes Gideon, and Peter is looking worse for wear already. Casting's revenge will be swift as Teddy takes down Peter already, and there is Dudu on the floor as well. Shovel has to flash away. Doctarm takes a Mega Cone to the grave.
Oh my God.
And another Mega Cone to safety.
It's a good thing Brandon Valdez is not here because he would be very annoyed about that double Mega Cone situation.
Oh yeah, that's why he hates the Chemtech Rift.
Yeah.
The Bros, they don't mind though, because they are very handily winning this game right now.
8-1-6 from Gideon right now is kind of crazy. And this game, massively ahead. We came into this DNS on a big win streak, just won Casper Cup. But Hanji and Brion, who have struggled a little bit towards the end of round 2, sort of regained a bit of footing, making a convincing argument for themselves. A lot of people were talking about, I mean, I said earlier today, DNS look like the 5th best team in the whole league right now.
Yeah.
And Bro taking them down so handily would be a big statement.
It would be a statement that says, in fact, the Bros are the 5th best team in the LCK right now.
I mean, the Bros are the best team when they want to be. It's just personal choice. Here, they target Peter. Very hard to survive as a Seraphine in this situation. Commit with the stun there from Gideon just to get another kill before they disengage. And the chase potential is pretty crazy. Obviously, Skarner not the easiest to pin down, but he is a great target to open with because now he has no flash and he's also just squishy.
And who gets the POM? Is it just like, was Namgun good enough in game number 1 to still get it? Or does it have to go over to Gideon as Roma flashes out of the way of Clozo, who's looking for an engage angle? There is a gorgeous scatter as well, and man, this Galio is not tanky at all. It's a double for Teddy in the end as he picks the teleport as well. And Teddy may just pick up a POM from this moment alone, as Doctarm and Shovel just going to have to get back towards their base. And Teddy almost dies, but
calculate.
Oh, he's a brave man. That is a brave man right there.
Yeah, I think for me, Namgun had the obviously great Nico game, but I think Roma has been so on point this game.
He has.
I could honestly feel a Roma vote, to be honest.
Bring back POG. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. POG would make this pretty simple. Namgun into Roma for me.
Teddy is just like landing every trap. Like every trap that goes down, they're walking into.
That
one's a hard one not to, admittedly.
They do helping him out there, but yeah, his traps have been on point. You know what I love? I love when someone's TPing in, and the Caitlyn puts a trap down, and they're like, I think that's underneath, you know, just to make sure. Here's
a
another.
second one, yep.
You know what? For good measure.
I mean, I've got these traps, you know. I may as well put them.
Hey, I think it's a good plan. I'm not against it. It just is very funny.
Yeah.
You can see sometimes you can really see the thought process through the players' actions.
Yeah.
And their inputs.
And the delay, and then the confident walk back to max range.
Yeah.
And then they walk back, and they're like, oh, actually, hang on a second. No. I've made this mistake before. And we all have. Even though we know where the teleport does come down. You're just never 100% certain. All right, Casting is back at that spot where he's died multiple times this game. Although it's only 3. It's actually really, really interesting. I feel like it's been 7 times that Casting's been caught out.
Yeah.
The last couple, DNS haven't really got away with it.
It's just the way they go about it. Pretty brutal. You know, they really wanted him dead.
Yeah, they hard commit.
Yeah. Their dragon going to be picked up. Teddy is very strong right now.
He's quite far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Doctarm's on that item spike often talk about, and Teddy's approaching 4.
Yeah. And he has the last Whisper portion already of his armor pen, so feels like he's already sort of like 3.5. Kind of nuts. As Dudu is going to get collapsed on here by Gideon. Tries to get booped back, but I think he's just dead. Yeah, Ace in the hole doesn't even have a chance to come on over as Shovel. Yeah, he decides against that. That's a U-turn. Thankfully, the turning circle on this thing is pretty good. But
I think it feels pretty sad when you're playing Galio, and one of the big things with Galio is you get your first two items really quickly, and you're down on items.
Yeah, he's almost down full item, as Roma is pretty close to the Void Staff. As
Okay,
second
TP
Baron
flank.
here for the Bros. Oh, Peter goes for the flash play. Only lands it onto two, but Teddy is one of those targets. Still, Shovel able to get that one as the flash comes in from Teddy. Gets to max range, and now Shovel is just getting peppered by bullets. The rest of his teammates able to take out everyone else. And Closer this time isn't the first target, but all of his friends are now gone.
Wait, Gideon's very low. What if the Baron just...
He's got a G.
Okay, that Aegis was pretty good. Oh, he stood in the...
Hang on a second.
Okay, one of the things with the Barons, the Territorial Baron and...
the Al Baron.
The Al Baron. Terry and Al. Is that a lot of their damage is in these like skill shots. So if you dodge them, they don't do much damage. But the condition is you have to dodge them. Now here, I think the issue that they had DNS was very split focused. Closer ulted to try and save Docdown, but he's already dead. Like he went for that big flank and then he just ulted, so he could have just not flanked. And then the engage didn't get followed up on again. We had the Seraphine into the Skarner, into nothing.
Yeah.
That final... I don't think it would have won them the fight necessarily, I'm not saying that, but it does feel like DNS are struggling to kind of layer their engages. And now they're 12,000 gold down. I don't think anything they do really matters, but I think they've struggled with that so far this game.
Yeah, Closer is going to be out of taunt casting, and casting just doesn't even really notice and just walks away. Dudu is playing Ring Around the Rosie here with Roma, and the scat of the week is going to come on through. Megacone is there, shout out to Valdez. As Gideon going to stun up Shovel. Dudu's here for the damage. As Force of Will does come in. Docdarm's dead for some reason. So is the turret. But we're focusing on this this play in the mid lane. Shovel going to get taken out, though. The Unleashed Power comes on through. And the Galio says, I'm here. And then the Scatter is going to get rid of him. Gideon, remember, still has a GA. And he's going to instead just murder two. Closer's now in trouble. And ladies and gentlemen, the Bros will be winning this game. That's a clean ace. That's going to be the Nexus turrets. And the Bros will pick up the 2-0.
That was a cool animation, the way Gideon went down there. And that was a cool performance from the Bros. As going up against this DNS, this revitalized DNS with a ton of wins under their belt, it gets stopped. It gets put to an end. Casper Cup champions, but cannot take down the rank 1 team in the Rise group right now.
And the Bros looking like they will be able to solidify their top spot in the Rise group as well. And it's a great time to have a return to form because they were really struggling.
Oh my god, look at that guy drawing a Pantheon. That was great.
That was Gideon as well. It's such an appropriate fan sign. Nicely done. As, yeah, I have nothing but praise here for DN Supers. This, and yeah, that's not a thumbs down to the DN Supers. I think they did really well. Gideon was just really excited, and that was one of the things that he can do. As even Shovel still has a bit of a smile on his face.
I think ultimately, a lot of people have talked about it's unfortunate DN Supers aren't able to make it further in the tournament after such a great run.
Yeah.
But they are still mortal, and bro, a big confidence boost. To take them down this 2-0 fashion, a team who were just kind of on cloud 9. And I think it's a confidence boost you really need when this is the last week. You're going into play-ins. There will be one of those legend teams in play-ins as well. You haven't played against them for a while in the LCK.
Yeah.
And it's hard to judge how things will go, so...
Can't wait for Bro vs. KT. Let me just tell you that. That's if we get it.
That will be chaos.
Yeah, one can only hope. As Gideon having a bit of a day out here today, I think the camera guy knows where his vote is going. As we're going to check out some of these highlights here. This gank towards the top side of the map was kind of exactly what the Bros needed to start with. And he had an idea for what DNS wanted to do, and that was just shut down the Yorick and stop him from being able to get stuff done. The issue was everything else just got completely out of control.
Yeah. There's a lot of skirmishes where Roma just hit scat after scat after scat casting. There was some beef. it felt like they wanted him dead, but weren't able to kill him enough to make it matter. And this was this passage of play where Roma just can't miss.
Neither can Teddy as well. Teddy was having a really good day today. A lot of his like cleanse flashes or his Mikhail's from Namgung and then flashes. were getting him out of all sorts of sticky situations. Wasn't able to be hit by any of these Encores or Impales. Great play from the Bros just in general. This one, not as close as game number 1.
Definitely not. And I think a convincing one to end it out. Could have, honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if we'd gone to 3. But Bro put an end to that.
And yeah, this was just a little bit unfortunate. As Closer at least built the right items. It's just everything else kind of went wrong. And then the Bros very comfortably take down the Nexus here. A clean 2-0 here from our first place team in the Rise group, just up and to the right as far as that gold graph is concerned as well. And Gideon topped damage by more than double his opposition. Like, that is like the least damage I've seen an Ezreal do for a very long time as well.
Yeah, Ducktime's struggling to have the impact in this one. Yeah. Gideon on fire, probably going to get POM. You know, he played extremely well, would make sense.
Yep. I think my vote would be him or Namgung, and Gideon will be able to pick it up. Wow. 1-1, 1-1-1. A palindromic scoreline on his Pantheon. Absolutely fantastic stuff there. His Jarvan also incredibly impactful in game number 1. Don't want to take anything away from him. I was just a little bit enamored by Namgung and the way he played his Nico.
Yeah, I mean, I just think there's so many things to love about this Bro roster right now. So many players to latch onto and just making these crazy aggressive and fun plays. I think we obviously have periods in the games where they sort of slow it down. But there's also these chaotic ones where they're just throwing themselves at the enemy team until they win.
Yeah, and there's also just so much development for a lot of these guys as well. When Namgung first came in, like, he looked hopeless. Like, it wasn't gelling, it wasn't working. And now, we're talking about this guy as the playmaker, the key guy that you really need to be on form if the Bros are going to win. And he had so many of these great moments over the last couple of weeks. And seeing him reach that point, seeing Roma finally feel comfortable on this stage as well. The scatters here in this game, absolutely fantastic. There's so much to love about the Bros. Teddy needs no introduction. And casting, I think he has been the brilliant story of these couple of round robins.
For sure. I think he's had some amazing times. Not so much in this game where he got attacked again and again and again and again, but, you know, it just happens. That's being a top laner.
Indeed. Gideon as well, I mean, he's just been brilliant this whole time, so it's not necessarily a story of development, it's more just Gideon has been great. And now we get to hear from him as well, talking about their final matchup, and we're going to do that right now, so take it away, Dia.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Gideon on the side of Hanjin Brian. Congratulations. Thank you. Gideon. That was a successful revenge against DN Supers from round 3. How do you feel? I mean, DN Supers were actually on a really good momentum. And just getting our revenge from round 3 makes me very happy. And DN Supers was on a crazy momentum just yesterday. They won the Kespa Cup and was on an 8-winning streak. And Hanjin Brian was the one to break that streak. So, was there anything you were cautious of? You know, last time we were defeated by them, it just felt like we just didn't play very well. So as long as we play well, we just knew that we would be able to win today. And you were against Charvel, who is in the center of DN Super's success. So, was there anything that you paid special attention to against him? Unlike any rookie, I felt like Charvel is actually doing really well. And, you know, as a veteran and a seasoned, 선배 in the LCK, which is the best league in the world, I feel like I taught him a lesson today. And how did you feel like you did during the match? I feel like my teammates were the ones who were able to play out their laning phase really well, so I was, you know, they actually really enabled me to play comfortably. And in game 1, General Gideon's Jarvan was on point. Can you walk us through what happened here? I think I actually wanted to go ahead and start up the team fight here. I think I just knew that the enemy's flashes were off. And Oriana was the one who was actually kind of overextending and gave us the distance. So I really wanted to go ahead and keep on fighting. And in game 2, you sweeped the jungle camp and kills. And your Pantheon was just incredibly fed. That 11-1, 11 KDA, a massive carry. So what jump-started your scaling? I think going top and just getting that first kill was the moment that actually started the snowball. So, how happy are you with your gameplay today? I'm pretty satisfied. I feel like I can actually play even better from now on, so this isn't where I'm going to stop. And you have already secured play-ins, but to secure the king of the Rise group, you have to win the last match of round 4. So what is your mindset against BNK FearX? BNK FearX is a great team. Just want to make sure that we don't let our guard down, play out well so that we can actually defeat BNK FearX. There are a lot of fans on site, but there are a lot of fans that are also cheering for you online. So any message for your fans? Whether it be snowing or raining or it be so hot during the day, you always come and you never fail to support us. And that's why we're able to have the energy to keep on going and be successful on stage. So please be with us until the very end. And that's all from Gideon, and back to the desk. Thank you.
How about that? Grateful Gideon? What a man. As he's the POM, thank you very much for that translation, dear Ayaya. The Hanjin Brion they stopped the losing streak for DNS, and they stopped their winning streak here. They get the victory and the job done over DNS to finish 3-1 against them during the season and prep for their BNK FearX match for the play-in's #1 seed from the Rise group after this victory.
I think it means a lot today because normally when Hanjin Brion wins, I think games are really messy around the kills. I think they are really willing to just play for kills. But now I think today, especially for game 1, it was a win by macro, and the game 2 as well, it was really controlled. And I like to see more of this macro type of gameplay style from Brion because I think their goal is not just to make it to the plains. I think their goal is to win it. So I think this is such a good progress.
I think there's no denying. I literally was in Daejeon last night, like the supers. There's no denying that there's a bit of a travel that's gone on here, right? Like they played at the end of the week last week, went to Daejeon, played 2 back-to-back best of 5s. Not best of 3s, best of 5s. In front of a live audience, had to get on a train either last night after that or early this morning to then make it here to the studio. They didn't look themselves, but I still think they put up a good fight. And I think that, yes, the streak is broken, but Bro earned this win. I think this win means a lot because you're beating a team that's on a tear. You're beating a team that a lot of people are saying are favored against you, given their current form. You didn't break down. You didn't mess it up. You stayed clean. It wasn't a hard-fought win necessarily, especially in that second game. But you were clean all the way through. You stuck the 2-0 landing, and we haven't seen Bro always be able to do that. And it's finding consistency in Nangum, finding consistency in casting. Those are things that we've been looking for since their big run, right, that they had where they almost made Legend Group. They had a huge dip, and maybe now the time is right because you're peaking again when we're right about to go into play-ins where maybe you get that playoff spot, maybe you make an incredible run there, maybe you get revenge against those Legend Group teams that beat you and stop you from getting it in the first place.
Yeah, let's take a look at the POM vote. I'm very excited to see how this one shakes up because he had multiple players have opportunities to step up. Namgoom getting some shout outs there. That's what I was looking for. Roamer as well. And then Soup with a Teddy vote. But overall, it goes the way of Gideon, who had himself a very good Game 2 and overall a solid series, but the Game 2 is where it stood out the most.
It's kind of surprising that casting didn't get any single vote. Maybe that's because of the game 1, but I'm still surprised that he kind of knew that Chevelle was coming for the gang, and he was not getting dove at all. I think the main part of Hanjin Brion is actually casting being really consistent on the top side. So shout out for him as well, even though he didn't get a vote.
Yeah, he's the only one who didn't.
And I voted for Namgung, even though I like Gideon Online, but he's for sure one of the most improved player this year. I think I still remember earlier of this year, like criticizing Namgung so much.
You were all over him.
Yeah, I mean, he was not doing great, in fact. But now he's the main character for Hanjin Brion. I think he made so many plays by himself, and now it's like eye popping.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest compliments that you can give a pro player when you are critical of some of the play, and then they're able to change your mind throughout the process. I too, as well, was kind of confused about Namgung, and Wolf not confused about his vote though.
Pop Blossom, pop off. This was a really good performance on the Nico. The game 2 was fine, right? But I think he was so pivotal in the game 1 win, especially on that dragon fight that Wadid and I highlighted earlier. So I felt like he deserved it because he's been working so hard, because he's improved so much, and we've only got 2 regular seasons left. I felt guilty to not give it to him.
I totally agree.
Yep. Prince did as well with you guys. If Namgung lived in the Middle Ages, they would be singing epics about him.
What kind of song?
Got it, Digon?
Yeah, you gotta work on it.
like
you can actually sing at the end,
Turn
so
back
we
your
can
bro
go on
fandom.
Yeah, like a sonnet, you know? Maybe some sort of sonnet. Maybe a... Yeah, I'd go with the sonnet.
I thought you were going to sing for us, Digon.
Oh,
Yes.
no. Oh,
That's all I was expecting.
you know, when he wins the POM. When he wins...
All right.
We'll get the
Good
Namgung
wait.
song out there. Especially thanks to Kiki, who wrote Leave Your Mark Part 2. You know, maybe we can fit in the lyrics there. The irreplaceable commander of Bro is Gogo's comment here for Gideon. Again, he was definitely online in this last one, gentlemen.
He certainly was. Very big performance in that final game. And I've been singing Gideon's praises for a really long time. I'm glad to see that he's finally getting the recognition that he deserves. To the West we go. On the way, anyways. Great decision making. Kind of locked in the Rise group still, but will be challenging those Western teams in the play-ins.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's him making all the plays at the game 2. I still remember he stole the skull on the top side with his Q,
Yeah,
right?
the Q spear steal, which might be part of the reference here for Umpty in terms of Gideon's spear is looking especially sharp today. Especially sharp.
We needed to decide this going into playoffs because I feel like there's a lot of Gideon nicknames that can go around. It originally started with Gideon Grubs. Now is it
Gideon Online?
General Gideon? Is it Giddy Online? What is Gideon's?
It's Gideon Grubs.
See? You see, you're OG.
I was the one. I was like, this guy goes Grubs every time. He plays through top side.
You know why it's Gideon Online? Because like you know online offline. Like when Gideon is good, like you can call him like online because he's finally online.
He was a little Giddy standby. He was a little Giddy standby for a little bit. A little Giddy buffering.
I'm gonna
keep
keep
back
it
online.
I kind of feel bad that I didn't vote for Gideon. I should have just say Gideon Online.
Let's see, do we have any other comments here, or is it Ox, who voted for Roamer? Isn't the World Cup over? What is this insane ball control? Speaking about his Syndra gameplay and how much damage in zone control he was putting out there. Ox loves a World Cup commenter too, as we found out earlier. So it is Hanjin Brion getting themselves the victory today. They stay on top of the Rise group, but that match against BNK FearX, given the fact that BNK played later on in the week, it still can decide who takes that #1 spot from the Rise group.
We're 10, 9, 8, 7, 5. We missed the 6 there on the countdown here in this group, but we're starting to kind of have solidified where likely we think these teams are going to ultimately place. But that QMDRX versus Nongshim series is going to be such a pivotal one. It will be the deciding one, very likely, as to which one of these teams is making play-ins and which one is getting eliminated.
And after today's overall standings, take a look at that. Gen G have locked in the bye, but it also meant T1 have locked in playoffs, so they will not be going to play-ins. It's just between D plus Kia and KT. And D plus Kia can lock it up here with a victory against Hanwha Life Esports. And then the big one in the Rise group, Nongshim Red Force and Kiwoom DRX fighting for that 8th and final spot here. With a victory, Kiwoom DRX stays alive, but it's not clinched yet. It's just one part of the puzzle here for Kiwoom, who are behind the 8 ball.
if I'm not wrong, I was the only one predicted HLA to win tomorrow, right, against DK.
You were the only person to predict Hanwha Life Esports to win tomorrow against
It's kind of crazy. Like no one really believed DK, but now everyone is DK believer. That's crazy.
I feel like a lot of our predictions are based on the form of the teams at the end of the previous week, and that's often negative, right? We're a little bit, I think, harsher on teams that lose and fall out of form than we celebrate teams that are in form. And it's really been a problem for us if you look back at the prediction results these last few weeks.
I mean, but now the pressure is gone for HLE. They made out to Worlds and playoffs, so I feel like they have still a great chance.
I mean, I think it's crazy that you're the only one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I really had to think about it, and ultimately went with D+, but it was not an easy choice.
It was definitely one of those where I thought someone else will vote there, right? And it was only Wadid. We'll have to find out tomorrow if Wadid is correct. Gogo, Prince, and Helios. Gogo, Pony, and Helios.
Oh, nice.
Also voted for Hanwha Life Esports. We'll see if those three plus Wadid are correct for tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We've got a big day tomorrow as we kick off that final week of the regular season. Bye-bye.
마치 영원처럼 기억할 수 있게 그래 기억처럼 영원할 수 있게 낡은 달력 사이 접어둔 우리의 밤 가만히 보긴 손 It remembers the night 계절을 돌아서 똑같은 자리에 서로를 보는 순간 We don't look back 떨리는 손을 잡아 그 손이 밤을 기억하니까 All the nights let us hear 이제
나이스. 성공 21차. 우주체가 디플러스 기아 누가 막을래? 디플러스 기아의 드라마는 끝났다고요? 아닙니다. 바로 2부 시작입니다. 확실히 달라진 모습. 돌아온 젠지 4연승을 쭉쭉 뻗어나가고요. 와, 결국 호랑이 물에서 패패했던 젠지가 오히려 세상 밖으로 나와서 이기나요?
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against the I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.